Man, this song pops. What is up? What and all? Happy Sunday. Boom. Got you all on here nice and early. Hope you're having a good day. A good weekend. Before we do something special. Yeah, obviously we didn't go live on Friday. The other thing is tomorrow is going to be Freya's birthday. So I'm going to be taking the day off to be a dad. So I won't be live. To make up for that, we'll be covering a lot of games today. Then we'll be live on Tuesday. We might go live on Wednesday. We'll see how things go. But watched your YouTube video on your Hamburg trip. Thank you. Impressed by your resilience given the sickness. It doesn't really show. Thank you, man. I'm glad of that. Yeah, I mean, I'm professional, right? Like, work up butt off to do our show. And what is up, Dragan the One? Has become Dragan the Free. Appreciate the resub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. But yeah, I mean, it still got me kind of in its grips. So I think we're getting on the other side of it now. Taste buds are starting to come back a little bit. The headaches have subsided. So I'm starting to feel a lot better. What's up, Gatesma? Thank you, mate. Thank you. We'll be talking more about the Garrison later today. I'm not going to do it straight away, but we will be reviewing the Garrison as a whole. So the community elements, the casters, the players, the tournament organizer, our own role to play, Age of Empires 4, my feelings on that. We'll finally answer the questions as to why I wasn't streaming the content on this channel in the end, even though it had been planned. We'll go over it all. But that's for later on. We've got plenty of fun to come. Remember, we've basically got a bracket that's just started. That's right, because obviously we missed out on a lot of last one. We'll be able to catch up on a bunch of this one. And what is up, Wembley Hog? 11 months now? Dude, what a legend. Appreciate it, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Yeah, so we're going to be opening up with Louis MT versus Dragan. Then we should be able to hop into Scatterbrain versus Striker, where Scatterbrain's name is so long I had to actually shorten it. That one will be live. And then we're going to sprinkle in a bunch of other fun ones like Core versus Myriad. We've got Kardi versus me and Micah, Doomu versus Starflark. So yeah, plenty of games to keep us busy. There's also MarineLord versus Gully. Reminder, by the way, guys, we need to get that number up. Come on. I know we weren't as live as many days as we want to be. But I know there's a bunch of you haven't downloaded that yet. So get to it. You got to do it. Also, reminder, when you do see the AMD thing pop up in chat, I was just talking to them. It's been a little bit low on the click-through. So whenever you see that, you know what you gotta do? You gotta click through. It's easy peasy to do, and it lets you learn a little bit about the AMD product line, which, by the way, I think a lot of people could do with learning because a lot of us have been in video brain for way too many years. So definitely check that out. It does affect the likelihood that both those come back and sponsor us again in the future, so make sure you're clicking on them. Will we do some streams about the new Heroes Map Magic in the future? Quite possibly. I'm trying to find a contact point for its launch because I imagine there's going to be some sort of launch campaigns. In fact, that should be on my list of things to do. I've been playing big catch up. Oh my god, dude. My mouse just keeps disconnecting. I think it's dying. I need to get a mouse one, so that's the next step. But yeah, we'll be... Do you know who to talk to about influencer campaigns? Stuff. For some upcoming stuff. Alright. That's just reminded me to do that, so we bumped a message through. But yes, we will be looking to do some of that. I mean, dude, I've been playing home. Like, do you guys know about this? I got a fun one for you. I guarantee you guys probably just didn't know about this. You ready? So, on my phone, we type in VCMI. Ready? So, blank white screen. I know I got Facebook messages. They can bugger off. Press play. You ain't ready for this. You ain't ready for this. You're not ready for this. Oh, yeah. Yep. Dude, I discovered it. That's what I was doing on the train ride. Well, on the way out, on the way back, I just wanted to die. But that is indeed Heroes of Might Magic. I've even got different editions. So I've got In the Wake of Gods as well as Hotter on there, but you can download different versions. There's all kinds of additional mods. This is created by the community. I'm like, why has Ubisoft not done this themselves? Right? That's like an instant win. Apparently you can play online as well. Like everything works. Well, there's bugs, but like a lot works. I didn't know about that. So yeah, I've been having some fun with that. It's very intuitive as well. You got things like, for example, when you're looking at your units, if you hold on it and then drag to the side, it'll give you options to split the stack. Because for those that don't know, like in that game, because of turn-based nature, 1-1 stacking is a big deal where you take one unit from your big stack and put it in its own stack. Because the whole idea is it can block enemy attacks, it can get enemy aggros, all these type of things. So like it's part of the strategy. But like doing that manually is incredibly tedious without intuitive design. Okay. Anyway, let's get ready for the first set of the day. We're going to be checking in on Louis MT versus Dragan, after which Scatterbrain versus Striker should be ready live. Getting many ads on your phone? You know how you can like, you know how you can fix that on your phone and on your browser? Exclamation mark Opera GX. Come on, dude. You know this. You hate those ads? Get rid of them. Oh my god, I just realized I've also got a problem. My Windows... Oh my god, dude. Windows key is not working properly. Can anyone remember like the way of fixing this? That basically what's happening is when I press the Windows key, I can't just go out of focus on the window that I'm on. There's an option that's toggled on. It wasn't on before. I think it's like there's a shortcut to do this. Is it Shift? Control Windows? Alt Windows? Is it double tap Windows? Well, no, the thing is I want Windows key on, because Windows key is very useful when I need to get out of AoE 4 to like click on something on the side of production, because otherwise you have to do Alt tab, and the problem with Alt tab is if you've got any sort of browsers, etc. open behind Age of Empires 4, they'll get priority to pop up in your face. All right. Anyway, another week, time to earn another dollar. One and all, welcome back to the channel for Louis MT versus Dragan, one of our opening type of series. We've got the round of 16s here. MarineLord, now the reigning champion. Could this be the dark age where he just dominates through and through? Or could we find a challenger? Well, I think it'd be fair to say, in a lot of people's eyes, if there was someone who could challenge, it has to be this guy here. This Goliath, fresh off a dominant win over Beastie Cutie on LAN. Beastie, who, by the way, I did not sign up this week to the Midweek Muster, no. Didn't feel it after the pain that he experienced against B. Hopefully he'll be back, though. It would be a shame to actually just see him disappear. I think for some people that may be a little bit tired of the current meta, the Pro Scouts meta has gotten really boring. I think a lot of us at this point, I imagine there'll be ones in chat about this, are just sitting there now waiting, anticipating the expansion, where hopefully Pro Scouts will be fixed and we have some fresh new content, 10 new maps, etc. But this is fresh. I like what we're seeing from some of these players where they're revisiting Ottomans, and actually we're seeing more success as time goes on with the Civ. Up against Ayabids, though, excuse me, still a little bit rough in the throat. This is just a comfort pick for Dragan. We've seen him on the Civ time and time again. If it doesn't get banned, same with Abbasids, he will pick it every day of the week. In fact, I can confirm that neither Ayabids or Abbasids got banned, because that would just be crazy. So guess what Dragan has on the menu? Oh, it's going to be Desert Raider opening as well. Yeah, so I think I talked about this where like Dragan is still kind of playing comfort a lot of the time when I think about these Ayabid and Abbasid type picks. Map like Gorge is kind of interesting as well. Like I wonder what Louis' thought process was. Was he anticipating the Ayabid straight away? Because when I look at the picks, like Louis MT, you know, he had Juji, he had Jean, he had Delhi. Delhi could have made a lot of sense here. So I feel like Louis is just trying to get a little bit creative, and also understands that, you know, there is a level of unpredictability from Dragan when you give him both Abba and Ayabids. You have to figure out which one is going to pick first. And I think Ottos can work quite well against either of them, to be honest. So we do have the military school beginning. It's going to allow him to come around and shove the deer in. The idea usually with the Ottoman builds is you try to avoid doing pro scouts. And good eyeballs, yes. For some reason, the audio in-game was off. That should now be fixed. The interesting part about this is the Minaret Madrasa. I love this. We've seen certain players like B are a little bit obsessed with going for the Sultani trade network and then going pro scouts. I think that's a negative. It plays out of a lot of advantageous elements of Ottoman gameplay. And also essentially just give your opponent Castle Age for free. I prefer what's happening here, where we're going to see the deer get shoved in now with the scout plus the spearman. And then on top of that, the Minaret Madrasa is going to give you the surge you need to play a longer feudal or go for a fast castle. I genuinely think there's just a few players right now that are sleeping on Madrasa. They're a bit overly obsessed, shall we say, with the trade landmark. And I get it, right? It gives you extra workers. It gives you passive gold. Has a lot of uses between the Pro Scouts meta and the fast castle desirability. But the reality is you're just giving up so much of your potency now without this. It kind of reminds me of this idea of, like, you know, before we got the king added into the Abbey of Kings, going for the Abbey of Kings over going Council Hall. Doing so just basically told your opponent you had 0 presence or threat. And they could exploit that. So this is undoubtedly a fast castle build, by the way. Right? Ooh. Is he really intending to scale Desert Raiders against this? Now that is curious. The reason that's curious is, like, your opponent has access to Sipahi, and Sipahi absolutely destroy Desert Raiders. On top of that, later down the line, having mass Desert Raiders is not a good idea against Janissaries. You just get killed one way or the other. I don't know. I think this should have been likely a fast castle build. It would have made a lot more sense. I mean, maybe if you, like, animation castle your heart out, but that's the naughty boy maneuver. We'll see what you can do. Oh, 1 sec. Need to decline my new chair slightly. Trying to find the nice spot. So the only challenge when you change chairs is like, oh, okay, what is the pristine height? Also, this one's, like, very confusing to me at first, because I got a very, very fancy Corsair chair. You guys can get them on sale right now, by the way. The TC500. Now, what's confusing to me is I'm not used to having an adjustable lumbar support in the back. You can literally move the lumbar, like, support area up and down your back, and then also push it further in or further out. It did come in quite handy, though, because I gotta say, when I was at the LAN, I was trying to get some rest between sets when I had really bad headaches, and I did not help myself whatsoever. Like, the way I was sitting, because we have, like, mic packs on, I was trying to make sure that I was not placing myself, like, you know, squished up against the edge, and the mic packs wouldn't, like, you know, get damaged or anything. But as a result, I was arching my back in the most uncomfortable and heathenistic positions possible. Okay, so Desert Raider massing is for real here. Louis is starting to react. He has got Sipahi on the way. Now, this I like. The Imam point is intriguing. Desert Raiders technically can snipe the Imams, but it gets a little bit awkward with how low their damage is. And also, if you hard commit into trying to snipe them, you're just going to get disintegrated by Sipahi. Louis still trying to aim for that castle timing there. You can see it. I mean, he did get the most of the deer shove in. Like, I won't want to say full deer shove in, but it's pretty much at his TC. So plenty of food to work with. On top of that, remember, he has got 9 sheep. He'll get more as he invests in units via the Vizier point, because he always has Anatolian hills as a backup plan. Dragan, this is just awkward, man. We don't even actually have the timing to get into Blacksmith yet. Sipahi are going to start gap closing. You see the damage I was talking about. Let's hang around with the scout. I mean, it buys him a little bit of space here. But here's my concern. We could easily be seeing the meta come in like 2 minutes time, max. That meta is a big problem here. The ranged armor reduction, or increase rather, reducing the damage is huge. You only hit for 7. If you go melee mode, it's double damage removal. Either way, it just feels like a really awkward position now. And what worries me even more still is the fact that Louis can easily micro Dragan into an early grave here. Because not only has he proven himself to be the king maestro in that department, but the other thing is the way Sipahi and Desert Raiders interact in a fight. Desert Raiders are a little bit more obtuse in their A-click if you want to use their full DPS here, which you need to in melee mode. For Sipahi, all you have to do is just pull them back slightly and then re-engage immediately. And they'll re-engage behind their comrade. And looks like we do have the member of the Imperial Army in the way, so not really looking like Dragan has his dive point here. He's starting to save up behind this on the resources. Also, the chairs at the LAN were not great. Were those the Iskura? So Iskura had a... I didn't realize Ray's actually done a partnership with that particular brand. I don't know, I heard people quite like those chairs. But I didn't really sit in them. I had a couch. And now that I'm home, I have this amazing Corsair TC500. Check it out. It is smaller than I was expecting, actually. I don't think that's a bad thing, though. Makes me look big and burly. Dragan needs to puff his chest out and look big and burly here. Oh, God. Okay, yeah. We're just full on memeing. So something tells me Dragan may die very quickly in this game. It's Trade Wing. This is a punt and a Hail Mary. I'm not even really sure what you're meant to get with the Trade Wing that's meant to save you in this game. Like, what's your goal here? Against Sipahi, I guess you could argue for the Bedouin melee. Definitely not skirmishes. I mean, in theory, I guess skirmishes could be nice against, what, clearing any spears, maybe Jannies that come into the picture. Personally, I'm not really seeing the plan here, guys. I'm wondering, like, if Dragan could have taken a very different approach here. And just turn it into a castle race, right? Just go Dervish Wing into Growth. The cool thing about going Dervish Wing in Feudal Age is it means the Ottomans can't actually play the healing game against you. Because the Dervishes will just be superior in the Sipahi, than the Sipahi plus Imam in the fights, right? So Desert Raider plus Dervish then just kind of wins out due to debuff. But this is just getting a bit awkward. I mean, he's still scaling Desert Raiders now. A lot of gold being gathered, so obviously needs to, with the opening here, he needs to rush for the relics to stand a chance. Meanwhile, for Louis, remember, he already has the scholars, the monks rather, out in the field. So we already have one relic on the way home, one already there. And he's getting ready to contest the east side. The Imam's moving out now. This is not a fight you want. Veterancy is about to come in for the Sipahi. Dragan's going to have to forfeit, so this is going to end up being probably 4 relics for Louis. Is it an abnormal hardshare? Well, check down in the panels, click my link, and we're working with course they currently have some discounts on. I definitely rate the TC500. But if you're looking for good bang for buck with a bigger discount, percentage-wise, probably the T3. Speaking of T3, both of them now there. We are going to see the RNG, and it is going to be the Bedouin Swordsman coming out. Did he get? Yeah, it was only the 1 tick, right? 2 would have been pretty Giga Chad here. But you see, the problem is Dragan didn't have enough gaming power to get double Bedouin Swordsman. If he had the new 9070 XTs, he might have stood a chance. Which, by the way, you guys should click that link right now. Helps the channel out. But yeah, like, we talked about the issue of this idea with Bedouin Swordsman, right? In theory, they can go decently into Sipahi due to the bonus against melee. Reality check, though, your opponent switching Janissaries, you already gave him reason to. What I'm worried about is Dragan, he's adding in crossbows, and I'm not really sure why. He could actually solve his problems to a certain degree just by playing Desert Raider Bedouin and then adding in archers very early. But he's going the traditionalist route of switching Camel Lancers, which is odd considering your opponent already has Janissaries. I don't know, I'm just kind of looking at the way this game is played out over 12 minutes. And I'm scratching my head to figure out the point at which Dragan was ahead. If it existed. Which is a very odd way to play Ibids. Considering Ibids is all about the immediate get ahead. They don't play long games that well. They have to play long games off the back of advantageous play at different phases. This is a tempo civ we're talking about, the Purple's building here. But so far, there's been 0 tempo. The closest we've come to tempo is just the O at the end to represent the amount of times that he's been ahead. 0. And now with this idea of like crossbows, I'm really struggling. It feels like Dragan has baited himself. He's just assumed that he's up against knights without scouting at all. Now, in fairness, the first knight is finally coming through. But I don't think you need to necessarily commit to knights here if you're Louis. In some ways, it kind of serves you better not to. Funnily enough, actually, like with the way things could play out here, you could kind of just see Louis just bulking Sipahi spears. It's very food intense. I think that's part of why Dragan thinks the crossbows will eventually pay off is logically food is going to run out. So things that last longer and you have more of in the mid game, wood and gold. So for that reason, Louis is probably thinking, okay, if I build lancers instead of Sipahi, that ends up being, you know, closer to 50% of the cost being food. Whereas when I build Sipahi, it's 75% of the cost. I think, did he actually show himself there? Yeah, I think the crossbows might have got seen there. Because Louis all of a sudden started queuing up more of these Sipahi. That was my worry, right? Is like, if Dragan isn't doing anything present on the map, then his opponent gets information for free. Information is king, information is power. And power is everything. And in this game right now, Louis is the one wielding that degree of power. In a game where he's already going to be at 4 relics versus 1, and already has the economical lead. At least won't find more economy lead on the backside here. It does move away in time. But what I mean by the economical lead is over here. Military school, Mehmed Imperial Armory, more military schools soon to come. This is going to inflate Louis in a way that Dragan can't really keep up with. We don't have active trade. We've maybe had some fortunate exchanges off of the back of the trade wing, but ultimately nothing too crazy here. Louis, he did just start gathering the stones, so there's the military schools we were talking about. I don't know, Dragan just looks more and more stuck the longer this is going on. It's one of those unfortunate things, and I think this is why he opened Lancers at first, kind of tried to avoid just immediately going to crossbows archers. Because the moment you make that switch, you're kind of stuck on a linear motion here. In a map like Gorge, you're very exposed, so you have to be able to defend your flanks and slowly approach with infantry. That's what Louis is doing so well here, is he's just sending in only the cavalry to keep everything in check. My concern is, like, why is Dragan not pulling the camel lances and going on the flanks? Right? Why is he remaining just here? It's almost like he's waiting for Louis to make a mistake. There is a fair logic here that, unless you're able to play pitch perfect, an error is eventually going to occur. And that's when you can look to make your move. But I think the degree to which the mistake has to happen, right? The volatility of that mistake has to be quite high. I'm trying to think if Dragan sees a scale point in this game beyond Castle, where he has an edge. Ibids is a very awkward civ for that hyper late game. In theory, they can be good in the hyper Imperial. They take so much effort to access that point in the game. And it feels like Ottomans scale there much more freely. Speaking of the Ottomans, freely raiding on the back here. Nice body blocker, stops the retreat. And wait, that's still no wheelbarrow? Dragan, no! You'd think he would have learned. Remember when that raid hit the backside here, it was close to getting some wallops. Mistakes made, and all of a sudden, a 10 eco lead for Louis MT. I mean, this is the thing, right? When you stand still like this, when you decide you want to take the defensive idea, it can work at the highest level. We've seen some players pristine at it. Just one of the best at it comes to mind is MarineLord, just forcing you to crack upon trying to pressure them. But Dragan isn't really playing that level of defensive play. In fact, I'd say Dragan is usually more the other end of the spectrum, where he expects to attack. The other issue is he's chosen a really poor map to be the defender on. I think Gorge is very difficult for what he just tried here, because look at the positioning of the gold. Right, he hasn't done anything to really secure the flanks. Walling is very difficult in the current meta, even though we're now going to see Louis doing it. It's kind of what you can get away with when you've got a 10 eco lead. But the reality check is when you're in an even Stevens game, walking out and walling off is not easy here. Well, what's kind of weird to me is that in some ways Dragan should have been able to react a bit quicker, considering he's been gathering the deer here and there's berries here. So it's not like he had gold one side, food the other. He had them both leaning one side of the map. But oh my dear god. What? Okay, look away for a second and anything could happen. 5 worker kills, nicely played. Much needed for Dragan as well. However, Louis MT now going to contest. Desert Raiders are going to activate the melee mode, but it may be way too late in the fight. They're already dead. Yeah, even the healing now to top off any injuries. So, well played by Louis. Does still end up losing several villages, but remember, with the military schools and the fact he's now going to TC, he can afford these type of losses. Dragan, not to be outdone, has read this correctly. Second town center now coming in for the Ibids. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel as if we haven't once felt the impact of the desert, of the trade wing. Am I the only one getting that feeling right now? It just feels like a non-starter. It's just awkward. I feel like the games where it works are games where you could almost have picked anything else and you'd still be winning. Right? Like, that's the weird thing time and time again about this landmark. And what is up, boy? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. And welcome back to Swarm. What worries me is also what Louis is doing behind this. He just has so many Springles on standby. So he's like, it's not as if Louis being way too greedy here and he's neglecting to think about the big fight ahead of him. Like, he's given clear fortune. Another concern with this comp from Dragan is like, it will counter the knights, but remember, Janissaries, they've got changed. They only take bonus damage from archers now. And when you then also add in the fact that crossbows recently got that base damage nerfed, this unit doesn't counter Janissary anymore. I'd say it just gets destroyed by them instead, right? Like, you're talking about ADHP compared to 90. The difference is a better attack speed, better base damage. Like, yes, the range is worse, so a crossbow gets an extra attack in, but after that, Janissary should be gap closed and out DPSing you. March up here, Springald's already on standby. This is just not the type of fight you can approach. Yeah, Dragan, dare I say Tara the Sultan? I think I do. Like, the Springald's he has 0 answers for right now. Meanwhile, back at the base, looks like Knights have found their way in. Dragan relatively quickly in reaction will minimize the losses. There's still idle time. His army is completely out of position, and to make matters worse, Louis sneaking even more of the Naughty Boys in. Well, we've been here before. At least this time he's going to have Wheelbarrow to run away quicker. But not before he loses some troopers, even with the textiles. Dragan just has to run away. That's also going to be all the active gold gathering, right? Yeah, he already tapped the front side of his base. East side is already being contested. And it feels like he's in a position where he can't actually afford to pull any troops to really shut down these raids. No, he's trying to send 1 or 2 desert raiders at a time, but the Lancers having a field day with this. That's going to be the push in. Spring's already spread out. Cavalry line is getting ready to dive in. Dragan, wait. Where's the front line? Oh, no. He pulled what Lily had to try and deal with the Lancers. They're still killing him. This is over. Game 1 is going to be an easy cruise mode victory for LuMT. Dragan, not seeing that activity that he's renowned for. He's going to have to fix that in game number 2. Have to fix it fast at that. Not a great start for him whatsoever. Ah, that's right. We are indeed live on a Sunday. Whoop, whoop. I still don't know why I cannot press the Windows key to get out of Windows key locks me to one screen. The only way I can describe it is like I used to be able to press Windows key and then I'd be able to go across to like my second monitor. And now when I press Windows key, it brings up the bottom piece, but it won't let me, like, I'm literally still frame focused on AoE4. I don't know what I pressed. All right, anyway, let's get ready for game number 2. So Lipany, it's going to be Abbasids. Wow. Dragan picked an Arabic Civ. I never, ever could have seen this coming. Oh, thank you, Trump, mate. Love seeing the behind the scenes. I'm glad people enjoyed it. It was a weird one because I was saying, like, I don't know, like it's not the content people used to seeing. Like, of the last 10 videos, it's the worst performing video by far. Which is a shame. Emma actually helped put that all together to like take all the files because I can't stand the idea of listening to myself for 30 minutes. Sorry, I just can't. But I'm glad people are enjoying it. I want to do them more. I actually kind of want to like do a weekly vlog. I just don't know if I should do it on that channel or set up a secondary channel. All right, just had to turn the fan off. Check the settings. Yeah, but I didn't change it. It's borderless full screen. That should be the correct one. Pretty sure that's the correct one. One and all, welcome back to the series, game number 2, and wow, will you look at that? I've never seen this before. Dragan has picked a Middle Eastern Civ. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. There is something kind of comical about a stereotypically pale Norwegian being obsessed with countries that would bake him like a potato. Anyway, it is his bread and butter. We just saw him playing Ibids, didn't really get anywhere with it. Now onto the Abbasids. If there's something you can guarantee, if he can get his hands on them, he'll always go towards these two Middle Eastern cities. Now, the interesting thing is it's kind of a terrible meta to main these two. Looking at the draft, he didn't really completely sacrifice his draft potency. In fairness to him, he did pick French first and then come back for Abba Ibids. Interesting with the Byzantine pick, though. Yeah, it wasn't banned sequential. It was only banned one way. So it was kind of funny that we're going into Lipany, a map that would have actually been perfect for Byzantines. Byzantines usually matchup is actually one way I think Biz can do reasonably well. There is like an attack point in mind before the Pro Scouts just gets too overwhelming. Instead, he's going to play a Civ that doesn't really have an attack point. No. I am a little bit flummoxed here as to what his strategy is going to be, because I have talked about the Pro Scouts theoretical you can do with Fast Castle. I don't think you can do 2 TC against Pro Scouts. Yeah. And he agrees. We've got Culture Wing. So this could easily be Pro Scouts, Culture Wing, Fast Castle. The whole idea is if you go Culture Wing into POC, the savings is pretty substantial, right? On a 400 resource tech, you end up saving 80 resources already, which pretty much refunds the cost of preservation knowledge. And then you get the cheaper tech ups. Remember, you'll get 20% off the 1800 resource cost of going Castle Age. It's not a bad idea. In theory, it can be pretty good, but like in practice, it just doesn't compare to things like Juju. Okay, guys, it's not a scam. It's not a complete scam. Wait, yeah, I was about to say no. Your position is wrong there. Like you can't place it in there. If he sacrifices some food, he can get the gold and triple stone. Yeah, come on, dude. This is not reasonable. What? You can tell this guy scrims for MarineLord. What the hell? He's got 75 stone, 25 gold, and still gets 18 food. 118 resource. Actually, sorry, more than that, because he's got about like 6 wood in there. So like what? 124, 125 resource meditation garden. That's disgusting. The crazy thing about this as well, like the way that this stone plays really well is you're still going to look for Fast Castle as Yuji here. And then once you crack the Fast Castle, you're going to be able to get very aggressively into a second TC after Relics of Gabbard. And you might not even need to actively touch stone in this situation. That's crazy. On the other side, this is not Pro Scouts? What is this? How do I refund it? We've got fresh food stuff on the way. No preservation knowledge yet. Archery range beginning. What is Dragan up to? I thought he was just going to try to play the Pro Scout shenanigans. I'm hoping he's got something in mind that's just going to make me feel more inspired. Looks like FC. But why? What do you get out of just rushing Castle here is what I'm scratching my head over. You're going to give all the deer over to Yuji? A Civ that also gets 15% off on their tech timing, right? So like right now, you've considered the cost of POC, taxation returns as time goes on, supervision, the fact he's going to save 15%, which is going to end up being a pretty damn healthy savings, right? He's going to end up saving 200% resources, which is most of the cost of Pro Scouts itself. Plus the fact you build your tech up faster. It's fair to say Louis MT, if they both rush Castle, Louis will be there as well. Oh my god, dude, Dragan is just... Is this just it? Have we broken him? First Desert Raiders, now Camel Archers? I think Dragan secretly wants to be an FPS pro. So let's talk about the issue of Camel Archer scaling now. These units did get slightly nerfed, but the meta changed in a drastic way. With Pro Scouts in, what that means is people have a lot of safe economy underneath their TC these days that allows them to fast castle rush. In theory, Camel Archers can be nice because, hey, if they rush castle, I've got anti-armor units. In practice, because of how quick those castle timings are before the safe food, it's very difficult to actually scale enough Camel Archers to truly punish it. That's going to be my concern about this particular game. We'll see what he can do, though. He's already got the double archery range. It's a bit expensive. You can see he's struggling to actually keep production out of both currently. Tier 1 is in. Was there anything that would have been better for this type of play? Because like, I'm thinking, like, wouldn't Eco Wing have even been better? He hasn't even got Pop to get the cheaper techs on Eco Gathering. Now, in theory, I think like what Dragan was going for with this idea of Camelotches, by the way, is that he can block Pro Scouts. It's kind of like the Magadai effect with Mongols. It is a bit different, though. Magadai can move and shoot, whereas Camels are a little bit more finicky. Outpost, very intriguing position with Louis. Does work out, though. Remember, he has got the Stone Gen, so you can always build some hand cannon slits if need be. Other problem I'm seeing here for Dragan, we already have Horsemen coming. Like, this is the thing that I think makes me scratch my head a little bit about the mass camel strat. You're doing a mass camel strat into someone who's doing Pro Scouts, which means they already have stables. To make matters worse, you're doing it against a Civ that can supervise to get a lot of Horsemen out. This is a problem. The interesting part is this could have been a problem even if it wasn't Horsemen, guys. Because, like, the ballsiness, the craziness of what Dragan's done here. He tried mass camel archers against the Civ that already has repeated crossbows. He could have just been spamming Chuknu already. So Shuji, not really feeling too threatened so far. In fact, is this going to be... Okay, I'm glad it's not. Yeah, Undermesh first, then Dully Horses afterwards. Dully Horses is kind of finicky just because usually your opponent's cutting away, so the attack speed buffer doesn't matter as much. But if it turns into a bit of a static fight, it's going to allow him to completely circumvent the Camel debuff, which is already less effective than you'd think, guys. Remember, it doesn't affect bonus damage. And now it's time to mop him up. Undermesh is about to complete. He's got the backline actually full of injured camels, so loses 2 straight away, and this is all tempo removed. All right, this is going to be a very quick series. This is already way too much in the way of casualties for Dragan. Something you could illy afford. Sick wraparound by Louis MT, just allowing Dragan to essentially overextend. He's going to try to run away, but you can see Louis is already on point with the micro. Now, we've seen what this man can do with 0 ping. Even when you stick him back on 200 ping, he proves more than capable. Why Culture Wing? I think he was looking for the owl, and the logic is just like there's nothing else more valuable. Eco Wing would have been nice, make the houses cheaper, make lumber camps cheaper, etc. But you're still going to have to pay for the initial tech. And I think he wasn't really in a position to do so in his mindset. He was trying to make sure every single ounce of economy goes straight into camel archer production. And that should be all that she's wrote. Louis MT can now just go castle. Yeah, that's the comedy of this, right? That's all pre-survival techniques. Villagers now just getting the shivs out. Louis at least went full for that. He needs to be careful not to throw away what he has here. Louis's got to keep stockpiling that money, guys. Between the win on the LAN and if he can win some KPMMs, he'll be able to afford those new 9070 graphics cards from AMD. Quick, click the link. Clicking the link helps out. It's the beauty of awareness campaigns, guys. You don't even need to buy. You just need to click and have a look at what AMD is offering up to you guys. What a bargain, right? We show you how to just dominate mass camel archer strategies while also simultaneously showing you where you should buy your next graphics card. It's a 2 for 1. Shallow Monastery now on the way. This is just full chill mode now. Yeah. Could this have worked if Dragan didn't sacrifice the camel archers where he did? I'm not entirely convinced. I think he was always being set up to lose troops like this. Louis MT maybe would have had to have spent a little bit longer in feudal. But I think like camel archers on their own is just not going to work in a linear fashion here. The problem you have is like you can't actually wait with your hand. You have to go and contest the Pro Scouts. If you don't, you lose the game anyway. So Louis used that against him. He knew where he was going to come, and then he wraps around the back to make sure there's no start-step retreat. Because if you start a step retreat back towards the enemy base, the second wave of horsemen is going to kill you anyway. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Now Castle Age in, we're going to see him just try to rotate towards the base. This is pretty much the last era. Walls not going to be quite quick enough here, but the horseman does distract. Well, the rest of the horsemen are now going to raid in. Veterancy already complete. Honestly, that should just be game. He'll get shivs out, but no textiles here. And these are Castle Age ponies with attack speed buffer. Well played there, by the way. Dragan, he actually pulled the one Camel Archer back, so the debuff is in effect. The losses already feel like too much. He was trying to save for Castle Age. Now he has 0 food income. Everything is just fighting. And you can see Louis is doing a pristine job of just microing away injured horsemen to try and min-max his presence here. Eventually, the ponies will get cleared up. But not before Dragan loses 25% of his economy. All right, just go in. I don't know. I think like Dragan could have at least made this look competitive if these Camel Archers didn't run back. I don't like that they were coming back to reinforce this. At this point, you just need to go in and kill something. This was way too reactionary. I was kind of shocked that I didn't see any counter kills coming. Because in theory, it should be possible here. You know, the dive will eventually kill you because it's veteran horseman. Do something. At least start poking, but Louis now quick to just make sure he's garrisoned. He's going to get the next horseman wave for the kill. Oh my god, they're back again. No. Get him out. Get him a stretcher. Someone call him a doctor because he is KO'd. Excuse me. All right, so 2-0 there, Mr. Louis MC. Yeah, guys, honestly, do me a favor. Make sure you're clicking that link when you see it pop up. Like I said, AMD, they're running an awareness campaign with us right now. So all you have to do is very simple. You just need to make sure you click on that link and then go through. I'll even show you in Opera GX what you'll be going through to. So it's an information page, a landing page with all the info on the new AMD 9070 XT and 9070. These are definitely worth like checking in on anyway, by the way. Like really big performance gains. 42% over the previous generation is like incredible performance gains. And I recommend wholeheartedly checking them out. I am using AMD. I used them in my most recent build. We're on the last gen, so you guys would be actually leveling up beyond me. But yeah, because of the awareness campaign, you don't need to buy them. So the integration with us isn't based on like how many people buy the graphics card. They want people to know about the graphics card. So when I say that we're doing an awareness campaign, it means when you see this link come up in chat that like my thing just posted, this thing here, all you have to do is click that link. If you click that link and have a look, it tells the sponsor that, oh, damn, yeah, this is a really cool channel to integrate with. His community actually like respond really well to these sponsorships. So it's just, I mean, it's basically a very free way for you guys to help out. I mean, yeah, I'll drop in for the YouTube people as well. Feel free to go have a look. They've done a few campaigns with us, and they're always eager to come back because you guys, previously anyway, have definitely clicked on it. But yeah, like, honestly, I think a lot of people, when they read up on it anyway, will be pretty impressed with the outcome. Like, I think I kind of chuckled because the thing that got said about the current hoedown between NVIDIA and AMD is more or less all AMD needed to do was turn up to win. They turned up. They done more than turned up. They turned up. They brought a few bottles of champagne with them. I think that they done really well. So, bear with me a sec. We are getting ready for our next set. In fact, let me get the draft up now. So we've got 3 minutes, was that? So next up, we're going to be checking in on Scatterbrain versus Striker. So let me just pick up the draft. Excuse me. Okay, so the free maps, remember this week, the default one is going to be Gorge. We also got Holy Island. And finally, Dry Arabia. Which games are we going to be reviewing? We'll be reviewing the entirety of the land. So the whole idea is, I'll give you a little teaser. We'll go through this afterwards. We'll talk about the venue as a whole. So hotel and travel, the venue, the organizer, AoE2, AoE4, my involvement, the broadcast. You know, all these things we'll cover a little bit later. But that's for later. We're not doing it yet. So we'll do that towards the tail end of the stream, probably like 2 or 3 hours. We'll look to deep dive in and break it all down. That shows me that Farmman has no idea what he's talking about. Get the hell out of here, you piece of trash. They only suck if you're using like a graphics card from 15 years ago. You just want to start a fire? Oh, then you should have used like Nvidia's new card. Oh, no, I'm kidding. No, wouldn't it be if you... What was the one that was having like... That was literally setting people's PCs on fire a few years ago? If you want to start a fire, you should have got like... Was it the Samsung like Tablet 6 or something? Do you guys remember that? That crap... Oh my god. I'm going to run a minute of ads, by the way. Oh, crap. Twitch already done it. So, I don't know. Yeah, no 8. Did you guys ever see that in GTA 5? They got a cease and desist. Because someone made a mod that replaced C4 in that game with the tablets. And Samsung sued the creator. He's like, you need to pull this down now. It's slander. He's like, is it slander if they really do explode? And they were like, we're still going to sue you. Oh, man. What was it? No lighting at the end of AoE 4 Grand Finals? We'll talk a little bit about that, but that's not on Garrison at all. I think people maybe kind of misunderstand that like Garrison gave the space to Rising Empire to use. So they provided. But like beyond that, out of their control. Why, hello, Needy. You chose a good time. Yes, indeed, mate. There is an expansion coming on the 8th. If you last played in 2024, yeah, that would have been after Swords Ascend got dropped. We have a new DLC coming up with some single-player components, 2 new civs. We're going to have Knights Templar, and we're also going to have House of Lancaster, which is a variant civ of English. That'll be dropping on the 8th of April. Lions because they turn it off our AU2. I mean, we'll talk about all that afterwards. There's a lot of things, a lot of moving parts that people don't know about with all that. Alright, I need to get predictions up. All right, we got a fun one. A live series between Scatterbrain and Striker. This is cool. We've been seeing more and more Striker returning to Age of Empires 4 via the Midweek Musters. And gotta say, he's had some epic games. You guys remember Anatolian Hills, the game against Voldemar, the Siege on the House of Wisdom with Mass Trebuchets, clutch game, clutch series. This man was there. So Striker definitely capable of entertaining. I think the interesting thing about watching this guy's 1-0 has been him kind of rediscovering the game at like a high level, I feel like. Even though he's been present for a bit, it's almost like you're just seeing this evolution. You feel it, right? The way he's been playing and how he's been having to update it swiftly. Other side, Scatterbrain has just been as entertaining of a player to watch. This guy's been on the rise, newest member of 3D Clan, managing to take some games from top contenders so far in the Midweek Musters. Juji versus Jean to kick us off, though. Gorge will be our default map. We are using the EGC variant one, so it slightly tweaks the swarms to be a bit more reliable. I don't know, guys. What do you think? I feel like... So some people compared Sacred Grove to Gorge. Do you feel like this is the better version of Sacred Grove rather is a better version of Gorge? We've been getting these spawns again with these front tree lines. I just feel like they offer up a lot of defensiveness that maybe shouldn't be there. It feels like it was never originally intended to be there. You're a fan of AO2, but you still found it disappointing the lack of auxiliary streams to cover all supporting tourneys. So I think like the thing that people have to understand is every time you have an extra like stream or whatever to run different tournaments, etc., a different branch, that increases cost. And for those that didn't catch it, Being Esports had already been pretty blunt about this. They were losing 5 figures on the event. So I don't know. What do people want at that stage? You know, when I look at like the funding raised, if they're only raising a few grand from the community, like, and then people say they want more stuff, I'd say then reach into your wallet. Because I've talked about this before where even for me running the midweek musters, there was a fear that like this was going to just burn a hole in my pocket. You know, in theory, I still kind of debate on that. And like, am I losing money? And to what degree am I losing money, right? I'm doing it for speculative growth. Because like, we're definitely not making a lot of money off of doing these yet. But the whole goal, just like for being esports, is to scale to that point. That doesn't mean you should just spend the house and then also remortgage the dog. Yes, that's the correct order of doing things. Meditation Garden's coming in. Pretty decent one. He got the double stone plus the 36 food. I don't think he could have got the closer food, right? Which is kind of unfortunate. Actually, yeah, he could have, I believe. That would have been nicer because it keeps it close to home. This is very exposed now, so Jean can actually look to attack here. I believe we should be getting a Pro Scouts game coming in on both sides. I'd be shocked if we didn't. Yeah, pretty much as long as it's like not Dumu, you're going to likely see someone still play Pro Scouts. I think Dumu has been the cardinal exception where the man is a bit obsessed with trying to find new ways of playing the game, and I don't blame him, man. I talked about this, like, it's kind of getting boring on repeat. Pro Scouts was fun for a bit, but this is a classic example of how, like, we need more updates more frequently. Pro Scouts should not have been allowed to fester this long. It's been 6 months. Right, I think, is that correct, chat? Was it 6 months since this rise? Maybe more like 5. I think it started coming in October after Rebel World. It's been bare minimum 4 months, for sure. And I think it's fair to say with how dominant it's been a bit too long. Hey, look, Pro Scouts, just as we talk about it. Scatterbrain, of course, will be coming on the other side. He's just prepping the racks first. Pretty normal. You always see this against French or Jean. You want to get the racks down first so you have your protective units. And then you should be immediately rushing to Pro Scouts afterwards. Look at the spawn, actually. This should be quite easy to defend the double deer spawn. Kind of the dream. Scatterbrain, it would be a nightmare if he had one on the west, one on the east, because then Striker can exploit that. Just send Jean down one side with a scout. When you what? Your arm? What do you mean it's only been free? It's only been free because it took you at least a month before, like, the carpal tunnel set in from clicking all the deer. Is that how it works? And I'm really hoping there's some secrets from the DLC that we just don't know about. Like, we're talking things like, for example, new food sources. I think that would just be... that would kick it up to be, like, the DLC that I think we've been waiting for. I think it's still going to be a hype one. I just really, really want to see new elements of gameplay. I do love that it sounds like they're actually doing something to make sure that, like, single-player players have something to do with replayability. Because I said this about Sans Ascend, where... the campaign was really cool, but it was one offer. You done it once and you just kind of gave up. I felt like there was one exception, and it was that campaign mission where you have to hold back the Mongol hordes wave after wave. That had a bit of variability in the way that you could play it, I'd say. But outside that, yeah, it was like once you've done it, you've done it. Oh, and what are you doing here? Scatterbrained. Losing double spear. Archer's already in the way. So Scatterbrained, it looks like he was just trying to skim and fast castle. We should be having the deer coming home, but right now he's distracted. This is bad. He does at least get the night kill, but he's already lost 5 spim for that. That's rough. Yeah, he didn't even actually have Pro Scouts in yet, which I'm shocked by. I'm just so used to it being done pre-6 minutes. There was a gap here, and this is bad, folks. You already see Strikers bringing back the goodies. Jean can now go on the hunt. And Scatterbrain, like, I'm scratching my head right now. Was the plan actually fast castle? Or was this just a raw miss macro? Because he's sitting on almost 500 food. Yeah, I think he just missed macroed. Very awkward to play as Shushi up against Jean. I can kind of see it. Like, in some ways, I get where it's coming from because you just don't really benefit from bloating horsemen against Jean. In fairness, Striker is actually giving you some value doing so. But if you get like a reasonable meditation gun like this, you can just hand can slitten up and camp at home. As long as you get like 1.5 deer stats, you're pretty content. John, in the meantime, we'll just start poking. We already have the hand cannon slits in, so this should be enough to keep Striker at bay. What worries me is if he rushes a blacksmith here. This actually would be like the perfect time to do it. If you go blacksmith into immediate ram, there's problems here for Scatterbrain. Okay, this is... The more I watch this happen, the more rough this is feeling. They will at least manage to snipe one of the archers down, but... You gotta be careful. You're feeding the beast here. Sean has got more cleaves. And just look at the health bars. Hard to contest. And the problem is, if you just can't hard commit for a kill, this is just a waste. All you're doing is slowly killing your army. I think Scatterbrain needs to kind of slow down. You could argue this was to try and keep Striker away from the deer. If that was the case, you already failed. He snuck in and found some more. I believe Striker does know about his own deer, right? Yeah, so they both are aware of all deer pack locations. So it's going to be a just drop and run. Deshaun already on the way back in, and those spearmen are practically dead. Like, you can't win this fight now. I feel like Scatterbrain is doing more damage than good every time he does this. He's going to try to get the remaining deer home, and then I think you just hunker down and take castle. Because it feels like you already maybe played the age a little bit too long. What worries me even more still is the Fort Gold. We've got double outposts coming in, but we talked about this timing that was available. This is the moment. If Striker just saves up the wood and goes straight for Blacksmith, Scatterbrain is illy equipped to deal with it. It's going to be a dive in. Oof. Almost gets the Imperial Official. I believe we don't have Chivalry yet. No, I was going to say, it feels a little bit early. This is usually around the point where most players consider it, between, I'd say, 6 to 9 knights on average. I'd say that's the stage in the game where it's pretty nice. Yep, you see what I done there. I like that Striker is actually moving with urgency, by the way. Some players would have just taken a chill pill here and slowed down. Looked for the next step. His next step is, how do I kill more economy? Realistically, he shouldn't be able to, but he can force these kind of like micro starters, these idle times here or there. Scatterbrain now getting ready for castle. Striker, we still don't have the blacksmith. This is getting a little bit weird now. Shaolin Monastery is going to be on the way. If Scatterbrain doesn't get dove, Striker's just going to have to follow into castle. Very delayed, actually. It's going to be full fortification as well. It's not just the hand-can slits. Outposts are going to be fortified also. I think now the ram window is gone. Striker's going to surely find this to be a very frustrating game when he realizes what just happened. Because when you look at the state of the game, it looks almost just GG. Like, what do you do here? You shouldn't be able to do anything. He gets the castle. He queues up the 2 knights. Shaolin Monk also on the way. And Scatterbrain, no. You've got to be kidding me. He's taking deer from the enemy side now. There's going to be a dive attempt on the back. Villagers, no! Okay, that's going to be a few going down. Seek shelter betrays him here. The dive through. Jean is being target fired, so XP Soaker will be removed. Scatterbrain should now be unleashed like a beast here. He's got a 2-worker lead still after all that. Which poses the question, what the hell happened in this game? Because Striker should not be that far behind. No, like, he's killed 4 workers, and he's still 1 eco behind. The math doesn't make sense here, because remember, with Jean, you do lose a villager, but usually they don't gain anything, right? They don't gain villagers quicker. The IOs? Yeah, but the IOs come out of the TC. It doesn't change the maths. Remember, this is Shushi. It's not Chinese. So you haven't got an Imperial Academy adding +4. Like, if you add an Imperial Official, you're losing a villager. So something definitely went wrong here. Excuse me. In fact, you can see it there. Look, 35 villagers, 31 4. But there's 4 worker kills. So Striker, it looks like he just skipped TC production at multiple phases. Speaking of Striker, he has even bigger problems. I think this game is over. Like, there's Lancer spam coming. He has 0 answers. He's trying to react Spearman now, but that's going to keep him a few longer, and that means that all relics on the map are going to be going the way of Scatterbrain. I think Striker had an opportunity to try and really make this game uncomfortable in the gold, and he didn't get into the rams quick enough. He never even tried. Archers are going to wrap around the back again. Seek shelter once again from Scatterbrain is betraying him, but eventually people will be safe. So good hit here by Striker. Good strike by Striker. But this army now deeply concerns me. Flash on the front side. Jean trying to get some XP. I think for Scatterbrain, it would be more beneficial to try and just rotate on the back. Find the tree line. Meantime, now Sacred Sight's also getting locked in. We're going to be at 15 Lancers soon. This is the power of GG, though. You know, Fast Castle into just Mass Knights is just kind of unrivaled because of the production speed. I mean, this is kind of the comical thing. I feel like we're in a meta right now where I'm expecting almost 4 times more Reddit posts about how OP Knights are. And whenever you get those type of metas, that's when you know you're probably in a Pro Scouts meta. Because the logic is, like, how are you able to afford that many knights? Oh, that's right. You've got, like, 5,000 extra food underneath your TC. Now it makes sense. IO should be nerfed. Yeah, let's make them 500 resources. I think it's, like, conceptually quite a broken thing. Right, in a game about limited resources, having the capability of inflating the number by 20% very nonchalantly. But if you change that, you fundamentally destroy the identity of Chuchi and Chinese. I think when Pro Scouts meta is gone, Chuchi will recalibrate a little bit, but for China, they're still going to remain good because of the way you can get those IOs. Imperial Academy is just too good. I would be all for Imperial Academy just getting a complete rework. You know, if you're ever in a situation where there's a version of the Civ that can lose Imperial officials and it's better than losing villagers, you've got a problem. And that's the issue. They don't really pay that much more than they would for a villager to build them, and they build them out of a separate building. But Shushi, I don't think is as busted of an element. It's strong for sure, but like we have a lot of comparative strong elements. And there is a trade-off there. Like, if I see your Imperial official and I snipe your Imperial official, that's the cost of 3 villagers, and you missed out on a villager. Right? So, against at least you, there's a lot more punishability to it compared to China, where China just doesn't care. Striker. Once again, trying for the flank rotation here. Guildhall is at least coming in. But guys, this is ridiculous. It's 23 knights now. The only thing that's missing is Dali horses, which definitely is worth getting at this stage for Scatterbrain. This should just be the A click across the map. What could Striker have done different outside of that requirement to go for the base breaker by going on the gold in the front? I think if he didn't really want to commit to an all-in feudal timing, he should have instead looked to divest himself into castle quicker. He built a lot of archers, and they just kind of felt redundant. Like, what's your strategy here when you're bulking archers like that, but not blocking gold? You know what your opponent's going to do. It's clearly going to be castle into heavily armored units. He kind of killed himself with that move. Scatterbrain. It's going to be a dive in now. Veterancy isn't there for the spears yet for Striker. He doesn't want to have to take this fight. He has no choice in the matter. Divine Restoration gets pumped. Irrelevant. Veterancy is going to come in the moment that all the spearmen are dead. And that is going to be game 1 to the Shuji. Shooing Jean out of the gorge. Pretty toxic how they vomit units off one production boost. Oh, you mean like that? Yeah, so like I think if you want to keep the production rate increased, the research rate needs to be nerfed. I agree on that. Like I thought you were talking about the resource side. I think the resource side has to exist, but like yes, Imperial officials just they do too much. How much could the veteran upgrade have changed the outcome? If he had it before the fight even started, he probably would have killed at least half the knights. Even then, though, it's kind of a hard hold. Because you'll still lose troops. But it would have set him up to potentially be able to get arbitrary afterwards. So there would have been a grace period, shall we say. Next up, though, we're going to Holy Island. So let me mark a point on the board for Scatterbrain. It's going to be, excuse me, Japanese versus English, which is becoming very quickly one of the most popular matchups actually on Holy Island. By the way, did you guys click that link that came up above? Reminder to click it. Let's get those numbers pumping. Also, make sure you have downloaded Projects if you haven't already. Look at this thing. Look at the sleekness of it. The all black. We can even see the chat here. Hi, it's Inception. I do see YouTubers. Make sure you're doing both of these things, guys. It helps out the channel immensely. Reminder that that link will click through. It's just going to bring you to a landing page to learn more about this awareness campaign that we're doing with AMD. All it requires you to do is click the link. If you do that, you'll see this participating. Now, you might be like, KP, I'm listening to you right now, so I'm participating. It doesn't matter. It's called tracking links for a reason. So they want to see that ample people have clicked through from this channel, because then they say, oh, people believe in what KP says, we should sponsor him more. So if you guys like seeing AMD sponsor this channel because you like seeing us be able to get sponsors so we can afford to do this for a living, it's an easy thing to do. Just click on it. It's totally free to do. If you want to do someone else that's free and definitely helps as well, ! OperaGX, download this bad boy today, because we are, in fact, we can see it over here, tracking the amount of new users we've got to sign up. So yeah, I've been using it more and more as part of my day-to-day. Still a few things I'm using the old browser for just because I've got so many extra things I need to log into. But there are a lot of tools that made that simpler. But I like it, man. I like the sleekness of it. I love the built-in things like the GX Corner, where we can basically look at like upcoming game releases. Really, really helpful stuff. On top of that, like there is all these little embeds on the side, which I don't think will show in the OBS capture correctly. Oh, wait, is it working now? No, it's not. But yeah, you can get loads of different things in here. Like you can get Twitter in here, Discord in here, TikTok. This is also like, these things are especially very valuable for people who do not have multiple monitor setups like me. So for some of you who are playing like one monitor setup, maybe on a laptop, you actually find OperaGX very helpful. The 970 is pretty solid. Hell yeah, dude. Like I'm not, you know, I've saying this before we even got like a sponsor deal with them this month. These are actual impressive gains. 42% faster for the price that you're paying as well. Like this is definitely worth consideration for a lot of people. And you can see the type of performance you get on different games. Like this is at 4K, right? I believe this is the 4K native. So Doom Eternal 144 frames. You can get 100 frames on Assassin's Creed Mirage. I'd imagine like the newest Assassin's Creed that just came out the other day would probably be more like 80 frames, but that is, remember, once again, 4K Ultra. But you know, the other thing, by the way, I tested the frame gen with the 7900 XTX, which is using FSR3. Gotta say, like, blown away, dude. Like, I am super sensitive to input lag, and I gotta say, I didn't really feel it. Like, I was able to play Space Marines as a sniper class, and I felt really comfortable and good about it. And I consider myself to be like a hyper performance-focused competitive gamer. Like, if there's any input lag, I moan. But with the FSR, with their frame gen, I didn't see any issues at all. So pretty impressive. All right, let's get ready to go for game number 2. How much are these GPUs? So the 9070 XT, I believe, is it $600, chat? Yeah, so $599. Or the 9070 is $550. But I recommend going for the XT. So, you know, getting it at that price might be a challenge, but you'd probably have more luck getting it as RSP than you would with the NVIDIA series. And honestly, like performance-wise, it's worth it. AMD actually done a really good job. Agreed. Like it's got comparative performance in a decent amount of use cases to my 7900 XTX, and the 7900 XTX is like, I think RSP is like $1,000. You can get it around like 850 pounds, 800 pounds, I think. Switching to all AMD build, hell yeah, that's what I done. I don't regret it at all. Thank you, Chromicus. Remember, guys, if you haven't clicked the link yet, !AMD in chat and give it a click. Without further ado, let's get back into the series. Game number 2, and this has become, this has become like the most common matchup. I feel like Holy Island, Japanese versus English, almost every single time we're seeing this. We've seen it between Beastie and B, we've seen it between Dumu and B, we've seen it between Wham and Scatterbrain. We see it now against Scatterbrain and Striker. It just seems to be, by far, the go-to. And it makes sense if you think about it. Before the current meta, sushi and Chinese were quite common. Sushi in particular. I'd say sushi and Japanese were the go-to too. But remember, the thing that changed is that the Shu found relevance on land with the Pro Scouts meta. Whereas Japan remained this civ that's kind of question mark. English also just not a great pro scouting civ. So two civs that remain very powerful in water, just organically as a result of that became the brain dead obvious choice for Holy Island. In terms of RTX, they caught up from the numbers I've seen. They're only about a quarter to half a gen behind. Oh yeah, like if you guys haven't looked at the newest AMD, like the FSR4, people talking about this compared to the newest DLSS. If you take like the peak DLSS, they were saying like they still see it as the number one. But if you then like are looking for just behind it in second place, it's now AMD's like FSR tech. They've caught up. Like they are. I think they are literally just like one graphics card generation away from being completely on equal footing or ahead. And the difference is the price is not outrageous, right? Like I think it's time for people to wake up and look at AMD as a serious option. They've worked their butt off to actually get up to a point of credibility within GPUs, and I think they've done a good job. And the other thing that's really cool about that is instead of just like punting away billions of dollars trying to compete at the absolute upper end, they're looking at the position where most people want a graphics card, right? The mid-tier, the mid-high. And I think they're doing a really good job there. Like, I'm glad we were able to support AMD, and I'm glad they've supported us, you know? Yeah, if you're watching this later on, definitely go across to the stream and click on the links that we have set up there. Because I'd love to get AMD to keep coming back. I remember... shout out to Joe, the guy who like handles things on the influencer side. He was over the moon with the integration we done. He was really impressed with you guys. And I'm hoping we're going to be able to build a deeper relationship there, because I think they have been doing an incredible job. So yeah, we're talking about AMD a little bit in the opening here, just because with fishing, it's always going to be that little bit of a slow start. You know, thanks to AMD, just look how crisp and beautiful everything looks. Oh. Yeah, and you know, I think at the end of the day, you should be cheering the underdog. Not doing so in like a pity party way. If they're not delivering, don't reward them. But I think AMD has. But I think if they are delivering, like, you should give them all the praise they deserve. Because otherwise, I don't know, it feels weird when I watch people laugh at someone failing, essentially driving an industry towards a monopoly. Like, why do you as a consumer want to be so anti yourself? You know? It's actually really important to have that type of competition. It's why I've praised Intel for trying to get involved as well. Obviously, not really able to compete where AMD's competing, but different goals in mind. But you want to see these competitors in. Same with like RTSs. You know, when people are like, oh man, ha 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 ha, oh, if it's not Age of Empires, it sucks. Like, dude, I want to see these new RTSs succeed. I want to see battle aces stop like stepping on their own feet as they try to pay to winify their game for no reason. Because when you have more competitors who are doing well, it allows the scenes to thrive. It gives you as a consumer choices that matter. Because without them, you just become a sheep and a fool. Because in a lot of cases, we kind of actually help like fulfill our own doom prophecy if we have no options. And if you have no options, that's when people can do outrageous things, as we've seen certain brands do in the past with pricing. If there's no real competitor, they can set the price at whatever the hell they want, regardless of whether you can afford it or not. Okay, so with that cool conversation out of the way, perfect timing as we are approaching Fuel Age. 9 on a council is kind of wild. But this is like, Scatterbrain knows his timing is slightly later, right? Because he went for the double dock, I think, earlier by the looks of it. Yeah, we've got 9 fishing boats compared to 6. So Striker does tech up first. He only done it with 6, which is surprising. Sometimes we, say on average, we usually see 7 or 8 villagers on this map for the Japanese timing because it's so important to get ninjas out. His timing's not really going to be there, though, because this is kind of sick, guys. What Scatterbrain has done here isn't your norm. Most people go for Abbey of Kings, but against the Shinobi, this is going to give a clear, clean-cut counterplay with the Longbowman. Means that there shouldn't really be any sabotage activity going on here. Have an upgrade your PC when AMD happens to be the better option in the current market. Damn, that's pretty impressive. So I always like, I talked about this like quite openly after we made the switch and built our $4,500 PC at the end of the year. If you haven't seen that video on YouTube, check it out. I think it's a great one. we had always been NVIDIA beforehand until like the earliest years of me gaming when like I wouldn't know arse from elbow, right? Because like back then most of us were like, yeah, whatever's in the PC. But I'm glad I did switch AMD because I feel like, you know, I'd kind of been brainwashified and just assuming that there was only a one-person race going on. It's easy to do when you don't have a look at the competition. Wombos? Yeah, this is not going to be a good competition for the Shinobi. There's no way to run here. Oh. And just before the Archer ship arrives as well. Not that the Archer ship will be able to do anything. The other thing about longbows that's very nice here is they will outrange these Archer ships. Now remember, guys, for Striker, he needs to actually find that edge on land to manipulate things. Because if this just turns into a sea war, you lose. Multiple reasons there. Yes, you do get cheaper fishing boats, but haha, so do I. But on top of that, remember, English get the discount 10% on all boats on water. So it adds up over time and leads into an advantage into Admiralty with the extra range. At which point, Japanese on equal footing cannot compete. So for Japan, it's all about how do I leverage Shinobi to get ahead. I wonder, actually, could Striker... He can't go after the docks, right? He has got horsemen here, so it is a bit problematic for Scatterbrain. But it's triple dock. Like, I don't really know if you can do enough sabotage activity now. Usually the whole idea is when it's double dock, you take out 50% of your opponent's production rate, and then you look to swarm onto their fishing and slow them down. Looks like he's giving it a march in. The Lombos are coming. Wait, he could actually snipe the Shinobi and just kind of get away. Good reactions by Striker. He does see it, moves forward with the Horseman now. However, oh, the one spearman. Okay, yeah, this is kind of cursed. He does at least get the Sabo, but Striker only has 2 docks on the other side. It looks like Striker's real intent here is to get out of fuel age. And he's starting to feel like it. He's flowing resources in reserve at any given time. He's adding in more troops. But I think he understands the reality of this matchup is the longer you play the age, the worse it gets for you. English want a long feudal. They need it. Especially when this tech hits. There it is, folks. 500 resources, side invested into Admiralty. Shinobi is gone. Oof. I mean, the first one's free. The second one's pricey. And I would say that so far, Koka Township has not paid off for Japan. We do at least have Uma Bannerman now. Scatterbrain may want to think about slowing down a bit here until more spears arrive. Okay, there we go. He's got 2 coming. Okay. Salute and march on ahead, sir. And Striker. Oh, dude, he's going for the one big punch play. We've got mass demos already stacking up. Tricky if you're seeing coming, especially with the Admiralty range. It means Archer ships can easily contest you. What worries me here is Striker's going to be put under a lot of pressure on land. And while he's being pressured here, he's going to have to be on point with microing the demos to get the hit. This is asking a lot of him. No matter how talented of a player he may be, it feels like Scatterbrain is going to have an easier time on land. He can pretty much just A-click his way through and then focus on water. Seeing which push is coming in. Archer ship. We'll clean up. Counter demo play here. No, what? Where's the Archer ship? Oh my god, no! He didn't have it! It's back here! That genuinely might just be game. Scatterbrain is now reaching the tree line. The Yumi Archers, they're way too late here, and I cannot believe that fumble. The Archer ship at home. Striker missing exactly what he'd need to stand even an iota chance of succeeding. Because that was a very swift 2-0 stomp. Yeah, that was rough. On my voice as well. I was coughing my guts up. Oof. That was brutal. So, 2-0 there in favor of Scatterbrain. In fact, let me have a look at the bracket and we'll quickly update it. I think what we'll look to do next, guys, we'll look to check in on Kardi versus Mio Micah. Will be our next trip. But that was ugly. Yeah, I thought we'd get a little bit of a deeper set there. Striker's definitely capable of taking games. I just don't think he's ready to play Water. Scatterbrain, on the other hand, actually quite likes Water. He's taken games off of top players before, if you guys remember. So 1 second, I need to open the correct document. Yeah, so I have two bracket things. One is like start of week, and one is the continuous of the week. The reason is that like it's much easier to reset the bracket because this is all updated in a Photoshop folder. So bear with me a sec. So we change it to 16 bracket, and then we'll add this in. So we just had, so we now know it's going to be Scatterbrain versus B, which is going to be quite entertaining. And Louis MT got his 2-0 over Dragan. Yeah, Louis usually had issues with like having to forfeit default out of matches. I hope that's like not going to be a problem this week. It would be nice to see him make a deep run, man, especially off the high of the LAN. He had to forfeit in the end for last week's because, you know, he would have basically been traveling. It would have been challenging. There's some of the lower seeds, I take it. Not particularly. Scatterbrain is like reasonably ranked, as is Striker. There's some of the closer seeds. Remember, the way seeding works is that you basically get high seed versus lower seed. So like you're looking for the matchups which are in the middle. So for example here, I would say your closer in the middles would be like Core Myriad. Scatterbrain, Striker would have been there, I believe. And then what else we got? Like your higher, more spread ones would be MarineLord, Gully, Dimu, Starflock. Yardi, Mio, Micah is an interesting one. I think Mio like does okay against a lot of these players. In fact, that's going to be the set we're looking next. There's Striker in chat as well. GG's to Striker, chat. GG him up. Who's Vezdos? So he has a longer name than that, but I was lazy and didn't want to use the 32 bracket scene. He's a player from Russia. He played last week as well. Haven't really had a chance to catch him yet. So I imagine Wham will look to play his set today, because I believe that's the only set remaining from the round of 32. All time for 5 fills? Yeah, dude, we highlighted that. We're like, you should be ahead. What happened? Yeah, that's a bit rough. You produce Scout instead of Vils? Oh, hey, man, at least these Scouts produce quicker these days. So, less painful? I guess? Maybe? Probably not. Okay, guys. So, let me get the draft ready. We'll have Yardi versus me and Micah. Where are we at? So let me reset. Excuse me. So we've got Gorge, Sacred Grove, and Socotra. I kind of like seeing some Socotra again, actually. All right, let me get the games ready. Yeah, Striker, you were a Hamburg, weren't you? I can't remember. Did you play in the amateur 2v2? I think you did, right? 1 sec, I need to get me and Micah's full name. Yo, what's up, Minu? Appreciate the Prime sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Remember, guys, get those Prime subs in. You need to make sure you're doing every single month. In fact, let me just do a check. Let me do a check. How are we looking? Have we almost hit 100? Okay, so we are at 82 out of 100. Remember, guys, so we have the plus goal. If we hit the plus goal, we get a bigger rev share. So the way that works is the type of subs that count are ones where you yourself sub. And it's when it's not a Prime sub. So if you guys were thinking about subbing, it helps a lot for sure. Okay, so let's get ready with the next set. Workplace didn't give you the days off? RIP. Saj. Yeah, it was cool to see like the different games being there, right? AV2, 2v2 amateur, 1v1 amateur, myth, and then 4. So, game number 1, we've actually got Delhi versus Rushki. Interesting. Let me load this boy up. Me and Micah's Delhi is quite funky to watch, actually. he doesn't like play the standard way, should we say. What's up, Grim? That's right, Mr. Kopi's back. Whoop, whoop. What's the normal share of the income? 50-50. So if we hit 100 people who've subscribed themselves, then we go up to 60-40. The way that works is like primes don't count, but please do go ahead. Like they're free for you guys. So it's just a win-win. But the way it works is it needs to be like people who've subbed themselves. That's how they count. It's a bit crummy from Twitch. I don't know why they do it that way. Yeah, like so if you subscribe directly yourself, that counts towards the plus goal. If we hit 300 people who do the plus goal, that means that we get 70% share. But like I don't expect that. That's kind of like quite high up there. Because although we hit like 300 plus subs a month, like I said, it has to be like people themselves subscribing. Gifted sadly don't count. Like I actually really am still to this day annoyed that Twitch do that. Because it's just very scummy. All right, let's get into it. One and all, welcome back to the channel for a fun one. We've got Kardi up against Micah. Yeah, very aggressive player up against a very, I think people would say cheesy player, kind of a wild player. In fact, Micah, he in some ways plays your standard deli, but he always comes with a weird sprinkling of spice and crazy to add and layer into the cake. Gorge is going to be our map of choice to open this series. Yeah, I prefer Sacred Grove. It's kind of like funny going from Sacred Grove to this. I now kind of regret doing Sacred Grove on the week I got back from LAN. But obviously, I wasn't expecting to get ill. I was excited to see Sacred Grove get played a lot, to show a lot of data off about it. But in the end, we weren't able to do as many days because we are still, even now, recovering from probably the worst illness I've had in a very long time. Like, it's probably the worst flu I've had. You know, I've had like a stint of COVID or two that were worse, but in terms of flus, like this took, oh man, this was just destroyed me. Hopefully my throat sounds clear now. I think it's mostly gone. What's not fun is when the doctor's like, yeah, you might find yourself just like coughing for another 3 or 4 weeks at least. Huh? Okay, so opening wise, looking at the spawns. Ooh, okay, Kardi got a good in here. Double deer on the left side. Meanwhile, Micah is split on the 2. That's kind of awkward here. It's going to be very difficult to stop the Roost getting what they want out of the map. And what they want, they shall get. Golden Gate is going to be on the way. Looking at the sheep pool overall is a fairly even split, considering that me and Mike obviously didn't have to come back with the sheep at all. What's going to matter more is the deer. Roost should really dominate in that department. You know, we had MarineLord in here the other day. Our reigning champion, by the way, in Midweek Musters. This week, we've yet to see him perform. We'll get around to that a little bit later. But this man was in here saying when we had a Roost Deli matchup like the other week, he's like, I just don't know how you're meant to beat Roost. Deli's probably the best civ to do so on like a standard dry Arabia. But even they feel like they struggle. And for good reason. Like, how do you really stop Roost just rushing towards their castle timing? I will say that Deli changes the narrative a bit. A lot of matchups with Roost, it's fast castle and just build horse archers. But this matchup's a bit different. Usually because your opponent's going to be scaling Ghazi, you don't necessarily want to open horse archers. But what you can open instead is just a handful of spearmen, which allows you to get even more of the deer in the early phase. And then you can either follow up with men-at-arms, or if your opponent stops building Ghazi, go back for those horse archers. Am I doing enough to LAN? Oh, mate, I barely made it. If you guys haven't seen my vlog, definitely go check it out. We're trying new different content types. It'll be live on YouTube already. It was, I think we called it my first Age of Empires 2 event ever. And oh, I didn't record when the night I got home because I was so dead. I remember walking through my local train station and I barely made it, dude. Like I was limping along and shaking and everything. I felt like I just wanted to find a corner and huddle up and try to hide. It was not fun. Kind of like when you play against Roos with your villagers. Want to find someone to hide from those horse archers. I was basically a walking version of that. So, Pro Scout's now on the way. Kardi already getting the deer shove in. This is the other nice thing. When you play as Roos, you're going to build 3 to 4 scouts by the time you're prepping Pro Scouts. So you can just get this free shove in. It means you've essentially already got 1 deer pack practically home. A little bit of a slippy dude. Does let one of them through, but for most of them, they'll be basically about beyond the gold. when Pro Scouts finishes. My colleague just died recently from flu type A. What the hell? Jesus. I mean, I felt like I was dying for sure. You know what the crazy thing about that illness was? Is like every time I felt like it had reached the apex of its worst feeling it could give me, it got worse. I don't know how. Like every single time. Yeah, Micah. He's just trying to basically get a few stabs on these, screw the deer pattern. It's not going to work though. This is the other thing that I think really frustrates people against Roos, is like they just have so many scalps you can't really contest them here. He could run through and grief it a bit. Yeah, which is what he's trying to do. But ultimately, you're just not going to stop them at this stage. In fact, if Mia's not careful... No. Alright, that's a big problem. He's playing blind. He's going to have to go back for another one. Luckily, he does already have the stables. It's still an unnecessary loss monetarily. Slows down your Ghazi scaling, which is frustrating here because, you know, you're trying to look for that momentum point where you can maybe go for a dive as your opponent's teching. It's already going to be difficult to do with the Wooden Fortress, but... usually that's kind of like your goal, is that the wood line will start to thin out and you can maybe raid him a little there. Bare minimum, you expect to be able to intercept the deer, but now, like, putting yourself another Ghazi behind makes it fairly easy for KillerPigeon to get double deer stack home safely. Okay, so, like, luckily I'm streaming and talking to you guys after I'm starting to feel better, not when I'm feeling really bad. Otherwise, this would be really douchey from Black Judge right now. Like, yeah, he was in a coma, and then he just passed away. Like, okay. Luckily, I'm not that dead. Oof. Are we maybe going to make these things relevant soon? Yep, we've paid attention to you, buddy. No one cares, because you're worthless. What do we call the KPMM? Just the KPRIP. I don't know, man. I want Wolves to have some sort of purpose. I think Wolves are just in a very weird place, and they have been ever since the bounty change. I don't think they were better before the bounty change. They try to make them more relevant through different ways with Jean, but like I think the problem with Wolves is you almost want a more holistic way for them to be relevant. Because as it stands right now, they aren't holistically relevant. They are scarcely relevant. Historically, they've been scarcely relevant. So KillerPigeon, we've got something kind of funky here. He went Knights. Yeah, instead of going Racks, he played Knights instead. That's very surprising. The problem of playing Knights here over Spearman first, your opponent already has Ghazi, and he's likely to follow up Spearman anyway. So you're just setting yourself up to be double counted. Because remember, Ghazi do reasonably well against Knights with the bonus damage. Plus the extra health. So the only way that this would make sense of KillerPigeon is if he was sniping economy. And you can see he's already moving across the map to try and do so. The other problem is, like, compared to just opening spears, this is so much more expensive. But I think the reason KillerPigeon done it is because it's not just expensive resources, but time. If he wanted to make this play, and he'd done it second, it would be very delayed coming out in the first place. Still. I wonder if the idea here is to try and get himself in a position so he can gather these deer. Alright, so like having the Knights, that's someone that can actually reach this side of the map. The problem is just with so many spears Ghazi already, I think the Knights are kind of a moot factor. And he's kind of just made this game a little bit weird for himself. Changing up my days for KPMM? Yes, so this particular week, we've gone live on Sunday. For those watching this now, not knowing, or watching it later, usually we'll always look to be live on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. The reasoning is because I'm still recovering. I didn't want to do 3-day plus in a row, which would have just killed my throat. On top of that, I won't be live this particular Monday because it's my daughter's birthday. So I'm taking the day off. Because it's important to be reasonable with yourself, set boundaries. Don't let your work be every iota of your life. KillerPigeon, this game is getting a bit awkward now. We're about to be 10 minutes in the game. He still hasn't made the play into castle. He also just doesn't really look that good on deer, right? He's only now finishing off his secondary stack. I don't know, man. Micah, I said he finds tricky ways to play the deli. I feel like KillerPigeon was the tricky one here, and I'm not sure if it was entirely necessary. We'll now look for the trigger on the tech up. It's got the place for the high trade house, so still going to get a reasonable amount of gold here. And we have got the triple arch range coming in the corner. He could keep scaling knights here to kind of make it worthwhile on the way he's played this, but my concern is look at Micah's macro. This is impeccable. He's going to be just as quick to castle. Not just that, you start that ticking time bomb. We're down to 8.5 minutes on the sacred sites. Also, an immense amount of gold is being thrown into the pockets of the Vietnamese player. Almost 400 passive gold per minute. Which at this stage is like a 25% economy booster. Well, we did say that Delhi was one of those civs that can force these more awkward kind of ways of playing as Roos. Get your numbers in, folks. High trade house now on the way. What do you guys think? Do you think that KillerPigeon had to play this way? Or did he bait himself? It feels like he baited himself into something unnecessary here. Do I play Age 4? I spend so much time watching Age 4, I don't really play it. So, you know, I probably watch more Age of Empires 4 than almost any person in the scene. Because, you know, even the pro players, like, they'll spend a lot more time playing than watching, right? And I try to, like, to help keep it fresh to a certain degree, I don't play for that reason. But we've talked about it before. You know, if the stream grows, and hopefully the expansion will help with that. If the stream grows to a certain point, if we start averaging like 750 plus people watching between YouTube and Twitch, we're going to do a Road to Conk series to prove that it's not just me making up things and that my hands can keep up with brain. Okay, so KillerPigeon has a really big problem here. Time is ticking down. He'll fix that at least. But Micah already has 3 relics on the way home. Likely going to end up being a 4-1 split at this rate. And that's me being generous to KillerPigeon. He's going to go on the offensive. Did open archers instead of going for the horse archers. And now we're getting a men-at-arms flood, but the crossbows are key here. It's the only way they'll win the fight. Remember, Micah is going to have better men-at-arms. Eventually. Home blades is a big deal. We'll able to scare him away. That's 2 relics home. 2 more coming. High trade house in the end was, oh god, 151. How is it still that good? Graphics look so crisp. Thank you. Courtesy of our fully powered AMD setup. Exclamation mark AMD if you want to learn more. Okay, so now that we're in this castle age, the dynamic is usually meant to be trending towards war elephants, which is why KillerPigeon is prepping crossbows. It deals with the men-at-arms, it deals with the next problem as well. This can still end up being tower elephants, which are just as effective for Micah. Much more difficult unit to answer. Horse archer switch up is intriguing from KillerPigeon. This is not about the main battle, it's about the flank resources. Gorge pushes you out from safety if you want to not have to go farms, which if you have to go farms here, you're already dead. So with that in mind, KillerPigeon is looking to exploit that factor. 5 to 10 horse archers maximum should be more than good enough. Conk is easy. Conk free is a real challenge. I mean, like, haven't you got to, like, try to outdo Twitch chat? So you got to try to get Conk 69. That's the real play. I wonder if Micah just starts going for castle drops soon. It's very early. It depends how he wants to try and approach his comp. Right now, he's just got this static nature about his composition. But everything's leaning to the west side. If he wanted to go west and east, he'd need a keep drop. But he can get away with just basically guarding this area if he keeps moving here first. But expect once all these resources are gone, him to move across on the stone. It's just the organic next step. Sound and bear? Oh, thank God. Still got a little bit of a dry cough, but yeah. I feel a lot better than I did before. Oof. I think that's one of the rough things is like being freelance and then being freelance and content creator very different, right? So like when I was doing just content when I felt like doing content, if I got ill, it's kind of like, oh, whatever, I guess I'm not streaming this week. I'm fortunate, but not streaming this week. Now it's like, because it's a revenue source and it matters to my income and, you know, being full-time, etc. Like not being live and then also like being ill so can't be live longer really eats at you. It's like, it's such a weird mental state where like you are already feeling really bad, but now you feel even worse, right? Because you feel bad because you're ill, now you feel bad because you're not live. And it's kind of more annoying because like the way we're live and what we do when we're live is focused on our voice. So farm's starting to get added in by Kiryadi. We still have the Sacred Site ticking time bomb again. What's interesting, I think me and Micah are spending a little bit too long going into like knights here. War Elephants is obviously off the table now with the crossbow mass, but Tower Elephants is just staring you in the face here. I think he's a bit too focused on flank raiding, but we can see that Kiryadi is hunkering down. He's not playing wide. Right, he hasn't snuck off in the gold in the corners, and this is one of the frustrating things about Roost. Compared to other civs, they just don't really need the gold as much. A lot of pressure put on myself mentally? Exactly. That's why it's always important to make the sponsors happy. You guys see that link in chat? Click it now. Check out the new AMD cards. Click it so many times, they go, oh my god, KP is a wordsmith. We need to sponsor him more. Me and Micah don't need more sponsoring. Look at the amount of knights he can afford. I can't afford a butler. This man can afford a whole army right now. We've got 23 men-at-arms, 21 lancers. Me and Micah does need to address the crossbow threat. Now, he could actually just do Cereals to deal with that, funnily enough. Cereals do pretty well here. It addresses the front line, but it also addresses the back line because crossbows have like close to 50% of the health of, you know, spearmen. Like 60 or 70%, right? The logic being is that Cereals get bonus damage against infantry. But if you take away the fact that like you're not clashing melee, the back line, because it's more squishy, takes just as much damage. And this, oh, Kiryadi, is this really a fight you want right now? Count looks a little bit lacking for him. There's just too many men-at-arms of home blades. No, turns out Kirby's sword better than straight sword. Because, you know, when they curve it, they're hiding just more inches behind it. Look at the size of those blades. Difficult for him to stand against it. Crossbow start step is going to reach the TC, but the pressure really mounting here. Me and Micah just needs to slow down a little bit. Doesn't really need to overcommit to the dive. Lancers could actually be raiding for additional economy kills right now. He just doesn't seem to realize it. It's actually Kiryadi, as a result, should get what feels like an unearned stay of execution here. Okay, scrap that. They did arrive in the end. Stone workers go down as well. Dive comes in. I think me and Micah is throwing his lead a little bit here. This is now unnecessary. He took a great fight. He done some chip damage, but you don't need to do this. Remember what we talked about, guys? The idea of, like, you know, it's much easier to get blood out of someone when they've got all, is it 6 pints of blood you're meant to have in you? I can't remember. Let's say 6 pints, whatever. When you got 6 pints of blood in you, it's much easier to, like, for someone to get blood out of you. But when you're down to, like, 3 pints of blood, there's not as much flowing around in there. When you're down to 2, down to 1. I mean, if you're down to 1, you're dead, right? But the logic is true here as well. Same logic as, like, you know, when I reach into a bag of potato chips, much easier to just get one when there's, like, a full pack. I might have to rummage around when it gets low. Now, if I'm rummaging around, it's inefficiency. I'm wasting time. It's the same logic here. Like, you exert the same amount of effort, but you get less when your opponent has been reduced so much. And what makes it worse in this situation, it's almost like that bag of potato chips starts to have just, like, little tacks in it that you can stab your hand on. That's what's happening here. Me and Micah had a great lead before that secondary Lancer dive. And then he just kind of started to throw away that lead, giving Kiryadi a hope of getting back into this. Is it 10 pints of blood? I don't know how many pints of blood it is. Is it 6 liters of blood? Is that correct? Because, like, a liter is more than a pint, right? You're like, you should know this, KP. Pint's like a British thing. I'm like, I don't know. I'm a doctor of gaming. Now we finally get those tower elephants we were talking about. These things are ridiculous, guys. You'd think, oh, he's got 21 spears, he'll be fine. No. You actually need a lot of horsemen. So the reason why you want tower elephants here is to deal with the crossbow count. If you went war elephants, they just die to these. But if you open tower elephants and reduce the amount of crossbows, you can actually come back for war elephants afterwards. And they are incredibly effective at dealing with either spears or horsemen. Second TC in the meantime is going to be coming in from Myriad. We do not have any castle drops yet from Micah, which is actually quite surprising. This would be the time to start gathering up the stone. He's also stopped producing scholars, which is a little bit shocking. This is something you usually just want to keep scaling, so you get to that point where you can eventually just play the Imperial, or you play mass healer boys in the fight. It's 8 points unless you're an anime character, and then it's about 50. I wish I was an anime character. Wait, Guts, you have 50 pints of blood? Okay, hear me out. Plan. Go down to the local blood bank, donate it for money, spend money on subs on this channel. Win. Then, take the extra money you got from your 50 pints of dono blood, and then use it to buy one of the brand spanking new, top-of-the-line 9070 XT AMD graphics cards. You have now funded your gaming efforts on blood money. What's up, Nick? There you go. Thank you very much. Appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. It's like nice. I'm going to fall around the back here. Uh-oh. Shh. They don't know. Stupid Russian knights and their stupid pointy hats and clearly like the wrinkles on the helmets have like squished their brain in because they're so small brain. They don't know. I think they don't know. What's up, M7? Appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Looks like by the time he would know, he's gonna get found out. Wait, did they both have the same wrinkly helmets? No, they did not. All right, vibe chat. Who has the better hat? It's definitely the Ghazi, right? Oh, holy the Ghazi. Is it me? Or should me and Micah have built castles by now? You're not given money for blood donation, but they give you a really good bottle of wine. How do you know it's wine? How do you know it's not just like someone else's blood that's less valuable who was really drunk? You just didn't think about that because you were too busy being drunk on the blood wine. The elephant has a better hat? Alright. Actually, you know what? I kind of dig the caps on the elephant drivers. They're vibing, man. Those are like caddy hats right there. You just see them tipping like, my lord. Oh, Lord. I've seen this too many times before. Look at the amount of spearmen here. Against mass cav only. You can't make this up. It's literally just cavalry. You know what's the irony is like hashtag only calves means you don't have any calves, right? Because like you aren't doing any running. So it's like if you misread it, it's just false advertisement. Just like spears beat elephants. That's false advertising, guys. That's not real. We live in a simulation. A simulation ruled by elephants. That's why no elephants are allowed to die in the recording of this video. If I let them die, they turn up at my door and they steal my children. Wow, you look at that. We had 50 spearmen here. What a threatening count. Where did they go? Oh. Horse lives don't matter, if that's what you're wondering. Looks like we did have a little bit of flank raiding going on though, so that has at least rebalanced the economy state. I don't know, man. Me and Micah is still making this game harder than it needs to be. Which is hilarious to say after the elephants just warlorded their way through that fight. But, you know, we don't have Imperial on the way. We don't have 2, 3, 4 TC via castles. He actually needs to go for stone now. The reason is that when you play elephants like this, you can't guard home. You're either attacking your opponent or you're camping at home. What do you play against these elephants? Horsemen is meant to be what you play against these elephants. The problem is when there's so many, you just die. Like, this is... So I've seen people do these, like, silly comparisons. And I'll explain why silly. Where you're like, hey, man, he's, like, 1 tower elephant, which costs 1,000 resources, versus 8 horsemen. Oh, my God, horsemen win! No, that was clapping, guys. Don't be weird. The problem with that logic is what happens when you scale it. What happens when we have, you know, 80 horsemen versus 10 elephants? The elephants just destroy. And the reason is that the AoE headbutt, and the fact is when you're lined up like this, the horsemen can't fully surround you as efficiently. Right? Like, if you think about the area of effect of this many elephants and what can attack versus 80 horsemen. Well, 80 horsemen aren't going to be able to attack at the same time. They're going to have to take it in turns. So the elephants just start demolishing so much more than they would in a 1 on 8. That's always been the fundamental flaw of like, oh, spearmen counter elephants. We've seen it with war elephants. You line them up, because the war elephants get hit by 4 spearmen, maybe 5. They don't get countered at all. Whereas if you fully surrounded them with spearmen, yes, they'd lose. Issue is like, look at this guy here. How many spearmen can actually hit this elephant? 3 or 4 maybe? Because the other ones around him protect. What I'm saying is the elephants must be required to be loners. You've heard of apes strong together. Elephants even stronger. Never mind, we have a castle. Wait, kill yard. No, that does not work. Gonna die through. Has to kite away. And funnily enough, this could be a situation where a few war elephants make a lot of sense. Shantar coming in. Villagers are going to be forced to try and build this up. He peels and runs. Skulls get left behind. They actually don't die that quickly with 130 HP. Elephants are going to have to start stepping away from this. The villagers are still getting targeted down. Kilyardi desperately needs this castle alive, but there's barely any workers left alive. The elephants are in. And it is Boogaloo time. They're just going to make laps around the base. Come on, man. At least make the archers run out of shots. Have them replenish at home. Because then they don't be like a petrol station effect. Like a car is OP if it never has to recharge. That's the problem here. These guys never stop shooting. God. So a few elephants do at least go down. But look at the economy damage at the end. He lost so much to this dive. Kilyardi just feels pinned at this stage. Castle can at least eventually complete now. I think Micah has to be content with the outcome. One problem has been this. He's failing to secure these sacred sites. He still doesn't have a single castle. Yo, can I get like a vibe check? Have we got any Vietnamese people in chat? Like, historically, how many castles were in the Vietnamese territories? Because I always thought you all had a lot. But Micah doesn't seem to know what a castle is. It's got some running castles. That's what the game is missing. We just need a civ that just like, its castle just like, you know, gets, basically pushes itself up out of the ground and then runs along, like carrying the side correlations, almost like a skirt that's lifting. With heavy thumping as it runs across. By castles, do I mean underground kingdoms? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize the Vietnamese people also housed these 7 dwarven kingdoms. Must have missed that part in my history books. When are we going to Moria? Well, looks like Castle into Imperial's on the mind. Gileadi is looking for an out. Because if there's something we learn with all that colonization is that the gun beats elephant. It's true. Gonna need quite a lot of guns. Guys, this is why America can never be added to the game. Because that is a lot of guns. Delhi would just instantly lose every game. Like, oh no, my only weakness. Guns. I think that's like everyone's weakness. Oh no, guns. Yeah, so cannons got buffed, guys. Remember, they now get additional bonus damage against elephants. It's a shame that me and Micah was to now go Imperial Age and just add on like another 400, 500 HP to these things. Right? America only produces guns and only gets resources from opponents. So you mean they're like an Imperial version of the Mongols? I mean, the way you just described them, they just sound like the, like, it would be the Iroquois? Native American tribe. Like, yoinked everyone's guns and cavalry. Farms are now coming in. This has been one of the more odd Delhi experiences. I mean, you'd think it wouldn't be, but the fact I've seen so many elephants, but the allergicness to sacred sites, the lack of castles. This is not your standard Delhi game. I did warn you guys about this. This guy doesn't play like most Delhi players do. There's going to be a shunt into the base. It's only 21 elephants. And a speedy scholar. Oh, come on. No, you can't do that to him. Bruh. Bruh, come back. His great-great auntie got him that. I don't think he cares. Alright, this is just depressing to look at. Like, you're not going to be saved by crossbows. Streltsy are trying to come out. But like I said, we need America levels of guns, and this is almost like Britain levels of guns. You need to get about 4 different specific licenses, live in the countryside, and then in the end you discover you might as well have just been a farmer because those guys secretly have like 30 rifles they don't tell anyone about. And a sawn-off shotgun. But this is not one of those farmers. No, this is one of those fancy-ass guys who goes to live out in the countryside because he thinks he's got it hardcore. He's trying to Jeremy Clarkson it up, and no one cares. Instead, the real farmers are about to incite a rebellion led by elephants. House of the Sultan is on the way. Anything this little Streltsy boy can do, the elephants can do better. Are we legit just going to go 40 minutes in this game with not a single piece of stone taken by me and Micah the entire game? Like, that has to be a record for Delhi. All right, here we go. Dive into the farms. He wants to punish him. When your dive is so slow that the enemy is able to react with tower elephants, you have a problem. Oh my god, he's actually marching all the way home right now. I'm just going to chase out the other side. A few villagers are going to have to run for their lives, but in about 4 minutes, Kilyadi is going to regret this dive. Yep, that's how long it's going to take him. But eventually, he will regret crossing this army. They'll probably even have howdahs by then. We still have Ghazi in the base, but like, Kilyadi, eat your meat. Bro. Kilyadi's like, I don't get it. Like, real meat? Back in my days, they were bombing us, and all we had was, like, tin spam. Alright, elephants have finally arrived. These are elite spin, and you need to be a little bit careful. By a little bit careful, I mean just kind of click away from them slightly and laugh when they can't ever touch you. What has this game become? Kilyadi's using the Scipio method. Avoid the battles of the elephants. What happens when the elephants just turn up at your base and demolish it, though? Something tells me this is not the version of Rome where you can't get inside. Kind of fitting, considering that we're looking at an Orthodoxy Civ on the other side. Well, we do have a keep drop coming in. Mio will avoid this thing because he's scared of it. He doesn't know what these are. He believes these things are heretical, which is why he's still now 35 minutes in the game as Delhi has not touched stone at all. And Amon never tried to take Rome? Well, this little Hannibal might be ready to. We've got some additional text on the way. Biology is going to take 7 minutes. Is he actually garrisoning? Because, like, you might want to be doing that right now. No, the scholars are just going everywhere else. They're increasing production. We need... Dude, you're already 200. Please, just stick them in the... Let them learn, man. Let them learn. There's no time for learning. Only destruction. I like how chill the elephant pilots are. You know, they're like, yep, we got this. Just vibing. Don't mind us. Da-da-da. What do you mean someone could aim higher than the knees and shoot me off? Nah, they'd never do that. All right, cannons have now arrived, guys. Remember what we said. Gun beats elephant. So with that logic, bigger gun beat elephant bigger. I think that is how it works. However, when you have gun on elephant, I'm not sure anymore. It's confusing. I just realized that the pilot for the elephant genuinely looks like he's got like a short-based harpoon, because the spear is like no clipping through the elephant. You'd think it would hurt, but these things don't feel pain. That's the beauty of having 780 HP. Need to get that biology complete. Number need be bigger. And remember, the number is insanely high because it's also the ranged armor here. These strells just do nothing. Oh my dear God, TC. Yes, please, come just a little bit closer. We just want to haircut like 20% of your population. I'm very curious how this is going to end. Because, like, in theory, Kiliadi has had, like, crazy amounts of time to theoretically build the counter. And the counter, guys, is bomb parts. It's a lot of bomb parts. He also, did he get the unique tech? What? Why wouldn't you get fine-tuned guns? It's another 20% damage. I guess it doesn't matter that much. I do feel like siege crew training is important here, though. I think, like, if there's one civ you take, it's this one. The one that lets you, like, immediately pick up and pack up. Because when the elephants come to dive, you need to be immediately moving away. You can't have any downtime. Ram meat shield any good against the elephants? You can use them as body blockers so that your, like, bombards can't be reached. It's not a bad idea. It's just not great either because the tough damage is reasonable and rams have melee vulnerability. Oh my dear God. If you're talking about rams to the deli, they already have them. I can't. It's so dead. Oh God. I think this game is over, guys. He's finally done it. Me and Micah, it took him almost 40 minutes, but he discovered stone exists. Oh, God. In Venice, there are 6 bombards, but to be even fairer, there is 30 elephants. And they are coming again. Oh, my dear God. Yeah, I think biology is going to be coming in here, folks. It's 1 minute and 20 out. Army's going to be marching forward. Kiliadi, no. No. This is not the sacred site you were promised. Oh, hold on. He's going to get a decap south side. That's big. That's going to extend the game. He has got a horseman switch coming as well. Immediate pack up. Just got researched. The bombards can move away. And it looks like, as a result, that Kilyadi is going to dodge death. Yeah, but wait, guys. Why does... Like, me and Micah could just go end the game. And of course the elephants are coming again. That's how there's so many of them. You can queue up like another 10. New castle being built. Why is me... Wait, what? I don't get why Mio is chasing this right now. Just, like, go in his base and delete everything. This is the longest route to victory you could imagine. I don't get it. Mio's not meant to like long games. He likes cheesy and fast. As in, you know, like, you consume way too much cheese and then find out you're lactose intolerant, so you're fast at the bathroom. Like, that type of, like, cheesy and fast. This is basically, like, maximum fortitude on belly. Never a problem ever. I don't get why we're chasing. Like, the only thing you're doing is giving a high probability of Kilyadi beating you. Wait, he just killed 40 Kasi. What? I wondered what he wanted 6,000 food for. Feed the elephants? No. They already consume enough meat when they eat all these people here. This is like one of the most demoralizing ways to lose to elephants I think I've seen in a long time. I just want to remind people this is a professional level tournament game. He's even now melee. He's like, oh, you aren't actually going to attack me. Okay. But don't worry, guys. In like 10 more minutes when me and Micah reaches Kilyadi's base again. Oh, it's a bait. He got him. He got a whole one. 1, 2. Hold on. Make it free. Wow. Look at the few elephants he killed. And I'm sure Kilyadi has an equally big army on the... no, okay. But guys, he killed like 4 or 5 elephants. I'm sure that's going to have a deep impact on the elephant population in like 20 years. There's definitely not still 30 of them. There's still 30 of them. Okay, and then they haven't even reached maximum damage. The Senior Eris is now on the way. I mean, I don't get where Kilyadi's income is. He lost so much there, but, you know, we're in the hyper late game. You think, oh, wow, this all of a sudden going to be like, you know, maximum population worth of units. Something tells me the Bombards aren't going to feel very safe against this. We do also have Ghazis in tow. So there's a lot of ways of actually addressing the Bombard threat now. All Mio Micah needs to do, guys, is win the game. Which he's definitely going to do, right? Like, bro. It's 27 tower elephants. At some point, you have to crap or get off the bot. Because if you don't, you get dead legs. And then, like, there's always that DPD man who shows up when you have the dead legs, rings the bell, and then you get, like, you get up to get off, like, the toilet, get out of the bathroom, and then your legs just fully collapse, and then you're just, like, crawling along the corridor going, I need my package. Except in me and Micah's case, like, replace package with elephants. I need more elephants. Yeah, this is a best of 3. Somehow it's still on game number 1. The horsemen are in, but guys, here's the beautiful thing about having 32 elephants and 30 Ghazi. You don't care about these people. Because now, we're on the verge of me and Micah having more elephants in the Delhi Empire than actual citizens. Because the Delhi are secretly elephants. Mio, please, just... What is he waiting for? He's building a TC. Why? Okay, this is it. He's there, right? He's at the point, he's like, I could win the game now. He has to be at the point where he's like, I can win the game now. I at least get it if you're like scaling more of your gunpowder elephants, but you've pop locked yourself. That's not even happening here. Let's just go. Vamos. Or however you say fast in Vietnamese. Whatever that elephant just said, I think is fast in Vietnamese. All right, A click in. You may notice the elephants are essentially no-clipping into each other, which means less spread for the spearmen. And more headbutt thumps in return. Ghazi smash in the back. And that has got to be game. We waited 46 minutes for that. That's about damn time. 930 HP tower elephants. Mass Ghazi to support. He didn't even pull the scholars for this. Kiliardi is about to lose in Imperial Age against someone who has 33 villages. Just let that sink in for a moment. Now open the liquor cabinet. Pour yourself out a triple. And try to drown out the noises that you just heard for the last 15 minutes. Well, Mir's not going to let a stupid little wall stop him. No, no, no. Stack up, boys. Demo ships don't exist on land. And once more into the breach. Okay, so Kiliardi, he's got 3 bombards again. He's going mass knights. What? Against mass crossbow elephants? Why do you hate your people so much? Okay, try to get him the knights now. Yes, he's got the poleaxe upgrade, but I mean, you need more spears. Substantially more spears. And once again, the bombards are gone. Ghazi are just going to leak in over there. He's finally done it. This game probably should have been over 15 minutes ago. But we will open up this series when me and Micah win. It's undeniable now. Primary TC is being assaulted. All landmarks pretty much on one screen. And Kiliardi has got nothing left in the chamber. I don't like these units, and I think they might still not be balanced. That was game 1, by the way. I may have just lost brain cells I can't afford to lose. It's highly probable. All right. Game number 2, we go to Sacred Grove. It's going to be Chinese versus Japanese. We've seen Japan do some pretty cool things. Actually, we've seen me and Micah destroy like China before. So don't write him off just because the pick sounds terrible. There is a way. Let's get ready, loading up now, and then we'll hop in. I'm on a 9070 XT. The image quality of the stream looks good. I am not on the 9070 XT. I'm on the 7900 XTX, but I wholly recommend the 9070 XT, especially if you're looking for something a bit more cost efficient. Definitely check it out. Remember, guys, !AMD. Check it out. They're sponsoring the stream. So if you like seeing them, sponsor me. If you like seeing them involved in AOV4, click the link. That's all you have to do. Absolutely free to do. Oh my god, it's a Dark Age Rush opening. All right, one and all, we have been saved. It's not going to be another hour-long game for game number 2 between me, Mike, and Kiliardi. Oh god, but it's a men-at-arms. All right, let's see how this one works out. In fairness, this is a 0 Imperial official opening, so there is, in theory, a way for this to get me and Micah a swift resolution with a 2-0. Yeah, I'm still not sold on the Dark Age Samurai play. I don't know if it's really worth it over Spearman. I'm kind of flummoxed at the cost difference. Like, it's 80 resources compared to 130, and it's an entity that's going to have more damage, granted. You do have the deflective armor, but I find the deflective armor is kind of a moot detail. The slower movement speed just tends to be more painful against this timing. And no, Kiliardi, he saw it straight away. Outpost up. This has been a waste. What makes this even more painful for me and Micah is his opening play cost more than the counterplay. He spent 75 wood on Arax, and then he spent 130 resources on a unit. Meanwhile, Kiliardi had to idle a little bit longer to do this, but he built an outpost for 100 resources. Firm handshakes all around. So Mio's just going to go for feudal now, right? But this is now awkward. You slow down your own tech timing, and you're against a civ that's going to play pro scouts. What do you do now if you're Mio? You could try to deny pro scouts, but you know your opponent's going to be going horseman. You already do have the rats to go spearman. That could help. I would love to see Mio Micah just shove these deer further away. It's the best value play he has now with this samurai. There's nothing else for him to hit. The tree line's too close to the TC. The food gathering's obviously going to be underneath TC. And the outpost protects gold. Like, you're just not touching your opponent with this. Instead, Mio decided he just wants to stand here and look cool. Alright, guys. Ones, if we think that the samurai does look amply cool to be worth the play. Twos, if you would refund him in a heartbeat. No matter how difficult it would be to push him back where he came from. I think I'd refund him. Oh, you guys think he's amply cool? Look at him. Dude, it's like, it's summer around here in this biome. You see how much he's shaking right now? I wouldn't trust this guy. I'd refund him every day of the week. I'd trust these guys instead. Coca Township now on the way. All these people who want to be honorable samurai. You can even be an honorable samurai, you can stab someone in the back and win. Yeah, Coca's kind of interesting here, though. Like, your opponent's already built an outpost. So where's your play? It can be seen as an anti-pro scout unit. Shinobi move fairly fast. They have good base damage. Very high damage, in fact, up against melee units. So I think that's the main thought process. Is just, instead of now building spears, which you get more easily countered, he can go into Shinobi. I wonder if maybe Kiliardi just reacts to an archer range straight away, anticipating this, though. Don't mind if Towers had the prerequisite of one military building to unlock. It'll lead to more opportunities to play in Dark Age. So the only problem with that is, like, do you think that Dark Age, like, Rax play is a positive experience on Age of Empires or a negative? My instincts tell me most people would rate it as a negative element of Age of Empires, not a positive. And if that is the case and that's the feeling, then, like, why would we want more of it? Does that make sense? For me, the biggest issue in Dark Age, like, fights, is only one unit type, usually, with some small exceptions. Creates a very linear motion of things. And the fight resolutions are very slow anyway, because it's just basically, for ages, hitting each other to eventually get an outcome. Like, I don't know. I think, for me, I don't mind there being some Dark Age opportunities, but as has always been my feeling on it, Dark Age should not be long, because it's boring. There's just not that much there. And unless you fundamentally overhaul the game, there won't be. So, with Feudal Age can play on both sides, we are now going to get into the pro scouts we talked about. Stable's already been dropped. Love this. Mio Micah is one of these players that highly rates the berry tech, so Tucker's IQ, level 2 wheelbarrow already in the way. Means that he can actually surge through these berries insanely fast, comparative to the rate you gather on a boar. And I imagine his goal with it is just simply going to be fast castle. He's gone for the triple shinobi, so he will try to play blocker. This is already a bit of a coin flip on which one your opponent's going to go for, though. He has at least got that one samurai on guard, so he'll know when his opponent comes over here. And the scout does see what his opponent is up to. feel like it might be worth it for Kiliadi just to build like 2 or 3 archers. Just to make sure that he gets his resource gains cleanly. Otherwise, you run high risk of losing multiple scouts, at which point it's just as expensive as building archers. And, oh! That wasn't cancelled in time, right? Maybe just about. Yeah, so that was really important. The sabotage, he did get it out. Okay. So he did actually get the cancel. That's a big deal, remember. 125 were going down the drain. And looks like Mio is going to get discovered. Guard in this area. I mean, Kiliadi could have just ran in right there and grabbed free. But the problem is the timing. Like, shooting the arrow, picking up the deer, then coming back. The Shinobi would have reacted. We do finally have the archery range. This is exactly what he just needed. This is actually good for me and Micah, though, guys. I feel like Kiliadi spent way too long waiting to react to this play. So you can already see Mio almost gathering what he needs to go into the third age. The Shinobi also now just looking to block out the resource gains. He has still got the Shinchins with Link, so he should be able to actually find some kills here. Yeah, Kiliadi aware of it. Will duck and run early. So far, that's 0 deer home. So kind of breaking the cycle a little bit. Kiliadi is now getting archers, so he'll get access. But Mio, it's already going to be flowing gate. Okay, we could have a very swift 2-0 on our hands. It's all about what Mio Micah gets next. It's not enough to simply just be in Castle. It's not enough to build 3 or 4 knights. You need to make sure you're also then able to secure the relics quick. Good news is right now your opponent has built like everything which is disastrous against Mount Samurai. Never getting thrown away, not ideal, but to be expected. Doesn't even get a kill, that's less expected. Nicely micro by Kiliadi. You can already see he's starting to stockpile himself. He knows what this is turning into. Beautiful thing about being China is it doesn't take you very long to catch up. I don't think that Mio's wrong for going Mount Samurai here, by the way. I think you have to. But this is one of the like sucky things in this type of position is Japan. You can't really pivot into alternate options that well. And what I mean by that is like Yumi scaling doesn't feel really good at the start of Castle. You want to feel like you've been scaling them in Feudal. Going for Rax units feels way too slow. Like you just got this tech time, this incredible tech timing, but now you're just going to like slowly play it. It doesn't feel good. But the issue in the current meta is Mount Samurai struggle because economy's safe. Oh, usually, Mio Micah's economy most definitely not safe playing this far out. It's a nice little strike there, Kiliadi getting a kill. Meanwhile, his food source here, like this is now going to be the problem, is that you've got Mount Samurai on the way and you haven't now stopped the pro scouts from working. He's getting just enough food home that he'll always be safe underneath the TC. And yeah, I think it'd be fair to say Ninja's a meta over Storehouse. Kura Storehouse fell off big time. It's just not really that influential anymore. It sounded nice, this whole idea of like this very smooth transition, but what it done is by going for the Koka, you got options, you're able to do things. What made Kura seem very good at first made it inevitably very predictable in the end. People knew what you were going to do. They knew exactly what the threat was, and they knew how to counter. But when you go for Koka, they have to change the dynamics. Like, how many ninjas are you building? Okay, I might have to go archers. I might have to think about something other than my own greed. So it kind of gave this kind of reverse Uno moment where you're able to play into your own greed again. The problem is people have got very good at like tempering their reaction to Shinobi to not overkill. And if we didn't have a Pro Scouts meta, I don't think Japan would be like an A-tier civ, but they'd at least maybe be like a middle of the pack civ. But ever since Pro Scouts came in, it just makes it too easy for your opponent to catch up. And the trade-off now is like, sure, you have that initial rush, you screwed them a little bit. But now when we get into the mid-game, when I'm still sitting safe at home, gathering underneath my TC, you're doing this. This is just a death sentence begging to happen. Kiliadi, he already has those crossbows on the way, so we'll solve the problem. No. Mio, surely not. Of Crossbows is still like one of the most sought after units for China. I'm a little bit surprised that Mio has gone hardened, Mount Samurai over into hardened Samurai. Onabigeisha could maybe make a little bit more sense. But the Samurai just feels weird. It's crazy. Like, you know, the funny thing is, like, Kilyardi hasn't necessarily scouted this. It's just more he's reacting to the Mount Samurai phase. Because Spearmen aren't a great reaction to Mount Samurai, guys. The problem is the deflective armor. It just makes it very easy for your opponent to get in, wallop, get out. But when you have crossbows, like, more than one instance is going to hit a target. So they're definitely going to take damage every time. It's like relics are at least starting to come home here. So Micah is going to get an edge in that regard. The army's lobbing up fast. And the concern is still that this player is not in his base safe. Micah is now playing eastern flank. Army's reacting it. I think Mio just needs to be attacking as well. Like, my concern is he's just sitting here. He's looking for the attacks coming to him and thinking about the relics, which is great, but the reality check here is that Kilyardi has way too much safe economy and you have way too much risk economy. And you have to spread wide. It's not like you're just defending one location with your whole army. You split between two different locations, which allows things like this to happen. Moving in. Villagers are going to get sniped out. So nicely micro by Kilyardi. Might even make it an additional. On top of that, he's also secured the tier stack on the east side, so you can come back from that now with the pro scouts. And this just kind of becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy now, right? Because all of a sudden, Kilyardi has even more food that he can safely gather underneath his TC at home. While Micah is now going to have to find somewhere else to dangerously take resources. Or he's going to have to stop off for farms, and that just gives Kilyardi a bigger lead. It's kind of a toxic position to find yourself in. Samurai revealed as well. At this stage, Kilyardi has to be smiling. He's already trending crossbows. Now he can just double down on that. Doesn't need as many spears anymore. Meanwhile, Diver's going to come in the base. Good micro. Kilyardi able to disperse before any action hits the villages. A handful of spearmen and crossbow will be enough to deter the rest of this. In fact, Micah standing here, standing his ground with the A-clicks, is just losing him way too much. All but one Mount Samurai now dead. Almost triple the military advantage for Kilyardi. And I think we are going to be seeing a deciding game number 3 here, folks. Yeah, Kilyardi just playing more with that urgency that we've come to expect out of him. Mio, I don't know, man. He kind of tried for that cheesiness of a Dark Age rush, but we haven't seen that more refined cheese he's known for that plays into the mid-game. It just felt like this was, I'm now Castle Age, and I'm going to do things. So the point of building Goka to the comments in chat, it's all about opening pressure like we talked about. It forces reactions. Akura does not force a reaction. Akura actually just does nothing to stop your opponent or impede them. And you need to impede it. If you can't impede Pro Scouts, it beats Akura every day of the week. It's like Kilyardi after a game like this might easily turn it into a beat for me and Micah in the series. 1-1. Deciding game coming up next. Okay, so 1-1 on the score. Rough game. Yeah, not really threatening at all in that game. Like, it almost felt as if the Dark Age rush play fails, and then it was like, I have nothing left. Didn't do much to affect Kilyardi's pro scouting overall. That's because his Dark Age play failed. That was the bigger problem. And game 3 is going to be, yeah, H3 versus English. I mean, in theory, that could be good for me and Micah. It's Socotra. Yo, what is up, Zuby0T? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Remember, guys, get those subs in. Helps us immensely. We're getting towards the end of the month. We have not hit the target for the Plus program, which we need to do so that we get a bigger share of the monies. I think that is I think we still need 18 people to subscribe like that. But thank you guys. Appreciate the support. Let's get ready. Deciding game. Oopsie. One and all, there may still be hope for me and Micah. Deciding game here on Socotra, and he does have the English, but Kilyardi got the HRE. Now, this is interesting. On this particular map, England can be very strong for this ball play at the beginning of the game. Into longbow play and a wall that controls the center. On a more normal map, I'd favor HRE, but I think me and Micah could actually have what's necessary here to take the dub in a deciding 3-game series. But I'm not seeing the ball. This is like the golden point of this pick on this map, is I see pig, I get to eat pig. I get more bacon than anyone else. Meanwhile, HRE just has to look and stare, but Mio did not want to take the risk. So all of a sudden we've got this trajectory of feudal and feudal. HRE's just got a better economy. Right? This is actually quite worrisome now. All right, we'll have to see what Mio's got in mind. I mean, it's going to have to be Council Hall, surely. And what is my mom? She's in chat. Hello. Jesus. Wishing someone was 200 years old. I don't think anyone actually wants to live to 200. Like, one's in chat if you actually want to live to 200 years old. Because people who say they want to live to that old haven't really thought about the repercussions. Your taste buds would be literal dust. You need to have your diaper changed every 20 minutes. Like, there's really no... At that stage, probably most of the people that you knew, even your own children, will be dead. Like anatomically, the state of a body at the age of 200 is not pretty. The gym will keep me young? No, the gym will kill you even faster. You'll go to pick up like a basic dumbbell and you'll just snap a bone. Stem cell treatment like in 40... Okay, yeah, but we don't have that right now. I mean, that's different. Like, you're talking alternate tech. I'm talking like realistic here. Getting to 200 on the current like technology we have? Oy, oy, oy. No, no, no. Maybe if your body functioned like a lobster. But then, like to regenerate like that, you'd be full of tumors. So just be as dark. All right, anyway. Very dark start to the cast for game number 3. But we have a very normally, very safe beginning. Abbey of Kings on one side, Arkan on the other. I mean, this is just full fuel all in, right, for Kilyardi. He has options. Sheep gain has been pretty good. Cyberpunk it? Okay, now you guys are just like changing the rules though. That's different if we change the rules. But based on like the current tech we have. And the speculatives. I guess you can maybe argue by the time like you need those implants. Like, you know, some of you got a good 20, 30 years. So maybe it'd be okay. Some of you older, you guys are screwed. Like, you might as well just give it up now. Sign over your money to me and then just say whatever. Okay, but let's see what me and Micah is going to sign himself over to here. We have the king on the way. We don't have 2 TC. Kilyardi has got stables. Wait, this isn't going to be pro... This is pro scouts. I mean, it looks like it's pro scouts. You just forgot the mill. No? So FC? Feels weird, champ? He's got a horseman on the way. I think this is FC. He's got 9 on food, 2 on gold. It's just a weird way to macro for it, but Castle seems to be the target. Okay, and Mio Micah is going to be fast casting too. Wait, surely you can't contest fast castle HRE with fast castle. Is that not just you playing a worse version of the same game? That's like someone opening AoE 3 and saying, this is just as good as 4. Like, bro. No. I'm sorry. It's not. One's getting updated, the other's not. Okay, it looks like KillerPigeon is not rushing castle. So this is reactionary to what me and Micah is doing. If me and Micah's build is AoE 3, he may be about to kill us. I don't know, like, he's getting rid of the castle age. I don't know what 5 horsemen are meant to do here for KillerPigeon. I mean, he can always sidestep quite swiftly here, right? Like, he has gathered a lot of gold. So, you can kind of see what the real intent is. The horseman, that's enough to chase down the king. You're not going to be able to kill him. He should be able to make it home in time. EDT streaming AOM tourney? I mean, sure, there's like, yeah, because they do like more than just AoE 4. But Age of Myth is kind of struggling now, to be honest with you. It's difficult to make old games work long term. Dude, I think KillerPigeon's going all in. This is just very weird on the economy. He was expecting me and Micah to attack him. That's what you can tell from the gold state, is like, this is now changing the phase of the game. He's like, if me and Micah rush his age up, advantage him. I can't let that happen. So now, even though he's deadweighted a lot of gold, he's trying to just ham-fist him with a bunch of archers and horsemen, and then force a reaction. It's starting to work as well, because me and Micah, now adding in the spearmen. Horseman, that should be a surround on the king. He actually goes after the scout instead. Doesn't quite pinch him as a result. The villagers are coming though. Me and Mike. Wait. Bro. This is an aggressive white tower. I hope not. I don't think this works. If KillerPigeon was fast casting, yes, but he's adding units. Short bows are out. Horsemen just don't care though. Like, you can kill the archers, but you can't kill the horsemen. He needs more spears. No way, dude. This doesn't work. This cannot work. Not in my tournaments. KillerPigeon, he knows he can't afford to die like this. Of all the ways he'd have to go out, surely not. So, mops up the spearmen. King is contested. Villagers have to run. This has been a wasted effort. There's more ponies on the way. The king is dead. No long live the king. He can't afford it. He needs the age up now. He's done. I don't know what he was expecting from this. He really thought that KillerPigeon had stopped producing units. No respect for the HRE economy. All right, that was a very weird ending. That was not what I was expecting whatsoever out of this series. I don't know, man. Could he not have just went castle at home and been fine? It already felt a little bit weird by the fact that he hadn't hunkered down to build into the to go for the boar, right? It's like it already had some weird pivots. 50 mins to win 1, 20 mins to lose 2, right? Like, that's kind of a weird and wild balance of things. But let's see what we got next. See if we've got any upcoming series. So I think we could have a look at excuse me. Yeah, Emma, I just responded. Should we have a look at Core versus Myriad or MarineLord versus Gully? Which one do you guys want? Strokey chin, strokey chin. You guys want Core versus Myriad? Okay. Let me get it up. So, wait, I just clicked the wrong series? What's going on here? One sec. There was a blunder in Liquipedia. We have the wrong draft. Okay, so map draft is gonna be Dry Arabia, Lipanite. Man, this is some normie ass crap. Gorge, Dry Arabia, and Lepini. Excuse me. Alright, one sec. So, opening game Gorge, probably going to be looking at what? Do you go Roost straight away? Roost into probably OTD? Be my guess. Let's have a look. Dude, I am an oracle. It is Roost versus Order the Dragon. Yeah, so like you don't want to throw away China here. You want to try to fin the draft a little bit more. There's a high probability your opponent's going to open Roost anyway. Order the Dragon can kind of contest Pro Scouts. But it feels like you're like not throwing away a Civ if it fails as much as if you throw away Chinese. But let's get into it. One and all, I've got a big fat smile on my face actually, because this was a prediction I had for the LAN where Myriad would destroy Core. And he came in the chat. You guys might remember the predictions for the Garrison. He came in the chat. He's like, oh, you think I lose to him? I'd never lose to him. I beat him all the time. They didn't even meet because actually Core got beat by, I believe it was Eliona before even getting the series up against Myriad. Myriad who then went on to win and make the main event. So we finally get to prove it here in Midweek Muster. Who is going to be better? Core with the Roost to kick off. Myriad on Order of the Dented for game number 1. You cannot blame this on map pool either, folks. We have the most normie map pool imaginable. We're opening on Gorge, Dry Arabia, and Lipany picked as well. So pretty much everything is safe and as tame as you could ever want. And Roos, yeah, somewhat predictable. Actually, when looking at his draft, it made a lot of sense for game number 1. Myriad, I think Order the Dragon is to be anticipated here, but it's him putting a strong foot forward without like compromising the rest of his draft. He's still got things like Chinese saved down the line as his Ultra S-tier pick. So opening rotation-wise, nothing too funky here. Core just taking the expected linear path. He did actually bypass or attempt to bypass Myriad. It looks like it didn't work though. Yeah, this is going to feel rough on the rotation, so like close to a 50-50 sheep split, despite the fact he went for free. He has got deer nearby, likely we'll be seeing him shove this in. Myriad, win condition in this type of game. So you can play Pro Scouts into like a semi-fast castle. Your goal should be to try and like trend usually towards Gilded Crossbows. It gets a little bit awkward against Roost though, because of how like high DPS their Horse Archer spam is. It might be instead for that reason that Myriad wants to do something a little bit off the cuff, such as Gilded Archers. What we can do... Actually, let's use the 2x speed a little bit here. Just so we get in the Dark Age. Mindwork Palace on the way. Yeah, Myriad's still a really big believer in this. I feel like most people have kind of just given up on Mindwork. It feels like it's worse for OTD than it is for HRE. But if like I had to name 2 or 3 players on the list that like who still go for it quite a bit, Myriad's one of them. Yeah, he was a very big believer in the Landschnechter technology, the Zweihanders being really effective, even though we just never, ever see it. And then Golden Gate on the other side, as you'd expect to see here with the double hunting cabin. So plenty of gold gen to work with here. Core shouldn't really need to rush down to gold unless he wants to try to go into Knights. I don't really know if you'd want to go Knights here. I feel like it's a waste to actually go into Knights because it just allows your opponent to justify Spearman more easily. Minimap has a sus shape. Wait, what? Where? Rogan? Am I blind? I don't see it. They're shoving on the way. Oh, earlier when we had... Oh, I get what you mean now. Yeah, yeah. Final sheep haul, by the way. Did still favor Core a little bit in the end. So 14 sheep compared to 9. But remember, he did add in quite a few scouts to that. Ah, with the early Fog of War. You know what allowed it to look so pristine graphically when you're watching it? Our graphics cards. You see that right there? Oh, look at that thing. Why don't you guys click on that link right now and check out the new RX 9070 XTs? They were wonderful enough to sponsor us here in the Age of Empires 4 ecosystem. So the least you can do, give them a little click and find out about the newest card. Myriad. Just coming in, delaying the deer a little bit. Really important to not lose the scout. No, no, Myriad. No, no. Just a nibble. That's all he needs. And I think he is going to be able to find it as well. Because eventually, yeah, you have to turn. That was not worth it for Myriad. He could have got like the double lame and then walked away, but got greedy. So Cork got me happy with that. Slows Myriad's timing down a little bit. Puts him ahead. Holy crap. I'm just thinking about how fresh the game is going to look when Pro Scouts gets crippled. It's going to get like hard nerfed. It has to at this stage get hard nerfed. It'd be silly if it doesn't. But I think I won't be the only person with a smile on my face when it finally happens. So Gore's getting in the spears. Not sure if it's necessary entirely, but he's feeling greedy, right? So he wants to try and take everything away from his opponent. 2 TC turtle for 20 minutes? I don't think that's going to be what happens. I think there's plenty of civs that will just kill you with an all-in for 2 TC turtling. And that's good. That's healthy. I am hoping that the new maps deliver something. Like there's, I looked at those map icons. I think there's maybe 1 or 2 that will deliver something interesting in the meta. The others I'm not so sure about. Yeah, I was thinking about it, and I honestly, you know, one thing like that I noticed with the Age of Empires 2 tournament that I would love for us to get is maps with specific win conditions. So they literally have a map where Regicide is active. Right? It's not like a win condition every single map. It exists on one map. I like that idea, man. Like, give us maybe a more defensive start, but give us the vulnerability of a king. That could be very interesting for game dynamics. Don't see why Pro Scouts is so BS. We do the same thing Relics. A, Relics comes at a deeper phase of the game, so more counterable. But B, I've already highlighted that I don't like the way Relics function either. I think Relics should also be like different. Relics should be some sort of mechanic where keeping them in dangerous areas gives you more resources. Sound like I have easy access to tasty protein? Ah, mate, we need to find a new sponsor for that. I'm a little bit gutted. I had someone lined up, but they went full cheapso on us. They're like, yeah, you know, you can advertise the brand for like 2 months, and then we can see how you do, and then maybe we'll do like talk about a paid deal. I'm like, what? What year am I in? You want me to work for free for how long? Crap was crazy. I'm still flabbergasted. I say, Myriad, he did actually go in the Gilded Archers. So this isn't bad, right? It keeps your opponent away from horse archers. What is up, Wickeds, guys? Thank you much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Welcome back to the Swarm. There we go. Let's get more of those subs in. That helps immensely. High Trade House is going to be coming in. Get your number in, folks. Not looking like a great one. And Pro Scouts Divider, I think Myriad is getting enough here that he should be okay. Gilded Archers is kind of ballsy, but I gotta say, I think Gilded Archers has been looking better and better for these semi-fast castle builds. They keep a lot of unit value. They got high DPS, insane rate of fire, not to mention the fact they have good base damage. They have good scaling techs. Things like scale armor in particular is phenomenal against certain comps. And it can be a complementary element to other like parts to your core, right? Like if you're thinking about going into, say, a few Gilded Knights, you now have the counter spears, so your opponent struggles to commit into a blocker, because if they go crossbows instead, Gilded Archers can also win that fight. Yeah, overall, I quite like Myriad's position right now. If he makes a Burgrave here, I think it makes a lot of sense. Pro Scout's a great meta. It's just been a meta for too long. I think it's not good that it's every game. I think you need diversification of strategy. There's when you're against Pro Scouts, there's no counterplay, right? Like you have to deal with it. You either do it yourself or you try and block them. But blocking them is difficult. That's a bad play. Something that's meant to really differentiate AoE4 of RTSs is the divergence of like gameplay strats so often. But when you make every game Pro Scouts, you take that away. How is that different than Relics? Relics is part of the castle play, I'll agree. But, like, it comes at a deeper phase in the game. And I think that drastically changes the comparison. Pro Scouts arrives literally at the start of the game because Dark Age doesn't last long at all. Whereas, like, you can play 20 minutes of Feudal Age and thus not be able to touch Relics. Well, if we play 20 minutes of Feudal Age, someone's almost guaranteed touching Beer. I've said my issue with Pro Scouts, and I stand by it, is it needs to be that if I invest in countering it, I can counter it. And right now, it doesn't feel like you can. Oof. This is hard to counter, though. Men at Arms. Hold up. Core read straight through him. This is a bit worrisome. I talked about the whole idea of Gilded Archers being nice to scale. And then you add in something like Knights, Horsemen, whatever. But his army comp just a little bit out of position. So Core able to set the momentum. Behind this, we did get a Burgrave build, by the way. But Myriad is not using it. That's a really bad sign. If you're going to build Burgrave, you want to try to justify 100% uptime on production out of this thing. Playing the map, build units counters it, that's completely not a BS. And you should know better. You watched this stream a lot. We've seen it plenty. There is only certain civs that are capable of building units quick enough to block Pro Scouts from getting enough value. Other civs are just victim. How does an Abbasid player stop someone getting enough value out of Pro Scouts? How does English stop someone getting enough value out of Pro Scouts? How does Ottoman stop someone getting enough value out of Pro Scouts? Need I go on? Not every civ in the game has H3 economy. And even they can struggle at times. Nice blocker on the wall low. Nice backstab from Myriad, so we'll be able to control the relics. He's got additional troopers coming in, so cool. You can't really get the snipe either. It's actually starting to hemorrhage a lot of the ponies. So relics are slowly making their way back towards Myriad's base. Yeah, these are feudal Gilded Archers, by the way. This isn't even them upgraded yet at maximum threat. Myriad's looking for the justifiable point where he's got enough of them that he should be going for veterancy. Probably going to be about 8. Yeah, but Biz is like... So using Biz as an example of a civ that can stop Pro Scouts isn't very fair, is it? You see where I'm going with this, right? Like, Biz, before the Pro Scouts meta, were being moaned about being OP because they had the most aggressively ridiculous over-the-top timing around 9-10 minutes. Right? It's like, I've said, that the thing with Pro Scouts is you need it to be delayed to a deeper phase of the game where it's still being interacted with. Because the issue is, for the average civ, for most civs, like 50% of civs in the game, if you start building units straight away, you will not be ready to deal with Pro Scouts before your opponent gets enough value out of it. That is a design flaw. What Pro Scouts tries to encourage is cool, right? And I'm a big proponent, like a supporter of those components, right? Like this whole idea that there should be something that you can test over. Like, we need more objectives than just sacred sites. I've said that many times. But the problem, like, the anti-interaction point of Pro Scouts is it comes in so quickly and you get value out of it so quickly. And what it does with that value is it takes the value off the map and puts it somewhere so insanely safe that it's now a non-interaction point. And we've seen this from so many civs just having these Pro Scouts fast castle builds. That's not healthy. Remove sheep RNG. I've already talked about this at length. That there needs to be more food sources on the map so that you can just get rid of sheep. Add in an alternate to berry bushes so that like there's something like berries that every civ gets buffs for. Add in, you know, bears. Add in giraffes, elephants, chickens. All these things. There's so many things you could add to the map. Give people things to play out to the map, towards on the map. So 6 are starting to get captured in. They've divided and conquered it. Core in the end does end up with 3 relics compared to 2. The high trade house, by the way, is 140 gold, and now we have 2 TC. Honestly, I think Core's in like a fairly good position if Myriad just camps. If Myriad attacks, it's going to be problematic though, and you see he's getting ready, guys. We've got a big deal here. Veterancy in, scale armor on the way. This is really bad news for Core. He doesn't have an answer to this. Yeah, like I said, the ideal situation is that pro scouts are still viable. It's just not every game. I don't like that it's every game. I don't want to say it's making me miss 2TC play, but like, I am almost like, oh wow, we have a 2TC game. How rare. And while I want 2TC games to be rarer, I don't want them to be like completely impossible. Because it's like, I want strategies. I want arcing strategies. 2TC is map dependent? It's not. At the highest level, like 2TC just doesn't happen. If your opponent's pro scouting and you 2TC, you lose. Like, I've seen this play out over the last 4 months, countless times. Even the best TCing civs in the game, like Abbassids, can't do it. So Myriad, he went for a little bit of a scouring here, but didn't do anything. Backing away now is a bit worrisome. Like, you're starting to lose momentum. I don't know, Myriad. I get where he's coming from. Like, diving a base with limited melee, it feels risky. Like, you can't burn anything down. You can easily get backstabbed. But you just revealed your archer quantity. And now your opponent's prepping horsemen. He's already got mass gilded archers as well. Horse archers, rather. And these horse archers, although they've had their damage heavily reduced, they still hit for a lofty 14 DPS. Take away pro scouts and what is the first 10 minutes for? Tower rush, etc. But this is like fundamentally an issue of AoE4 from like a pacing perspective then, isn't it? Like what you're describing is actually an issue of pace. You know, why don't we have, for example, production buildings being cheaper or production buildings producing faster? That would resolve the issue. That would give you a way of countering pro scouts. Dive back. Nice move by Myriad. Does find the workers out in the berries. This is the thing, like, you know, at some point you've got to look at the pacing of the early game for AoE4. Some people don't like it and they say it's fast enough. But like, I wonder if maybe it should be allowed to ramp up quicker. So these are pretty deep on the backside. These gilded archers eventually are getting cleared up. But cool, what is going on? What? Villager is just getting thrown to the wolves here. I mean, cool, he still has an eco lead. The gilded archers are definitely going to be forfeit. Horseman are going to guarantee that. I don't think he can even get through here. No, he's pinned himself in a corner. There's nowhere to run and hide. Myriad is going to lose the bulk of a... Wait, but you can go through that? All right, that is a scam. That is 100% a scam. Still, he's going to get mopped up by the horseman. Some decent damage done, but Myriad needs more. There was a trade out. Look at what happened on the other side. No wonder the villager lead wasn't changing. He killed just as many gilded villagers. Okay, this is... I think this is border over. Myriad lost way too much there. Doesn't really have a standing army anymore. Core is now 2TC unhindered. We're going to see him cruise mode through on his ruse. Yeah, if that trade wasn't there, you have a competitive game. But Myriad has now lost way too much. He's playing a slow comp. I don't know why he has 3,000 gold. He does, though. I guess, like, they're gilded. So to gild them, you have to... I don't know, like, put the equivalent of, like, a giant, like, Jaguar, like, emblem logo on the front of your car on the head. And that costs gold? Race diversification would make it more interesting, less dry Arabias, more dry Himiyama games. Problem is, people like their defensive tree lines. I've been through this so many times. Villagers are going to go for the repair now, but I think this should be the conclusive point in Myriad's head. More village losses that you just can't afford. And the Gilded Archers, oh good lord. There's just too many ponies. Just imagine Core's voice right now singing My Little Pony. My little pony, skinny and bony. There's too many of them for you to kill. Myriad, where did he go wrong in this game? I think he hesitated. When he brought the Gilded Archers up towards the enemy base, you need to just pounce. Going up and then coming home just gave way too much time to react.
And you were on limited time anyway when you went for this Gilded Archer type build. From there, the game was over. What was that accent? How was that accent Indian? Have you guys never heard a German accent before? It's quite easy. I was just trying to capture the correct level of uppity that Core brings, as he's uppity in this series. You think I never heard a German accent? I think you don't like to admit what a German accent really is. It's like when someone does the stereotypical fancy British, and then like a British person's like, we don't sound like that, but deep down we're like, kind of do. You're just in denial. You don't want to admit it. So that is secretly you? Alright, anyway. Let's get ready for game number 2. Alright. Wait, he picked Abbasis on Liberty? I mean, I guess we are going to pick them anyway, right? Well, it's going to be Byzantines as expected. I don't know, would Malians just work better here? Accent's half German, half Indian? Yeah, well, my voice is half chalk. So, subscribe, stop judging me, and be grateful that I'm still alive. Germany almost killed me. I don't see you guys judging Gully and his people for that. Their diseases almost brought me down infinitely. And eternally. Where's the reprisals to that, huh, Gully? Huh? Alright, game number 2. Cool. On to the Abbasids. I think we kind of expected this, but I don't feel great about it. It's against Byzantines. Yeah, so cool. He had the Malians and the Jean faction. I think Malians could have made a lot of sense here, and he just goes to the 2-0. Instead, it almost was like Core is anticipating the weaker draft here, for game 2 at least. And he's trying to peel Myriad's strong picks, but he has a problem. Myriad still has Chinese down the line, and that worries me. Mother. Are you guys still talking about the different foods? Dude, I'm telling you, man. Different foods. Biome effects being more unique. It'll be interesting as well. Also, just new terrain types. Like, good lord. I'm really envious of... I forgot the name of the map now that Age of Empires 2 has. It's a map where you can't actually wall yourself in. So there's a terrain type there that can't be built on. So it's literally impossible to wall yourself in. Unless you do like some crazy long weird walls that are really oddly shaped and tight and not good to do. I'd love to see that for us. Because then we could also get like Ghost Lakes. Because Myth has that, right? Like, if you guys haven't seen it, it's the map which is literally just a frozen lake in the middle. That frozen lake can't be built on. It's impossible. Lou will find a way. Yeah, he'll have like the most heinous walls you've ever seen in your life. So cool, what's the plan here? Is this going to be Eco Wing? No way you melee wing into Byzantines, right? That's a death sentence. Yeah, so Eco Wing's going to be coming. In fairness, he got kind of a 6 spawn. Double deer and the 8 berry? Oh my good god. Yeah, no, he kind of hit the jackpot. If he hits the timing right here. This is big buku box. It's a bit scary though. I gotta say, like, if there's a Civ I'd be worried about getting rammeled in on 2TC, this is the one. You know, there was a time where Kara Siphon was a meme because fire armor of the Abbasids was actually reducing its damage. That's been fixed though. So this is, I think, you know, you take the pro scouts away, you go for the classics like who could stop my 2TC? This might be the, like, classic, scary Civ against Abbasids. Look at the spawn as well. Berry's leaning east side. Yeah, he didn't really hit the jackpot when it came to berry locations, I want to say. It's workable, though. And my concern is Core won't be playing aggressive, so Myriad will get his berries for free. I wonder which way he wants to go with this one. Typically, you're usually thinking javelins just to stop Abbasids from massing archers, but that's when you're doing military wing. This is the Eco Wing build. And what is up, Bleach Fox? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Appreciate you and welcome back to the swarm. Open Limitane Jab Blacksmith. You can go either Lombo or Jav here, I think. The reason why usually you'll be thinking Javs is just because you need Limitane, because Abbasids usually like to lean Horsemen. It's probably like the most built unit in Feudal Age these days, because they just have so much extra food to work with fresh foodstuffs. First TC has to be on that east side, surely. Timing should be quick enough that Myriad shouldn't have an answer. Limitane Javelin if you're ramming. I think you can Lombo to ram, actually. So logic behind Lombo Limitane is that you end up with more entities to build the Kardi Siphon, so you get a bit quicker. Normally, when you want to make that comp work, though, you have to add in the Horseman as well, so you end up 1-1-1. So it gets a little bit more pricey, a little bit more all in on the investment. All right, what do you reckon, guys? Are we getting a third game here, or do you think it's going to be a 2-0? 2s if you think Core's going to win this, 1s if you think Myriad's going to win this. Very early, but he who predicts early can flex harder, right? Why would I eat fish? Wait, dude, what's that? Like, why am I being called out as a puny Englishman? Oh, God. Oh, whoa. The German man in this game is building the most puny TC I've ever seen, and you're judging me? Where's the flex under the deer? Cowardly. 14 sheep. He has at least got a lot to work with. But yeah, no, I'm going to blow your mind. I don't eat fish and chips. Like, just looking at those bad fish, disgusts me. Like, I side with Samuel L. Jackson from 51st State in the scene where, like, he gets given fish and chips. And he looks and goes, how'd they kill this thing? Batter it to death? Yeah, so cool. No risk, no reward, right? I mean, it's going to be very hard for Myriad to kind of all-in you, but this is a Lombo contract build, and that's kind of your death sentence. Yeah, we would do the Horseman. If this was Javelin, I think it'd be a little bit weird to try and dive this, but Lombos can just edge this and hit the tree line. Yeah, Myriad likes his tax, guys. Meanwhile, Core has 0 tax. Oh, God, we're adding in farms at 6 minutes into the game. So Myriad's going to wait for like 10 Lombos to really commit to the pressure. Blacksmith time is going to be very important here. That should be coming through shortly, probably at like 7.5, 8 minutes. And then you just rush Kardi Siphon. Goal's already been blocked out, but let's be real, cool. You didn't want that many techs. You just want double broadaxe to build a lot of farms. And we do have the stables coming in behind. Spearman also being prepped, but that's an ugly detail. Spearman up against Lombos is a waste. This is the whole logic though, right? By going a horseman, it forces your opponent to go spears, and then the Lombos counter that piece of the puzzle. And this is kind of a deviation we've seen. Like at first, I think Recon was the first person to really discover this Lombo horseman timing that was disgusting. People adapted well. And then we saw a pivot into a 1-1-1 type build where you go Lombo, Horseman, Limitane. Very effective comp. Lombos just feel unreachable in this gang. Core with the most ambitious walls I think I've seen all day. Unfortunately for him, he's going to get discovered. The Spearmen are chasing, but they have no charge now, so that is a dead villager. He could try to pull back towards the spears. It might actually protect him, but this is... wait, what? I can't. Talk about just taking a giant dump on your own work. I guess it worked. Yeah, because remember, the Lombos are going the other way. They're not going to come north. They need to target the villages. Speaking of which, looks like they did shift down one Limitane. We do have an outpost going up. Bad news for Core is that that outpost will not protect you. These are Lombos. Even gets a pick before Core reacts. And there it is. Here, Siphon on the way in a matter of seconds. Myriad also will be following this up. He's already got Steeled Arrow. He can get Undermesh afterwards. Core has got nothing. No, he's now trying to fix that. Archers are going to be on the way. I mean, in theory, if he holds well here, he can just lob enough archers to just win. But this is going to be a very hard next 2 minutes for him. To make matters worse, Myriad is stockpiling. So this will be aggro into castle. With full map control, basically. You know what the best part is? Like, game one, we're having this rant back and forth discussing the intricacies and issues of Pro Scouts. See? Isn't it refreshing to have something different? Even if one of the players is basically just not really participating yet. I'm kind of glad he didn't try one of these off-cuff Pro Scouts builds. I've seen a few Abasa players do it. Doesn't really work. I think ABBA, like, we've seen them just try to be the leopard that can change its spots. It just doesn't work. So you might as well just do what you're good at and to a certain degree pray. Boys are going to start getting the fight they were looking for. Second group is on the way. Horseman, meanwhile, going to wrap around the back. Hello! Unguarded. No steel dagger either, so the undermesh is going to go a long way here to rocking his world. Villager's going to have to pull off. And Golden Horn Tower now coming in behind. Myriad, he gets the aggro, he gets the tech, he gets the blocker. Cool, not able to mirror the timing here. No, and to make matters worse, he's just got archers left over against double longbow pull. He needs more. Either you need to go for more or you need to go somewhere else. And it looks like he chooses else. That's a long walk. Yeah, Wolves are at least going to go up, but no doubt about it. Myriad is going to have like 3-minute advantage on Castle Age. That's wild. And to make matters worse, you've already got the third group of longbows on the way. Veterans is going to come in really quick here. And, you know, it's kind of comical because something we didn't talk about is the way the relics are spawned is kind of beneficial for core. They've all been pushed away from Myriad's base. Yeah, because of the way this has been played, it's not going to matter. He'll still be able to get everything. Oh, no. So what could core have done different here? More horsemen, probably, would be the main thing. Usually, ABBA players try to spam a bit more pony. The idea is you're meant to have enough food income to justify it. And it gives you more map control as an offset result. If he wanted to play into this archer defense, I think actually the stilled arrow undermesh would have went a long way as well. But he didn't want to sidestep, right? Like, the gold was getting harassed. He's a little bit paranoid about it. Ultimately, though, Myriad just has a very big edge here. So Tech Up just got queued caught, still a minute and a half away. It's like he's going to poke around the back with the archers, but the Varangian has already found him. Morale on the way. He does at least get key info. He knows his opponent has gone Varangian, so he can try to prep crossbows. The issue is going to be that core doesn't actually have an answer to longbows. And this is the thing that when you kind of peel back the veneer, always makes the Byzantines a dirty, ugly, frustrating element of AoE4 to deal with. They just tend to layer an extra component in compared to other civs. And they do it so organically. In fact, they're encouraged to do it with the way that Oliver works. Villagers, hello! Cool, nice hit. Berserk is going to get activated, but it doesn't matter. Good target fire coming in. The villagers not pulling away. Myriad, this is expensive. Finally realizes it. The losses are adding up, and Myriad needs to do some counter damage now. Varangian is going to finish building the Kara Siphon. Already have villagers out on the deer. Gold, also remember, he has the offset to work with, so it's not like he's going to get gold starved by this play. They're leaving in 20 seconds, and Myriad now has a lot to answer for. Yeah, he needs to push in for more. The food on the south side is important to cripple. Actually, if you just push north after this and take out the berries, Core has a problem. He may have a big economy, but he doesn't have a way of flexing it. He only has, what, 5 farms in total? Not much in the way of sheep to work with. She was out in the end to deal with the last villager assassin, shall we say, archer. It's gonna go down, but I mean that was expensive. Alright, let's go start diving in for the economy. Camels are going to come out, but kind of a moot detail. With this many Lombos, they're going to die fast. Kyro Siphon is also proving problematic, but will get shut down at least. Yeah, left unguarded, a bit of a mistake there. Doesn't really get much value out of the Ram investment. The Lombos didn't dive in, but the Varangian are now hunting. He's looking on the flanks. Game getting increasingly uncomfortable for Core. This mass archer strategy is an ambitious one as well. Composite bows against mass Lombos. Great if you can get close enough. Terrible if you fail to even enter the fight. Also doesn't really solve his Varangian issue. I don't know, I think Core is resolving issue 1, but neglecting issue 2. The composite archers, in theory, they can be okay against Varangian because 15 less health on this unit. But in reality, it's already +2 ranged armor. You've only got the Steel Arrow 1. Varangian are going to start clubbing down. No reaction at Core. We'll just ignore it and slowly mop this up. So loses some economy. The Hero Siphon is coming through to break through the wall, and that's when he'll just like to look to march into the back. Goes again into the tree line. He's going to show some respect. You don't want to be diving the double TC here. Remember, Myriad, he's still quite far behind on raw economy value. We do have now looking to target relics. Walls are going to get taken out. Once again, a huge vacate at the area without wheelbarrow as well. His idle time is adding up. This is basically half of Core's economy. And he's going to get found as well. Not able to get out quick enough. That's going to force a reaction. Core's going to have to engage. Started to kill up a few crossbows, but only one out so far. Lombos are going to have to back off here, but the archers are going to give chase. But Varangian, as a result, now just getting to wail away at the back of this. Feels like he's not really getting enough kills on the LBs either. No, Core has got some big issues. Golems slowly are trickling out, but we're seeing more and more villagers being sacrificed. Still no textiles. Even Bloomery now on the way from Myriad. He realizes the Varangian in the win condition. Core just doesn't have an answer. Going Golems is a terrible reaction to Varangian. Remember, the double strike is less effective because of the extra melee armor. But you see the issues he's struggling with, right? This 1-2 comp, he's just so far behind. You can either address the Lombos or the Varangian. It's almost impossible to address both. In fairness, there would have been a way. There was one obvious thing staring Core in the face. And that would have been to scale Lancers. Your opponent is illy weak against Lancer play here. Am I the only person that pronounces Varangians correctly? Why is it a hard word? What do most people say? Varangians? Varangians? Vegetarians? The vegetarians are attacking! Backed up by the Schlombos. I believe Core is about to enter a vegetable state here, folks. So say a vegetative state. Hero Siphon's also just basically adding extra DPS in. He's even getting clipped by it. Okay. Let's just go game 3, Core. There's no shame in it. You beat Tabassus, you lost. That's pretty much every camel lover's average Thursday. Should have stayed on a Sunday. I'm educated. Yeah, bruv. I got good educationums. I'm also the only one that says Abasses correctly. In that cool. Isn't that fascinating, innit? Yeah, a lot of people can't say Abasses correctly. There is 2 ways to pronounce that. So Abbasids is the British way, which aligns more with the Middle Eastern way. And then I'm trying to remember what the American one. I think it's Abbasids. I'd have to double check. There is like an Americanized way of saying it as well. All right. 1-1. However you choose to pronounce it. Yes, because that's worked out very well for aluminum. Okay. So, game number 3 is going to be Jean versus Ayu. Excuse me. Abbasids. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Abbasids. But Abbasids. Yo, what is up, Bolt Action Jackson? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Welcome back to the Swarm. Thank you, thank you. Get those Prime subs in, folks. Deciding game between these two. We've got to figure it out. One and all, we've had Core flex that he can just beat Myriad. How he always wins. He never loses to him. Could that be about to change? Game number 2 looked pretty rough for him. Game 3, Ayu versus Jean. If this is a healer build, Jean is going to struggle a lot to find XP in this game. And I do believe Myriad has been leaning quite aggressively into the healing builds recently, appreciating just how broken feudal age healing can be. What do you guys reckon? 1 if you think Core is going to take this series. 2 if you think Myriad is. Look in the spawn as well. The location is going to be very important here. Everything forward spawning. I mean, this is kind of beneficial for Core, right? To sneak pro scouts in. I wonder if Myriad is going to maybe try a different way than the healer build. Maybe we see the advancement wing build. I know the MSN in particular is still quite obsessed with it. It's a way that Ibids can get into pro scouts insanely fast. Trade-off is you basically just have no firepower behind you on a civ that has a notably weaker economy than most civs in the game at that stage. How do you guys feel about Dry Arabia after all this time, by the way? Are you guys at the phase where you're just kind of getting a little bit tired of it? Or do you still find it refreshing and enjoyable? I don't know, it's kind of a mixed bag for me sometimes. In a way, it's like... It beats just getting the 15-minute cheesy GG because people don't know what to do. But also, like, one of the tricky things is when something is so figured out and so fluidly known, it means that there's not really much unique happening that is off meta, shall we say, on the openings of Dry Arabia. It's kind of what you come to expect it to be. That's why I'm always a fan of having these new maps that come in that keep things fresh. What's interesting is I know more recently in AoE4 we've had this rebellion of like, oh, I want the standard map. Screw this stuff. Why are we doing all these unique maps? Hilariously enough, AoE2 just kind of understands it for the opposite. Like, I remember I was talking to like Hera about this. He's like, well, there was a time where I thought like my opinion like mattered the most and like, you know, what I wanted map-wise mattered the most. And then I grew up. I was like, damn. Continue. He's like, yeah, he respected the fact that, like, it's what the fans want to see, it's what's entertaining, it's what's fresh. Because the reality is if you have like just the same thing over and over and over again, it doesn't fill seats. It's BS to believe that it does. It might fill seats at first as people watch you figure out the perfection, but then they get tired and leave. Because they've just seen it all before. A King of the Desert tournament AoE4? Remind me which one that was. We've had like King of Dry Arabia, and I think I said about the time, it was kind of cool. I would not want to see it again. I think like those are the type of tournaments you do once, and then it's like, okay, that was cool. We enjoyed it. Moving on. Okay, so Skull Cavalry coming in. We do have the 2 building this up. Other side, Myriad. He went for... There you go. Dervish Wing. All right, guys. You want me to blow your mind? You can win this matchup in like 12 to 17 minutes as Ayu. It's actually insanely trivial. So French are going to try to harass you. Jean's going to come in with like 1 or 2 knights. You just build a Desert Raider. You just build like 1, maybe 2 Desert Raiders max. And with the Dervish heal, they can't break you. And from there, you can do whatever you want. You can play all in feudal, or you can go fast castle. Most players will choose fast castle because it's safer. It gets you ahead of the Jean threat. King of moving out when? Could you imagine? Sheesh. I think you need the money to bribe them to do that. And there's the stables. Like, this is... When this started to get discovered, it just seemed like such a toxic play. I remember warning about it as well. You know, having healing in feudal is a very, very hot topic. It's very dangerous. because of how powerful it can be. When you add it on a unit that is able to kite, that is able to heal itself, that doesn't easily die, that is also able to debuff the enemy. And remember, we're talking about a Civ that will build into the units that get debuffed the hardest by this. You start to see why this is so powerful. Like, wow, look, you hit me. Oh, well, it didn't matter. Nice damage, lol, XD. Desert Raider's already on the way. And he's playing Pro Scouts. Okay, he's going to contest him. This is kind of sick, no? Because, like, if you okay, so here's what happens, guys. If Core's playing your atypical Jean/French build, he's building one knight and then scaling scouts. But if you scale scouts now, and the dervish shows up wherever the scouts are fighting, you lose. You just automatically lose because of the heal. It will be the difference every single time. That's wild. And add in the Desert Raider threat. He's going to get very up in your face here. For good reason. The whole goal now is to force Core to go into archers, which he's doing. And I imagine we're going to be looking at range Jean here so you can touch anything. You basically need to try and get the dervishes low and look for the final hit. The coup de grace, if you will. And so let the deep spiraling pain of depression begin. Oh, guys, you might as well click the link that just popped up in chat and go check out the new 97 series AMD graphics cards. They are sponsoring the channel right now, so give them the time. It's an awareness campaign. Click on it. The reason I'm talking about it right now is because we have plenty of time to talk about that because nothing here is going to die anytime soon. Look at the health bars. Wow. It's like they were never touched. This is your old graphics card. This is the new 9070 graphics card. It's unkillable, unbeatable, unstoppable. I actually love the fact that he went Pro Scouts here. Normally, you'd expect Ibis to just bypass into Castle Age. It's a very meritable play off the back of this. But he understands that taking this away from Core kills his game. He's going to be sitting there with no toys trying to kick them out of the pram. This still feels like one of the most toxic openings in the game, right? I'm not imagining that. Oh, he can't quite get them low enough. This is important. You've seen he's intentionally chain healing it because he's looking for the smite. Won't get the divine arrow, so nice pull away just in time there. And Myriad, he's following this up with Horseman. He's not done. It looks like Core will at least get access onto the deer now. And you've got to be very careful. You can't overextend here. Before, when it's just Jean, it's like, okay, walk her away, heal her up. But now you've got these archers, which are a weakness, a target. Seeing that target fire coming in. In fact, he's close to the point where you can just keep the count crushed and low. Trying to get him low enough. The smite's going to come in. We'll get the kill on one of the Desert Raiders, so that's a big deal. Slows the timing down just a little bit. Now you need to back away. Smite is not going to be quick enough. Good micro there by Myriad. Yeah, so one Desert Raider is forgivable. Two would just be way too much. So it's good that you got away from that. More deer to be on the way home. Meanwhile, the horsemen are moving forward now. Yeah, Core's getting kind of baited into mass archer. And Myriad hasn't revealed the horseman yet. Like, this is very subtle what he's doing. I wonder, does he commit further to this or just go castle? This is a very good point in the game to go castle. He even finds the knight on the backside, so nicely done there. Because he can now pin Core in his base while playing tech. 4 horsemen's more than enough here against this archer count. And only one knight to defend with is going to feel illy equipped. Scouts are going to try to rotate, but I just don't see a world in which he gets more. He was lucky to get that one deer stack near him. Fight is going to shift east side, but bad news for Core. The goodies are already gone. Yeah, vacuumed him up entirely. So this is looking like a 3-1 deer pack split. And we often talk about Ibids as a tempo-based Civ, but Jean is also very much the same way. You don't really have that eco-scaling the way that French do, so you need to find momentum on your side. Right now, it doesn't feel like Core is able to get any here. And a little bit of XP trickle so far, but it's come at a high cost.
scouts. I think Core knows he's going to need every body hitting the floor here just to stand a chance. He's going to try to rotate around now. That may be premature, leaving the Knight unguarded. The Horseman now with a freebie. Dive in. Desert Ray is going to come back around. Jean a little bit too late to arrive. Doesn't have enough damage to get through this. The healing's just too strong. He's dead. Knights are getting chased away. Third one has arrived. That's going to scare the Desert Raiders back temporarily. The snipe comes in. He does get Dervish. He gets one. That's a big deal. But the bigger deal is the cost in return. Jean is dead. Pumps the Divine Restoration. Trying to get additional Desert Raider snipes here. It's not going to work out, though. She goes down before the XP comes in. The debuff is still there. Desert Raider to be cleared. Not the cleanest micro. Myriad totally forgot about the Dervish throughout all that. I don't like that. I think he could have done that a lot cleaner. The Horsemen are still going to play blocker to the Pro Scouts. Jean has been brought back. Myriad, now he's doubling down. 4 Desert Raiders. I think he just seemed to be indecisive there. That's very dangerous what he's done. He could have definitely had a lot more queued and on the way already. In fact, if just 1 or 2 more Desert Raiders show up in that fight, very different affair. Instead, Myriad have to waddle away. Now, he does have that one Dervish still up, ready and rolling, rearing to go. In fact, I think he pulled him all the way home, right? No. Wait, what? What is this guy doing? He's just going castle. Okay, yeah, he's just going to camp around the back. Interesting. So counter-offensive opportunity. I thought he'd try to keep him close to home to heal. And yeah, there we go. The tech up is already in the way. I forgot. We're dealing with Irobids. Capture Rage doesn't work. Growth Wing coming in 5 seconds. Dude, he timed it perfectly. Tech up complete. 3 Camel Lancers get queued. And Core just doesn't know what to do with this now. He was looking for damage into age up. Now he just has to go for age up to minimize damage taken. Dervish is already picking up and returning the first relic. Myriad already prepping the Moss to get more. I mean, this is looking firmly in his favor. My brain didn't quite switch on to the fact castle's already on the way. Now that we see it is in, there's no denying it. He's a mile ahead. That Growth Wing guarantees it. Yeah, it's funny. Playing against Jean, it's like you have the old Growth Wing where it used to be 8 villagers. Because remember, they lose a villager when they go H2. So it just puts you notably far ahead. Guild Hall is on the way in the meantime. Okay, so Core's got a really long road ahead of him here then. This isn't about Royal Institute and immediate counterplay, because it can't be. You can't really try to scale Knights into Camel Lancers. It's death sentence. Might end up dead all the same, though. He's going to start pressuring towards the base. Keeps him pinned in. Meanwhile, Wall's going to come out. Doesn't quite get him, but was hoping he'd lose vision in the Stealth Forest. Unfortunately for him, the scout was in the neighborhood. But unfortunately for Core, this takes a very long time. Like, he didn't even really need to stop for the wall. If he just walks, like, this is so stupid. But he's almost killed him, right? Nope. But he's killed the villagers on the gold line. Uh-oh, Core. I just don't know what you do from here. You're so far behind. Tech up still hasn't completed yet. In fact, the Camel Lancers are going to just start diving. No, he just doesn't have an answer. The Knights are actually counter-rotating. There's nothing to protect the tech up. It is going to be a very depressing end to the series for Core. Start off strong with the Roos, and quickly the grip slipped. Red to Myriad, though. That means he's going to be heading on through to the quarterfinals where you match up against either B or Scatterbrain. Epic series, man. Myriad, we've been talking about this. He's been improving. He definitely felt it at the start of this year. He showed it a little bit on the LAN as well. And the wall even gets to Knight. Good night. All right, that's just a depressing way for the game to end. Like, maybe I can out-micro... Oh. Oopsie. That's a meme. Not 2-1. Cool. 2-1 Myriad. A delectable win for the lad. Okay. So, let's have a look at the bracket and see where we can go next. So we need to do another quick update as we've cast a few more series. So remember, we did already cast Kardi versus Micah. That was a 2-1. Core versus Myriad, 2-1. Always love to see more 2-1s. So... Oh, and that's twice where the person who led the series ends up losing as well, right? Yeah. Interesting. Kardi. Let me mark Myriad in. Is there anything I'm forgetting? I don't think so. I think that's it so far. Okay. I think... Is it time to check in on MarineLord's games? Gully's been sitting here all day. He's been waiting for it. Unless... Wait, is Numu scheduled his series? Let's have a look. I do not think so, no. So we could always have a look at the MarineLord series. By the way, guys, reminder, if you haven't already, you've been seeing it pop up in chat about Opera GX. We've been working with them for the month of March. Let's get that number up. Come on, guys. I know I set high expectations, but 250 new users. I think we can do that. So reminder, it's a really cool app, web app. It's a really cool browser, actually. It's designed to let you be a little bit more efficient, so you can actually do things like RAM limiting, CPU limiting. So if you're struggling to like get good performance and you're finding like, you know, RAM especially, your browser's hogging a lot, Opera GX might be able to help. They also have a really cool built-in ad blocker, and I know a lot of people have been struggling with that at the moment because things like the ad blockers you use, such as uBlock, have been starting to fail a little bit in more recent months, so Opera GX should be able to help you with that. And then on top of that, did I mention there is a VPN built in for free, so you guys can watch your favorite things on Netflix, BBC iPlayer, etc., without needing to be in the necessary countries. All good reasons to check out Opera GX. And I also love the little gamification things. Like, there's literally a tab that tells you about upcoming games. So, I think we're going to have a look at MarineLord and Gully now. What is up, Voldy? How's it going, buddy? Hope you're having a good day. I am dying still. Don't mind me. I'm dying less. So, there's always that. Okay, so Sacred Grove got picked. Whoop, whoop. MarineLord likes the map. That's clear confirmation. Let me get the maps ready. So we have Gorge into Sacred Grove into Lipany. Get better soon? I'm trying, mate. Honestly, I still don't know how I hid how ill I was at Germany. It was crazy. Yeah, we're going to be casting a few more games, and then after that, we'll be looking in on the LAN. I'll be reviewing the LAN. Love the app toolbar on the top left for accessing Twitch. Hell yeah, dude. Like, it's all just built in there. I really like it. It's really handy. Like, I can show you... There you go. Mine right now. Boink. Here. This. Oh, look. We're looking at the AMD stuff that you guys should look at when it pops up. Yeah, you got the bar down here that he's talking about, where you've got, like, all the different integrations already set up. So you can get all the stuff in there. TikTok, Instagram, Twitch, X, Discord. Even has, like, the players. Like, loads of things are built in here. It's really nice. Yeah. Exclamation mark Opera GX, definitely check that one out. But I think now we should get ready for our next set. So, MarineLord. Where are we at? Is it this one? Yes. Game 1, French versus Jean. Interesting. I still quite like this matchup for French, but it's definitely micro-intensive. If you can win the initial engagements, like, you get a mile ahead. Like, this is a very snowbally matchup. Went forward with Malians. Oh my god, look at that. They keep saying Gully only plays Malians, and then he keeps only playing Malians. Well done. You have leaned in to the memery of what we said. Malian HRE. He's got his comfort. He comes, he conquers, and he has to come again, doesn't he? One and all, welcome back to the channel for KPMM 18. MarineLord just dubbed the champion, the prince of the 17th. is now looking to start off a win streak, and he's going to have to kill some kids to do it. All right, this might get demonetized. Gully Deco on the other side. The toddler stands in his way as the Khonsei going up against Jean. Yep, we have one of those matchups tight towards a mirror matchup, but not quite. Some fine details that matter a lot in the way these two function. Usually, French is going to feel a lot better on the opening. Logic being is you just have a very high percentile advantage in terms of raw villager count early on. As time scales, 15, 18, 19 minutes in the game, Jean is going to start to feel a little bit better because the consecrations will add up as long as you can keep the night regurgitation going. The issue is, at that point in the game, French usually can have a lead. Because in the first 15 minutes, Pro Scouts contest is a big deal. So really, what you're looking for here is Jean is a way of outmaneuvering, counterplaying your opponent, catching them off guard, and feeding a little bit of XP into the pocket of Jean. Because that range form, you actually got to make for a very fantastic last-hitting device against Night Spam. Jean should start as a baby in Dark Age and a toddler in Feudal. I'm going to go with a guess that I don't think Microsoft wants children dying in their video games. Now, call me crazy, but I think that's probably what it is. Like, not many games do, funnily enough. You guys remember the backlash that Last of Us got from in some people's eyes, even though it was just one of the most emotionally tearing moments in video game history? I still remember the flack that the No More Room in Hell guy got because he created a zombie game where you could get zombie kids. And people losing their mind. And he was like, dude, I literally made this game for free. What are you even complaining about? He's like, because I feel so torn because, like, the kid. And I'm like, good. You're a well-adjusted human being. You should feel really bad and need to, like, do a double take to think about, like, dealing with a kid zombie. She could only be Garrison TC. I mean, what would she do? That just sounds very boring. You want more mechanics that involve garrisoning the TC in Age of Empires 4? Are you sure? I don't know, dog. I don't think we need more of that. I think we need less interactions with TCs. Skull Cavalry coming in, though. Timing is obviously going to favor Gully. MarineLord's not too far behind. It's very deceptive with 2 versus 5 because Jean is worth 2.5 villages worth of building speed on her own. So with that in mind, it's 3.5 versus 5. But the trade-off is Jean's going to be close to getting level 2, which is what you want. ML could easily win this. All right. Calm down. Are you saying the RTS veteran of many years could easily, like, you know, I've got a crazy one for you. He could easily lose this. There you go. Those are the 2 possibilities with a game of Age of Empires 4. I guess you could expand it to 4, right? He could difficultly lose this or difficultly win this. There you go. I still think that was my favorite piece of commentary from 2024. Is Synderen and Sunsfan talking? And Sunsfan just goes, you know, oh, this is crazy. Like, you know, like gaming gladiators, that they could win off of this. Or they could easily end up losing off of this. And Synderen, just like with his dry pan, like voice and humor, just goes, yep, those are the possibilities. Ugh. Lad knows how to make me laugh. It is quite comical when you just do that as a commentator. Like, yeah, like, you know, these knights diving in could win in the game. Or it could lose in the game. Like, That's some filler commentary. I'll give you that. Is it Gully? Wait, what? Oh, he just saw it? He knows about the gold now. That is quite the delay, though. MarineLord, a lot of critical gathering here. He's got Pro Scouts on the way, and Knight already queued up. Meanwhile, Gully didn't rush Pro Scouts, right? No, he sacrificed the timing, but he still built the mill, which was a little bit wasteful here. It's only 25 woods, so not the end of the world. Okay, so kind of a rough beginning here. How did Gully not scout the gold? He thought it was a back spawn, didn't he? And then he saw the stone and panicked a little. Oh, dude, that's rough. So he now at least knows where it is, but we've already got MarineLord with Defender's advantage. Second Knight is on the way. It's 2v1 right now. But remember, if you get just a little bit too low, Divine Arrow is going to come in. Good hit there, though. First blood gets drawn. MarineLord's slow on the pull away. Remember, he doesn't have wheelbarrow, so very big problem building here. MarineLord had already sacrificed a villager when he got Jean. He just lost another. It's now almost a 4-villager lead in total. Actually, it's beyond, yeah. Because we're 5 minutes in. Remember, every 2.5 minutes, you're going to end up with an extra villager compared to your opponent. And then, obviously, around the 5-minute mark, when you sacrifice Jean, you lose the villager as Jean. This puts you so far behind. Now, guys, MarineLord could very easily now lose this game. Okay, I'm going to stop. Pro Scouts is coming in from Gully. It is delayed by comparison. MarineLord, we should have Consecration starting to queue up soon. First one is like, what? Probably about 30 seconds out still. That kind of still better, but look at what he's doing. I love that. That's beautiful by MarineLord. Stands ground with Jean to absorb the hits. No threat to the villagers that way. Yeah, and you just see Gully barely gets away there. Just one more wallop and it would have been a Divine Arrow to smite him down. This is what MarineLord is looking for right now. He needs to fish a 1 or 2 kill lead on the Knights, and then he can swarm the fights. Why isn't Gully streaming? Because his parents don't believe in streaming as a career? I'm guessing? They want him to get a real job. They expect him to flip burgers while playing AoE4 competitively. Did I miss anything, Gully? Dude, it's kind of crazy how some parents are still like that, actually, now that I think about it. In the early days of esports, you kind of understood it. I guess it's difficult to justify. It's not like AoE4 has millions of dollars being contested each year. Like, I do find it comical when someone's like, my kid can't go professional in Rocket League. It's like, bro, he could be making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. If he's good enough that, like, Gentle Mates or Moist or someone wants to pick him up, maybe let him have that go. And I do think that sometimes, like, parents rush to make their kid go into, like, education and get the standard format. And I agree, education is important. What I'm not a big fan of is education without direction. A lot of people just end up in the education system with no idea of what the hell they want it for. But don't worry, MarineLord is here to school you. Gets 2 kills, gets the Divine Restoration. That was vile. Gully Deco, his underdeveloped hands are coming back to haunt him here. Tries to get the recharge, fails to get anything out of it. Nicely played by MarineLord. Entire night lead now just up in smoke. That is sick. I mean, he threaded the needle. He was so close to losing multiple Knights there, but MarineLord baits him in hook and sinker. Gets maximum value out of the Divine Restoration. This boy does maths. MarineLord clearly hacking. I mean, no, because he wasn't at LAN, so he didn't get ill, so he's not hacking, like, his phlegm up. Is that the type of hacking you meant? That must be. That's brutal, though. I mean, Gully, he still has an eco lead. But now we've got, what, Chivalry coming in? Gully's missing it? That's a big deal. That's a very big problem now. On top of that, a dragged feudal is kind of like your worst enemy from this type of position. You'd think it's good because you're building an eco lead, and that can be true. But the problem is now the XP generation. You take another fight like that, Jean's going to be level 3 much quicker than you're ready to deal with. And a ranged horseback level 3 Jean will start sniping you out constantly. Consecration's coming in. Wall already a nuisance. Even has the outpost as well. There's just no real damage to be done here. Yeah, MarineLord has just turned this into a you attack me, I don't attack you type situation. There is still extra deer at home, so Gully's benefiting in that regard. MarineLord, apparently surging confidence, decides to move out. Yeah, no, I mean, like, to the whole education system thing, I think a lot of people just tell someone to go through school and go to school. And here's the counterpoint. If you have a clear plan and a willingness to commit to doing something else, don't be afraid to take a break to do it. But make sure you're willing to commit to it. A lot of people like the idea of becoming an entrepreneur, and then they're too lazy to follow through, and that's why it's a bad idea for them. But if you genuinely, let's say like you want to be an aspiring pro player, you want to take a year to hard commit to that. You know that if you don't, in your body, you're going to regret it. You know that if you commit, you're going to commit the hours necessary. And you've got a plan, you shouldn't be scared. Because the alternative is like going to university to get a generic degree that you don't know what you want to do with, I don't think that's any better for people. In fact, I know people who've done a lot better in life because they delayed going to university until they knew what the hell they wanted to do with it. Now, this isn't your opportunity to use me to be like, oh, I'm not going to bother education, mum. Education is important. The point is, if you have a plan in mind, you shouldn't feel shame for being wiser about what you want to do with your life than other people. This wise man, MarineLord. Here we go. Big clash coming in. Night count is overwhelmingly in favor of Gully. I don't know what MLord expected from this fight. This surely ain't it. Pulls away at the end, does bait a few off. He's looking for the XP farm. But Jean just doesn't seem to be getting enough. A recharge is going to come through. He's going to start getting some snipes in, so finally the XP is starting to be farmed a bit. A lot of low HP knights. Needs to target fire these down, but the A-clicks are not working as good as MarineLord was hoping. We'll get another snipe down. I mean, honestly, tail end of that fight, MarineLord should have been a lot worse for wear than he actually is. It's 7 to 11 knights, still an advantage for Gully. But Jean is loving life right now. She's farming up a lot of XP off the back of these. What do I think about aliens? I think most people would charge for the service they're giving. They're idiots, terrible entrepreneurs. You do anal probes for free? For free in the 21st century? The amount of freaks that exist in the world? What's wrong with you? Gully says, I am an alien hunter. Okay, you need to stay in school. That is not a real career. Nah, MarineLord, like, what just happened here? Gully's trying to get ready for Castle Age, but he's trying to attack. This is dangerous. He needs to just leave. The problem is you've just shown your limited count. If I'm MarineLord, I'm like, is that what you've got? Like, you kind of just revealed a bit too much info, right? RTSs are a game of information. You need to be the key broker, making sure that you are taking the deals that are beneficial to you and stifling your opponent away from the good deals. You just gave him a freebie. Never give a freebie. ML knows that's not the whole army. He's coming to check. Like, this is the thing. You show that type of army, you think you haven't told him everything because you've got extra in reserve. But, like, it's mathematical logic. Yes, you've probably got more in reserve, but why did you choose that many to show? It makes you suspicious. And the suspicion, the tingling, that sensation, MarineLord cannot resist. He moves in. Outposts should be taken away. Admittedly, the gold is already gone, but that also tells another tale. A tale of danger here. MarineLord has scouted the veins. No way would you play 40 your base. If you're going to take a risk, you might as well take it for the big apple. The 8k in the corner. That's exactly now what MarineLord is charging towards. Royal Institute's going to come in. The problem is, once this tech completes, MLord's going to go north. Yeah, this is a very telling moment in the game. 1,800 resources that could have been into knights that wasn't. Looking to hunt in. He needs to be quick about this, though. Veterancy is on the way for Gully. MarineLord. Getting ready to touch base here. He's going to get the charge in. Divine arrows are going to come out. That's going to be pulled back by Gully. Lines are going to spread out. Divine Restoration is going to get pumped. And level 3 is in. John's Ride is activated. More knights coming. Gully, the veterancy is about to kick in, but it's too little, too late. He loses it all. And now the gold to follow up as well. Seek shelter, but that's not going to work out either. Way too many people here. Jean tanking on the backside. We'll pull away barely in time on 1 HP. And we'll pull out of range before the outpost can sniper. Now the dive comes in again. Gully, that's his entire economy lead. Gets the outpost up, but torches are out now. There's no way he's leaving with anything less than 10 worker kills. He knows it. Gully just doesn't have the numbers now. Peels half to hunt and half to kill. And looks like Gully should have spent more time hunting Frenchmen, less time hunting aliens here. Heal's good enough on John. She's not going to die. That's going to be another 5 down, and that is going to be Gully behind on economy, behind on military, and behind in this series. You watched the VOD from ML when he was pushed. He was like, he must be aging, must be aging. I mean, it just feels kind of obvious the way you back up, right? After being the pressure party so long. Like, before when you would back up, you'd meet him here. At that stage, when you back up this far, he's saying, why are you doing that? Like, what is the logic behind it? Why would you give me the freedom to move around? It's a little bit risky. Jean could get sniped, but it's worth it to check in, and it gives him the big bag here. Give me a cancel on the mill. Dive in for more worker kills. Gully, at this point, is just in limbo, praying the MLord will make a mistake, but there's no mistakes coming. There's only a decisive and swift victory. Castle Age ready. Yeah, and you can talk about Vet Knights versus Feudal Knights, but there's only so much they can do. Royal Institute is going to be the choice. Is the key operative choice here. It's going to be necessary as well. Logic being is like if Gully somehow slivered his way back up on Knight count, he can play Royal Bloodlines. You want to make sure that you can do the same. Yeah, French and Jean is still one of those matchups which often necessitates Royal Institute, simply because to not would allow your opponent to do. Maybe bet to stay in Feudal. He needed more damage, more pressure. If Gully had like slipped in 2 or 3 Knights left and right, and then just kept counter pressure while teching, maybe he gets away with it. But like the timing is just aligned to be the worst possible moment of the game. He runs out of his initial 4k gold, and he's teching while trying to play flank. So at that stage, you've basically chosen to take 2 branching options agreed. And MarineLord just read it perfectly. The moment he saw that forward gold was gone, like I said, the only other gold on the flank is here. That's not realistic, right? You wouldn't come this far forward against Mass Knights. So it has to be the corner. And from there, everything else just fell neatly into place with a little bit of micro. MarineLord just backing up. He's waiting for the veterancy. Gully, basically with a poor man's Royal Institute here, is going into Cantled Saddles. No Royal Bloodlines. But MarineLord is going for the Jugular. Honestly, like Gully, I wouldn't blame him for GGing now. He'll probably wait until they arrive in his base. At this point, he's kind of just hoping that MarineLord slow rolls it. But he knows it won't happen. GG. Frenchman wins in the French matchup. All right. GG's. Game number 1 for Mr. MLord. And then game 2, where are we heading? Is it Lipany? We got Lipany. Okay, so Delhi vs OTD. This one's a bit weird for Order of the Dragon, right? Because like Horseman very good, but Ghazi Raiders better than standard Horseman. I think it like muddies the matter a lot. Oh, let me flip the score around. I think we might look to do the LAN review after this. Unless there's another set coming up. Numu, Sas, B, Scatterbrain haven't played. There is Dumu Starflat, maybe. Yeah, we might like to do the review. I'm checking. I don't think we have any live series coming up. In fact, let me double check. Oh my god, the alt tab is being so annoying today. What the hell have I done with my PC? I think like Windows Update changed something. And it's making me not very herpy. Okay. So game number 2, we're just saying that this matchup is kind of an interesting one and all, because in theory, like you can see ways in which OTD can be pressure oriented. But a big part of it, with Proscast being meta, you want to play the Horseman. And playing the Horseman feels a little bit weird against Ghazi. Because Ghazi aren't just standard Horsemen. It's not like a 1-to-2 ratio type logic. Ghazi muddy the water in a very frustrating way. So we'll see how Gully wants to try and approach this. I think you can open more 2 ponies and force your opponent with spears, and then you kind of try to lean Gilded Archers. But like the problem I always have is like when you're playing against Delhi, if you can't force them away from Ghazi, you're already playing a subpar game. There are some exceptions to that rule, and I'd say most notably it's like Ottoman, because the delayed play eventually into Janissaries, but for most civs, you just don't want them to be able to block Ghazi. Ghazi is just like the #1 killer of different civs up against Delhi. And the problem you have with OOTD is like the way you go about that just feels very weird. Like you'd have to go into Gilded Spearman, but you just get kited at that point. Like the Ghazi just ignore you. I find one of the biggest problems that you have is like Order the Dragon doesn't feel like a good defensive civ. Now they have static emplacements that can feel good. They can go Elsbach eventually. Sure, granted. You know, fortified outposts with relic drops are insane. But like fundamentally as a unit entity civ, they feel terrible to defend with. They end up with half the amount of physical units to put around the map in different locations. And although those units hit very hard, you can already see how this is problematic when you have to guard multiple flanks. So, where does that leave us with Gully? He could be going for like a Classico men-at-arms rush off of Pro Scouts. I would be reluctant against Ghazi again. It almost feels like you are going to have to go Horsemen into potentially Spears here. My worry about Gilded Archers is the Ghazi are already going to be coming. I don't know, like, what is the win? Let me open my Opera GX. I'm actually curious what the win rate is in this matchup now. Because it feels to me like a matchup that is just quite biased towards Delhi. But I know that Delhi's been struggling in a lot of ways with Pro Scout civs, and this is like a Pro Scout civ. So Delhi versus Order the Dragon is a 63% win rate, actually, for Delhi. I think that, like, fits. Even if you go back to November 19th, Delhi versus OTD was 55%. I'd lean it a little bit more aggressively in favor of Delhi. I think the thing that can be a saving grace for Order of the Dragon is genuinely the fact that we are in a Pro Scouts meta. And this is like a good Pro Scouting civ. In fact, it's like one of the few things that they don't get scammed on, because remember, the Scouts cost the same as a normal Scout. They produce the same as speed as a normal Scout. One thing I have noticed is like when you play against the better Pro Scouting civs, where OTD suffers is they just can't get swimming out quick enough to play blocker to the opponent's beneficial play. We see it time and time again where they just can't actually guard the deers. The good news is when you play against Delhi, they don't rush Pro Scouts. It takes a few minutes. Actually, I'm curious. Like, I'm not going to say with the player names there, because I don't think Gully will be insulted if I say that MarineLord should just beat him. But civ-wise, do you guys think that Order the Dragon's better, press 1, or Delhi's better, press 2? And this map, this is Lipany. This is a balanced spawned version of Lipany. I know, they're rare, but they exist. And there we go, stables on the way. Pro Scouts already queued up. Ghazi reaction coming in. Ta-da! The production rates are actually pretty obnoxious as well. Like, it's not just a case of the Ghazi are just better horsemen. It's also the rates at which you can get them out. So, for Order of the Dragon, it's going to take 27 seconds. For the Delhi, it takes not even half of that because of the Scholar that you garrison aside. It's just way too aggressive of a ramp timing. And this kind of embodies, I think, at the core of it, one of OTD's biggest weaknesses is that they aren't a civ that play well into... And there you go, 13 seconds, ridiculous. They aren't a civ that play well into, like, equally spamming the same unit. Admittedly, they're never the same unit, right? I have a Gilded Horseman, you have a Horseman. But what I mean is the same type. For OTD, they are the most aggressively aligned, must counter the thing I'm up against civ in AoE 4, I would say. Because it takes so much effort in terms of like time and resource to get a unit type out, that if you aren't countering what's on the other side, you are just going to lose a mathematical number game. And that's why we're seeing Gully basically tick every box now, right? Stables, racks, archer range. He's going to try to bypass Gilded Horseman altogether and just go straight into Spear Gilded Archer. Not a bad idea. That will give him a way of contesting on the Sacred Sites. And the reaction that comes out of MarineLord should realistically be like Ghazi plus, let's say, Archer here. Makes a lot of sense. And I think he is going to get the info quite early, if I'm not mistaken. He's already trying to deny some of the Pro Scouts. Remember, his is still not ready for another minute and a half. And we already have Blacksmith beginning. Okay. And MarineLord already knows. You can tell by this. There's no other reason you'd prep Steeled Arrow over Undermesh unless you want to go Archers. Sick read. It just makes a lot of sense. Like, your opponent's going to want to go Spears at some point anyway to counter Ghazi. And the dynamics get kind of funky from here, right? With the bonus damage in mind, it kind of reminds me of Yuumi versus Spears. Yuumi look really bad against everything, but then when they get the Spearman fight, oh my god, this unit's like damage is busted. Because there's so many of them. It's kind of similar here with the archers into the Gilded Spears. Meanwhile, these Ghazi, who are like semi-gilded horsemen, will be able to purpose and deal with everything else. I think what makes matters worse is like Gully needs to get out of his base. It's not enough to now guard the deer and stay at home. The Sacred Site's difference will just be overwhelming. Yeah. You could kind of believe in the OOTD if they're playing just the defensive line, but now that they have to be aggressively present, I am a bit worried. Let's see what you can actually do with it. Gilded Archers are pretty powerful, especially once you just get the mind work timing, which he has. Right, he hasn't queued it up yet, but remember these come in fast, 40 seconds. Really important, actually. I think part of the reason why Gully would have went mind work over Arkan against Delhi is this matchup is like similar to any matchup with Delhi. It's all about your tech timings. You can't afford to be behind on your blacksmiths at all. And Delhi is one of those civs similar to China that can force very aggressive steers. By having mind work, you have a little bit more forgiving elements towards the strategy, right? Like you are able to pivot very aggressively into your blacksmith timings. Lost too many units for free already? I'd agree. Like you haven't punished him in any way. This is what I mean about Ghazi. They're just such a nuisance. I'm trying to remember the mass of it. So Spearman, they end up doing 52 damage. Yeah, so it's not an increased number of strikes required to kill the Ghazi at all. So it's not an issue of like that math, right? It's like 135 versus 125. It still takes 3 hits either way. But the Ghazi, they just feel a little bit better with their wallop point. And it's also the Scholar heal after the fact. Trade out on the Sacred Site here. You don't really want to waste time on the Scholars at the beginning of this fight. They're just way too tanky. Second Sacred Site was being captured. Will get denied. Looks like MarineLord is temporarily going to back up here. Undermesh has just been queued up. Has got some ways to go. And the Gilded Archer count does look reasonable. Spear count is kind of in a scary point, right? I think you're going to have to show them very aggressively here. I'd say right now, like, Gully's army isn't too bad. And he's in a position where he can kind of march forward to force a fight. At which point, MarineLord can't just avoid you, which is usually what Delhi players look to do with Ghazi. Fighting towards the berries is ambitious, though. I think that's a bit too dangerous. With the outpost, the damage you could do here, not really an advisable fight. Instead, now it's going to be a dive onto him. Ghazi will look to sidestep. Archers have slightly overextended, but the Spearman counter is falling fast here. Ghazi now recommitting. Gully, nah, he's going to lose troops. You can just run past. Exactly, he just ignores him. The Gilded Archers are just worth so much here. Men-at-Arms following this up, one Spearman as well. So look to reset, but the Archers are already target firing down, and we have a problem. Gully, the Spearman evaporated so quickly. You see what we're talking about when you're up against the counter-type unit. The Archers, trading out like this is good for MarineLord. So we're better chase him away. Looks to mop up a few more. MAA are just getting ignored. Horseman does still need to be reacted to, but overall, MarineLord is happy with the outcome here. That was an overwhelming defeat for Gully. He has at least not got to worry about the Sacred Sites right now, but the remaster is going to be a bit worrisome here. We talked about the advantage of Delhi, and it really is the production rates. They're able to swarm you so quickly. Well, this could get a little bit of a trick of raids. That's the good news for Gully. He's at least finding a villager kill here or there, but he needs more. Looks like we do have a ball player in the middle. I like that. You need to take some risks here. Staying at home is not going to win you this game now. So you need to tap every single resource on the map. Because the problem is, if you have to back up from this area anyway and give the Sacred Sites, you're in trouble. So with that in mind, knowing you have to guard this tooth and nail, you might as well just play your heart on your sleeve here. Play the forward economy. Fortunately, it looks like he's giving way. so many spearmen dead. I mean, you know, you think about that fight, and you think about what was lost on each side, you have to envision it for what it was. You know, 7 spearmen, that's 14 spearmen dead. And they died just so quickly. Archers aren't finishing off the last spearman, so a little bit of neglect there. MarineLord not quite on point with the micro. He's now going to realize it. Let's have more Ghazi coming through. In fact, there is a wave being held in reserve here. Yeah, they're now showing up. And, oh, come on, the heals, dude. Pulls away at the very end, brings in fresh troops to attack again. Oh, this is the biggest problem with these good men at arms. They can stand here forever, but they need something to support, something to threaten. In some ways, this is what can make Delhi your worst nightmare. It's that chain heal in the fights. And it's 130 HP unit. It's not exactly something you can just immediately turn onto and kill. No, not with melee anyway. Like, if you had the Gilded Archer Mass, sure, the Scholars can be, like, easily removed as a threat. But with the men at arms, if you have to run past these guards, you're getting hit the whole time, and then kited anyway, you just feel like you're dying slow. Extra villagers will look to migrate the area. He's going to stand his ground underneath the outposts. Brazen fight from MarineLord. He does have a little bit of heal to assist with it, though. The archers already target firing down the spearman. He just has no anti-cav. It's becoming more and more difficult to see a positive for Gully in this game. Like at this stage, you know, even with the outpost assist, it just doesn't do enough. Torch is now going to come in. That's going to be -5 villagers for Gully. Not to mention the food source. The boar, he didn't really get that deep into it. Yeah, only 800. I'll order the dragon monks at healing. I mean, they're okay, but you don't get them until Castle Age. Main issue is the sheep. You only got 4. True, you did play pro scouts though, right? Yeah, I think that's a bigger problem for me. Is like you play pro scouts and it just disappeared so quickly. I don't know, I guess you did get a reasonable amount. It's just order the dragon, eat through that resource so fast. He's had more food. True. I think the farm transition doesn't help you though, right? Like doing this is just like, I think this is a natural thing people do when they like don't know what to do anymore. Did it feel that way? Like you're like, I need food. I don't know what to do. I'm going to build farms. It just felt like you kind of had to take risk on the berries. I'm not saying it would have worked much better, but going farms here doesn't really solve any of your problems against Delhi. But wait, are you saying that a competitive game of Age of Empires 4 was decided by sheep? What? Could you imagine how criminal that would be? The insanity of what you're suggesting. In my RTS? That's illegal. So Gully, he's just trying to basically remove some of the win conditions, but at this stage, I think he's just kind of going through the motions. House of LAN is going to complete in about like 10-15 seconds. Relics are already being lined up. At that point, there is really no recovery mechanism for Gully anymore. I like the idea with the 1-1-1, but like you see the trickiness of this matchup in its entirety. Maybe what would have been more beneficial is actually to have opened Horseman just to raid. Try and avoid your opponent directly as a conflict point. Because if you open Horseman, your opponent can't then rush Archers. So then you go Spearman to defend, and your Horseman can raid. And they're just as good as raiding as Ghazi are. Should have gone Malian? That too. This is just depressing. So many Ghazi. Told you, like with this Civ, if you can't keep them off of Ghazi spam, it just gets bloated and out of control. And I don't think there's a worse Civ in the game at dealing with it at that point than OOTD. Order Dragon has sluggish production. Exactly. And you're against a fluid production Civ. I mean, I still think the absurd thing to me is like, why can this Civ change the location of the scholars? That's still crazy. We have like Adabegs from Ayabids that literally get placed in the building and can't come out. But then like there's just Delhi that can move the scholars around freely. Delhi that can move all of his cavalry around freely and just murder your face. Wow, what a nice tree line. MarineLord like, I'm the only one who gets to gather over 1,000 extra wood out of nowhere. Get out of here. And the ultimate get out of my game coming in here. Kardi and the archers find their way in. There's just nowhere to hide. This is it. A 2-0 victory for MarineLord. He'll be heading through into the quarterfinals where we'll match up against either Numadan or SAS. Men at Arms versus Ghazi. I think he just felt stuck because he lost like the exchange initially, and then like he has to deal with archers, right? Food limitations probably had him paranoid about Horsemen as well. Like playing Horsemen in Gilded Horseman to Ghazi doesn't feel great either. Yo, what's up, Sibo? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Thank you for hooking Gully up. All right. So I think. Is that us all caught up? Is it time to do our LAN review? Quite possibly. Been live like, what, 4 hours? I don't know, I kind of want to do a longer stream, but we don't have as many games ready. So Numu, SAS still hasn't played. B, Scatterbrain has not played. Numu Starflark has. So that could be an option. Should we do the LAN review? Alright, it's going to be in white. I can't find the way of like making it darker. Alright, I guess I'll make myself bigger though to compensate. Big KP! There we go. And then, Alright guys, so we're going to go over the Garrison LAN. Oh, I don't even need this one. Okay, so it's been a week. I've been recovering from illness, which is why it took so long to get this out. But one and all, welcome back to the channel for our review of the Garrison LAN, which was the Hamburg, Germany LAN hosted by Being Esports that featured Age of Empires 2, some Age of Empires 4 on the side, some Age of Mythology on the side. A lot going on there. Yes, this will be uploaded to YouTube, so say hello. I think the chat box has disappeared somewhere. There you go. You guys can be there. Not very viewable. But we're going to go through this piece by piece. We listed it off. I'll mark it in green as we pass it. So we'll open up with the easy thing. Hotel and venue. So pretty standard kind of stuff happening there. We had the Ibis hotels that were really close to the venue. Venue was only like a 5-minute walk, 10-minute walk maximum. We done it at the Experion venue, which was like this gaming arena at the absolute top of a shopping market in Germany, downtown. Really nice place. Lots of space. We had, I think it was about 100 PCs available for the side events, and then obviously had the main stage area at the other end of the event. You had a bar on tap with all the beer you could ever need, plenty of food. Oh my god, the German waffles were so good. But getting there was easy, travel was easy. The Hamburg airport wasn't too far apart. It's my first time in Hamburg. I will say this. Oh my dear god, the homeless people. There were so many homeless people. I was kind of shocked. I think the only other place I've been where like it was that bad was Vancouver. There were a lot of people like living on the streets. Like we had a dodgy moment as well. I remember me and Tristan were kind of paranoid because like a guy was like, "Yo, you got any money?" And we're like, "Nope." And the things he was doing, flailing in like frustration, we thought he was going to attack us. Luckily he didn't. It was all good. Like we were saying, it's such a weird feeling. It's one of those moments you're like, you're ready to defend yourself, but like you want to make sure that like they are actually trying to attack you. Otherwise, you just beat up a homeless person, which is never a good look. But The venue itself, let's talk a little bit more about it, I think it was decent for what it was, but like in hindsight, it would have probably been nice to have had something that wasn't as stringently reliant on certain German laws, which made it super expensive. It was a gaming venue at the absolute top of a shopping mall, which has a certain level of cost to it when it comes to things like security, etc. Like, I kid you not, what you guys don't know is the cost that went into this. Like, when things had to stay open late, past the normal, like, open phase, the overtime for security was insane. On the Saturday, when Being Esports hosted a pub quiz and a, like, stay open until 3 a.m. type thing, every hour past, I think it was 11 p.m., was the equivalent of a day rate for each security guard. So they were paying through arse and elbow in those, like, final hours. Talking about Being Esports themselves, I love these guys, man. Like, they have a lot of passion, a lot of heart. They have a lot of experience as well. For those who don't know, these guys do a lot of white label type stuff around PUBG. They've done events with the LAN, the Warcraft crew, a few times in the past. And they also host, like, the Dota 2 German leagues, the Dakar leagues, for example. They just had a new league get resurrected. So they have a decent amount of experience behind them. They're still learning at the same time. They're not your ESL type production. They're grassroots, but with experience, they want to put to good work, and I love that. And also what I love from these guys is their receptiveness to any changes. I remember I came in almost like a hunky-dory dude out of nowhere with, like, all this experience. I've been to all these LANs, and they wanted to hear it. They wanted to hear, like, feedback. It was always refreshing to have, because I think, for some hosts, they don't really want to, like, inject themselves into helping make the show better, but I want to try to use those skills to help them out, and they were more than willing to hear that out. I love their passion. Honestly, the reception by the Age of Empires 2 community to Gideon was impressive. Tried to do what I could to like hype it up, but I didn't really need to. He took to the stage magnanimously. People loved him. They adored him. No doubt about it, they're going to want to be involved in Age of Empires, hopefully 2 and beyond more. And I think the community had the right attitude about them as well. Someone that was really interesting, and we'll talk about a little bit with them, is the Age of Empires 2 community. Because they don't get, like, these big LANs very often, these big opportunities, I think they're insanely grateful when they do. Same before, like, these smaller niche communities, because they aren't dealing with, like, 4 or 5 LANs a year, any LAN means the world to them, and they try to go above and beyond to make it as special as possible. Now, the AoE 2 community was phenomenal. Like, I gotta give these guys credit. Really had a good time with them. The crowd was incredible. So some people, I think, were negative online, and big shout out to those, like, defending me. Apparently T90 was telling people to just screw off and leave in his chat who were being like that. I think I saw, like, Masmora defending me in, like, a Reddit thread because some people didn't like how loud I was. We'll get to that more, but, like, the community in person deserved that loudness from me to hype them up because they were insanely hype. I think the comment I had is that crowd may have looked small, but the noise coming out of them in the arena was 6 times the size. They really went above and beyond to make it special. And I think also the players and casters, like once again, you can tell this is a tight-knit community. They don't get these type of events that often. It means the world to them when they do. And I think the matches delivered. Oh my God, guys. If you haven't watched AoE 2 before, like, I recommend doing it. It was my first experience sitting down so thoroughly to watch it. And I really did enjoy it between, like, the headaches and in and out of consciousness. Had a really good time with it. We ended up with some insane matches along the way. We had a match where Hera said it's probably the best thing he's ever going to do in his competitive career. That was the King Snipe. Phenomenally hype. And then the Grand Finals almost delivered the best Grand Finals I think Age of Empires 2 ever had. The only way it would have been better is if Leary had won in that deciding game number 9. Because for those that don't know, Leary, although he has 2 Wallows to his name, there's early Wallows in the most recent years. It's been back-to-back defeats in second place. Like, he's probably the most consistent second-place player in Age of Empires 2 history, full stop. But between them, they delivered an insane bout back and forth. Now there's a concern it might be actually the closest Hera ever comes to losing because he was ill. He was in the middle of Ramadan, so he's fasting. And he still manages to maintain it. He's now 11 win streak across S-tier events, which is phenomenal. So let's talk a little bit about the broadcast because there's some things that came up here. So, broadcast-wise, I think we had a nice basic flow of things. We knew what we wanted to do with the show. We had some very long days in there. Somehow, second day, I think, wasn't the longest. We went even longer than that. We had days that were like 9 hours, 10 hours, 11 hours. This is to be expected. It happens a lot on LANs no matter what because you're trying to cram it all into one. There are exceptions. Some broadcasts won't run as long. What comes to mind is Red Bull Wallow, when they were doing it in Germany at least, is I know they like to focus on this idea that they were going to do only so many hours a day because overtime was so expensive and they had to budget for it, right? Hence why sometimes you'd get the games shoved off onto the community side instead, just to keep within a rotation. Whereas, like, obviously for being esports, they're like, we'll just front the cost, we'll just go deep in, which was crazy. In terms of things that happened, though, we had huge technical issues the first day. We were really late starting. It's unfortunate, but, you know, I always say get it out of the way day one. One thing that did hit us as the days went on was audio. I think you guys probably heard it if you listened to me on stage. The audio was not good. The problem is that we had a microphone. You guys might have seen it. It was a face microphone. Now, these type of microphones aren't designed for stage environments. They are designed for very quiet studio environments in a room, just people talking and recording. It was unfortunate because we had our audio guy, I think, was ill, so he wasn't there at first, so we had someone else sorting that, and it didn't come to their mind. It didn't come to my mind at the time. So every time I'd scream, make some noise, or I'd hype up the players to come in, cuts. Like, the audio would just cut out. It was terrible. It was ripping at people's ears. I know a lot of people who were watching at home had negative opinions of me because of it. I'm sorry. It's just one of those things that we didn't really think of. We fixed it in the final day when we switched over to a hand microphone, which is what you should have. If you look at most stage hosts, they'll use those. I just kind of was rolling with it at the time. I was like, oh, I guess they must have sorted something with this microphone that makes it make sense. They didn't. It would just rip out all the time. I remember it almost became a meme when we're like, oh, KP has said Hera too hypely. No audio. So yeah, it was a little bit rough for that. The other thing that was rough, I think we could have done a better job of prepping content. So someone I was honest with Gideon about is like, in future, probably worth flying me out a day early. I'm happy to help with these things, figuring out things we can pre-record things, the histories of the players, talking about them, etc. Because we just didn't really have that. We did try to do that a little bit on the final day. We prepped something in the morning, and I was surprised they were even willing to, because I think like it's dangerous to do that less than 24 hours before a show, so you can check everything. Sadly, we've done a great job of recording this stuff, but the producer didn't like put it in the flow right. So we're meant to open with the hype reels with me talking over, and that was going to be free flow in the moment. I was willing to do that, but we literally like had the order out of flow because the guy hadn't gone for it beforehand. The only other thing that comes into mind is I think on the producer side, and I've already told them this is feedback, it's no secret. Usually I am used to more comms from back end because I see me in production as a team and I want to know what they want us to direct towards next. I think with this guy, he was really focused on keeping comms in ear into a minimal because most of the people in Age of Empires 2 do not like having things yelled in their ear, was my understanding. So it's almost like from a scene perspective and what he's used to and what the scene is used to, he doesn't want to be saying these things to throw them off. Whereas I had to keep trying to encourage him to. Like, another thing would be he'd like mute me, so when I'm trying to calm him, I have to go see him because most people wouldn't mute their packs, but I'm used to muting my pack to be thoughtful. Also, it's just a good idea because if you need to go for a pee and someone has hot mic'd you, nothing like an arena just hearing zip, blop, 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 blop. Ah. So wanted to avoid that. To my performance though. So some things I was not happy with. We'll go through these. I tried something new with the hype on the announcement. So it'd be like, Hera type thing. I've never really done that before. I'm usually more an affirmative type person. You know, like, for example, welcome to stage, PSG, LGD, right? Which in hindsight, I still think I prefer that. I think I won't go for, like, the elongated stuff. There is very rare situations where it makes sense. But I was like, let's see if something's useful from, like, darts or whatever, whether, like, champion of the world. I maybe do the champion of the world thing, but I wouldn't do it with the names. I think that also just exacerbated the audio issues. It made it much worse than it appeared. Because we were elongating like that. The other thing was we done the desk and the stage host. That was a very interesting dynamic. So a few things we had to get around. When I got there, I straight away dove into the dynamics between me and Jordan, because those that caught the show, they would have seen that Jordan was doing a more deep dive analytical review of the games. So he would sit there and he would go through what they had done in game 1, game 2, game 3, talk about the process with the players. I wanted to avoid stepping on that, hence why I kept my questions away from that area, because I don't want to take away from the deep dive of Jordan's content. Otherwise, you have a double lapse. It's the same reason why you should never really have a panel feature the person who's just casting, because they'll give you the same thoughts again. So you want to keep it fresh. So with that in mind, I was darting back and forth between the stage and the desk to do those. I think we handled that pretty damn well. Only thing would obviously be, once again, the microphone packs and what we done on stage. Losers interviews was something suggested by me. I will jump on this sword right now. I know some people don't like loser interviews. I'm a big believer that when loser interviews are done correctly, they can be a phenomenal part of the show. The key thing when you do loser interviews is you need to approach it with an emphatical, I believe is the term, mindset. You need to really think about what the player's going through and give them the means to channel their feelings in a way that doesn't feel cringe or exploitative. Now, on this event, I think we've done a reasonable job of that. We didn't have a time to always be continuous to the loser interviews because of the flow of the day. Because if I am on stage, but then I'm on desk and back and forth, I can't always be there. You want to keep the flow right. So, for example, end of days, we usually didn't do loser interviews. And we felt good about that because usually we ended the day with like upper bracket or whatever. And the idea was we at least wanted people to have one interview. So people like Kingston, who went out early, had their time to talk to the fans, talk to everyone home. I think people were maybe a bit bummed out we didn't talk to Leary on the finals, even though he played an incredible series. But once again, like, another big part when it comes to losing interviews being done properly is a very emotionally charged environment. If you're going to do them, I'm a very big fan of giving someone 15, 20 minutes at least in a quiet room somewhere for them to process their feelings, channel it, and reset before they come and talk to you. We didn't really have the environment to do that, hence why we wanted to be careful about where we use them. I think it would have been cool to have had Leary's part at the moment, but with all the moving parts, last second, and adjustments to show, I didn't want to rush it. And I think the losers interviews added a layer to the cake that was missing because we just didn't have the additional content. Like I said, it comes back to content pre-prep. In an ideal world, we have like these extra interviews happening. I think if I could go back and change something, it would have been actually great to interview the players when they were sitting down or getting ready to sit down on stage and ask them one or two things. I really like that positioning. But I think losers interviews are never an easy thing to do. If you as an interviewer and in your environment have the right space and mindset, they can be a valuable addition to a show because they give an opponent, a person an ability to build their brand and build their image within the scene in a way that they otherwise wouldn't. We always ask players beforehand if they wanted to. We never forced interviews on people. And I always said to the guys, and they were really thoughtful about it, the Being Esports guys are like, when you approach them, you need to really emphasize this is not mandatory, it's not required, is if they want to do it, right? Because we don't want to be forcing people to do something they don't want to do. It's a horrible situation, and that's when loser interviews suck. What did suck is my health. We had a rough time here, guys. I had the worst flu I think I've ever had in the history of being in esports, at least, most definitely. I felt bad, and oh my god, every single day when I thought I'd feel better, it felt worse. So like, there was one day where I started the day wearing my Gunner glasses, and I switched because I thought I had the wrong prescription because I was getting headaches. The headaches were not because of that. It was because of some sort of flu or whatever. And every single day, it would get worse towards the end. There was one exception. I think it was day number 2 when my energy levels actually went like this. So at the end of the day, I was like, I'm ready. Let's keep going. But, you know, I get back to the hotel and I would be laid up, sweats. You know, I'd soak my bed from that much sweating. I did not feel great. Headaches. I would try to get intermittent naps. A really big shout out to Roxy, Hera's partner. Without her, I would not have survived, I don't think. She had medication on hand. She even had specific medication for someone that I have that was causing really, really bad heartburn. A lot of people still were like, you were ill? I was like, yes, very, very ill. We hit it very well. I was especially getting worried in the final day because I think the thing I said is I'm going to look like I've got a cocaine addiction because obviously like runny nose and whatever, and I'm rubbing it and like we're getting redder and redder, and they didn't have a makeup artist at this event, which is fine for the most. I think it definitely helps in the lights. But because we didn't have a makeup artist, I'm like, I need to be very careful to not like rough my nose up too much or I'm gonna be on stage, I'm gonna look like a coke addict. So we done a good job of avoiding that. We like, you know, clear nose and whatever at the right time, got on stage. Luckily didn't have this moment where I'd just be like, you know, dripping snot everywhere and looking like I'm about to cry or whatever. The crazy part is how things just got worse. Like once we were done with finals day, I was like, nice, let's just get home. I woke up in the morning, empty stomach, didn't feel great, barely had slept, sweats again, but like I kind of felt okay. And then as I traveled home, it just got worse and worse and worse. Like I had people on the train that were asking me if I was okay. I was like, I must look like a tweaker or something. I must look like I'm an addict, like going through withdrawal. So I did not have a good time the last few days. Hence why we didn't immediately hop into streams. Hence why we didn't immediately hop into this. I wanted to try and just get mostly better. I'm feeling a lot better now, thankfully. But yeah, the worst illness I've ever had on an event by far. So there's some things to address though outside of this. Age of Empires 4. So, first of all, really, really awesome matches. I saw the lighting setup. There was definitely some big issues to be learned from there. The lighting was not adequate for the stream. It kind of looked like we were in a depressing dark hole in the corner. These are things that I know Rising Empires are aware of. I think we had some epic matches within there. No one really expected Louis to come through like that. I didn't. I thought Louis might crack under the pressure of his first event on LAN. He done phenomenally well, and I can tell you guys, Louis is a wonderful person. Smile on his face. He just looked so giddy and happy. Just a kid who wanted a game. It was really nice to finally get to meet him. Really positive force. I hope we see more of him on LANs. Really, really shocked that he actually came to that LAN because those that know, AoE4, like the presence of the players, the travel, the hotels, etc., were not paid for by the TO, as should not be expected. So yeah, it was crazy to see him come all the way from China. About my involvement, there had originally been ideas about trying to get me to come in for like a guest cast, but I think organization wasn't really there. Also, me feeling ill would have made it impossible anyway. But also the big goal, and I know people are really gonna have the question, why weren't we live on this channel? We were meant to be. So really dig into that. With the Twitch side, there were some things that were handled in a way that we were not happy with. So like Emma made me aware, and I wasn't aware at first, and I had a look, and I went, if it keeps being this bad, just change the key, and we'll be out of it. Because there were a few things I wasn't happy with. So, like, we literally had a stage where I checked in on the stream to see how things were going, and I think, yeah, the whole stream had just frozen. It had been frozen for an hour, right? And also, the stream had been late going live. Like, Rising Empires and BC was live for like 2 hours by then, and mine was live for 45 minutes. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? So, like, Kyle was sitting across from me chilling. I'm like, Kyle, what the hell's this? And he like rushes off to try and fix it. But I'm like, this should be thumbs up, secured, checked on beforehand, right? Like, my mindset is quite simple going to this. I didn't expect to hit new peak numbers from restreaming the event. I wanted my community to be able to view it in an ad-free viewing experience, to be part of it. I wanted to help build the hype around the event, get the numbers bigger so we come back again. What I'm not willing to do is compromise my stream's quality level and also completely eviscerate my viewership metrics like that. It was, in my opinion, just unreasonable the way that that was handled. We're talking having a literal L frame. On the L frame is like, you know, where it goes part of the stream. On the screen, which is telling people to check out another stream. So you have mutually made the viewership experience on my channel worse and advertised a different channel. That is in bad spirit, and I'm not okay with that. That annoyed the crap out of me. On top of that, I went above and beyond to try and set up YouTube live streams for them to go live. They didn't use them. They didn't even communicate they weren't going to use them. It wasn't until like day 2, and I have people DMing me going, hey, when are you going live on YouTube? I had to go check with Cal. I'm like, is this just not happening? He's like, no. I'm like, okay. Well, it would have been nice to know. So I take them down, but I've still now lied to people, deceived people. Same with like being live on Twitch. And like, here's the thing. I know some people are going to give this hoo-ha of like, but Rising Empires ran the event. Of course they want themselves to have the best broadcast guys. No, like, Being Esports didn't take this logic, and it worked good for them. Being Esports' event across all channels peaked at over 47,000 people watching because they let people view where they want, how they want. They put everything on equal footing. They even went above and beyond that and set it up so that if Dave or T90 or whatever wasn't on a set and they wanted to cast over, they could actually just hop on camera and take over their own stream as a watch party. The point here is, if you were talking about like as a live stream experience, I'd understand why you want all the viewership on one channel. It does not matter as a tournament organizer, and here's why. As a tournament organizer, you're going to collate the data from all entry points of viewership. BC stream, my stream, Dumu's if you had it, wherever else. You're going to collate that all into an average viewership, max viewership. We'll give you the rundown. We'll give you the viewership numbers. And then you put that in a pitch deck and you go and look for sponsors. So this whole like griefing someone else's presence on the broadcast it makes no sense. It was anti-participatory, and it makes me, and I guarantee others, not want to participate and help out in the future, which is a big negative and exactly the opposite of what Nilly and World's Edge would want. I was there offering to just do these extra things because it wasn't even they approached me. I was like, do you want my channel so you have more reach? Do you want my chat? I had to push for it. And then when I pushed for it, like I said to you guys, I didn't expect to have my channel like hit new peak viewerships. I expected my numbers to be lower than when I'm at home. But when they are so much lower, because the stream is crashing on my channel only, like every hour or two, or I'm live late, or I have this giant thing eating up half the screen, making the viewership experience worse on my channel than another, I'm not helping you anymore. So I remember I said to Emma, I was like, you've got eyes on it. I haven't, and I fully support her. Like, I was leaning that way. It's like, if there's another error or whatever, change the key. And there was. So that, I hope that explains it. I don't feel good about it having to be that way. But what am I to do in that situation, right? Like, my take stands at what I said a little bit earlier. If you take someone's key and you take someone's channel and you do someone on their channel, you should feel obligated to deliver an equal experience. Because you're screwing with my livelihood. Right? Like the aftermath of me now doing that on my channel, if I'd done it even more days and they kept having tech issues or whatever, and I'm like averaging, say, 100 people instead of the 250 that I probably should have. It makes my life harder now to go get sponsorships. From AMD, from Opera, whatever. They'll lowball me, or they won't offer at all. So it has a negative knock-on. But I think it's what annoys me the most is if this had been handled correctly, like it was with Age of Empires 2, it is an overall win. Like, we're talking like Age of Empires 2. Gamer Legion went live on their YouTube, 2,000 people watched. That's 2,000 extra people for being esports to have reached for future sponsors to get value from that wouldn't have been there otherwise. If they had decided to go live on Gamer Legion's channel and put an L frame in there saying, check out our main broadcast, oh, honey, no, you'd have problems. In fact, the only time you saw them try to get people to activate on their primary was saying, look, we're giving away merch, but we have to give it away on our primary. And that's understandable. But I think a lot of this is like unavoidable, and I really hope they learn. I think watch party type stuff is very helpful. It's a negative when you're trying to like just build a channel from a like viewership standpoint as an influencer. But when you're running events and you have a clean feed, which is going out on all these other channels, like making a different channel a more negative experience is not a justifiable cause or reason. But yeah, hopefully that kind of summarizes that. I know we spent quite a lot on AoE4 because that was like brewing up in me. It needed to be addressed. Very frustrating experience there. Outside that, like looking back at the event, I really hope we do get more synergy events. I'm hoping Being Sports is going to be able to come back. I'm going to try to help them find additional sponsors because it'd be cool to have them back and have maybe 4, etc., be part of the overarching experience. My take is that these type of events, these hybridized events or these packaged events are a much smarter way for the entire ecosystem of Age of to be marketed. I think that ideally you build a little bit closer to like, you know, more equality, not just like side events, but that depends on the TO. But the logic, why these are so important, it keeps costs down to get bulk on events, right? People who watch AoE2 probably don't watch AoE4. There is some overlap, right? Like me, but not many people. But the reality is, in terms of like budgeting and affordability, by having multiple events happen under one location, it's what DreamHack does so well. They'll have like 5 or 6 different tournaments happening because the cost doesn't inflate drastically. It's not a 6x cost for 6 tournaments. It's almost like a 2.5x cost for 6 tournaments. And if you can get extra viewership in, excuse me, in these different environments, you can justify the cost and you can actually sell up to sponsors. So I actually hope Being Esports is going to come back. I hope we do see them involving Form, Myth, etc. I'm still a big fan of the idea that Microsoft just takes control of like a World Cup series type of event that happens once a year, that has all the games present there, kind of like what Red Bull's been fulfilling instead. And then you have, you know, like top 4, top 8 on LAN, you go for it. You might even have some players who try to play in multiple ones. But yeah, I think we should get more of these type of events. I think that with the size of the scene of AoE2 for all these games, going for stadium level of events where you fill out doesn't make as much sense. You want to start off smaller and start grassroots. One of the biggest mistakes we're seeing a lot of esports scenes make at the moment is they're shifting towards this idea that they want to be in the big stadium and they want to be detached. They want to seclude the players. The reality is actually what esports needs to do right now is get more in touch with its roots. Like we saw the impact that can have. The money that Gideon was able to happily, easily extra raise towards the cause, getting several thousand coming in donations. We saw Age of Empires 4's prize pool blow from, I think it was 1 or 2K at one stage, up to 10. You know, it shows you that the community can be involved, and you want to activate in a way that lets them be involved. Because aiming for these big stadiums is cool in theory. Trust me, I've been there. They're epic. You soak in them. But if they're not earned along the way by building towards it, they can become incredibly unsustainable. So yeah, once again, really big shout out to Being Esports for taking an expensive but hopefully sustainable route. I'll be trying to help them to see if we can make it happen, get more events happening. I think from Microsoft's side, it must have looked like a decent success on viewership, etc. So fingers crossed they find more fun in the future. But guys, let me know what you think of this. We're approaching like half an hour long. I don't know if we dragged this out a bit. I think we spent a lot of time talking about 4, but like I felt a necessity to address that. I think Being Esports done a great job on their show. Some of them, like, you know, within their specific roles, being first time in that role, you wouldn't think they were. They were heroes for sure. And I cannot give them enough praise. On the AoE4 stuff, though, I just felt this really big necessity to like address it because I feel really bad. I made you guys promises about like this, you know, the channel will be live. You better catch the content here. And I'm really mad with myself and others that we weren't able to achieve that. So my apologies again. But guys, thank you for watching. Make sure you comment down below on your opinion on the events, your feelings and everything. And let me know what you want to see in these type of post-LAN reviews. Was there something missing here that you want to hear more from me on? Let me know, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. All right, sorry, I'm going to catch you in chat now. I didn't want to like sidestep into chat because like I realized it was getting very long already. So sorry if you like said something I didn't respond. Didn't notice the audio issues? That's good then. Like we had some peaks. Like the living room atmosphere of the AoE4 area and the contrast to the big AoE2 stage. To get your annoying signature at the wall or mousepad and yeah, central station. Yeah. Yeah, I think like overall, I think the event is a positive influence in the scene. I hope they bring it back more. Was a bit more of the venue, the people as fillers. Yeah, and that's what I mean. That's like pre-roll content. That's stuff we can work on like capturing. But like a lot of moving parts. I think like the Being Esports people learn a lot and they'll take a lot forward. They're really passionate people. Like I have nothing to praise for them, man. Like it wasn't like this type of TO that's just rolling their eyes and sighing. Like we're legit talking about people who were wearing like 6 or 7 different hats because when issues came up and there wasn't someone available, they looked to fill the role and do what they could. And that I have nothing excuse me, nothing but immense praise for, as they quite rightly deserve. But I think we might look to call it there. I think like we've been live almost 5 hours, right? And I have got food coming soon. So I'll talk to you guys for a minute or two more, and then we'll get ready to round out. YouTube, I think I'm going to... Let me check YouTube's had anything to say. No, you guys are pretty chill. All right, YouTubers, I'm going to leave it there. A reminder, by the way, I will not be live tomorrow. I'm going to be live on Tuesday, because tomorrow is my daughter's birthday. I'm going to be spending the day with the adorable Freya, and then we're back Tuesday. We might stream Wednesday as well, and then Thursday will be finals. Thank you, YouTube.